let's jump this portion of the story from Wired. Metadata shows the FBI's raw jet-reacting prison video was likely modified. There's no evidence the footage was deceptively manipulated, but ambiguities around how the video was processed may further fuel conspiracy theories about Epstein's death. Now, what they basically say is, there is evidence that they made fake footage, but at the bare minimum, they say it was modified, likely using Adobe Premiere Pro. It appears to have been assembled from at least 2 different source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and uploaded to his website, where it was presented as raw footage. It was not. So when that minute is missing, that probably was a mistake of a crappy editor. So imagine Dan Bongino seeing this video come out and going, "What did you do? I went on TV and said we had this, and you put that out." So I think this plays a huge role in why he's pissed. But then the question becomes, the video is not raw, it is edited. Who did it and why? And what's the real story? And is it possible that Dan Bongino's frustration with being quit is... It could be he's a man of profound integrity, which I really is. I trust him. And so he's seeing all of these failures and being like, I can't be part of everything he's doing. However, those who do not trust him, it could be you watched our cover up and screwed up on fire.
I agree. I think also he had probably not seen footage and gone word of mouth. Like he went on television and said, the guy killed himself. So, we had footage of Epstein killing himself, which is why he sounded uncharacteristically uncertain and uncomfortable when being pressed on it by the press. He was engaging in his cover and saying, I'm going to put my reputation on I'm going to trust something that I've been told. When it comes out, he's like, well, now I look like a fool.
Could you imagine if he quits, comes back to his show and says, guys, never proved to me that it was him. They told me he did, they said, trust us, we'll get the footage out, just trust us. And that's why he went on TV and said, if he went on TV,
legally prohibited from disclosing that type of thing?
probably.
You also have to agree with me that they were asking if there's a net cash like must be asking yes, funds so please don't kill me. Yeah, look at that weird right? Making us like that. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm like the person in America I hate this Reddit. Yeah, good. It's exactly what feels like. I figured out, not figured out, and I will find out. I think it's pretty important that all your governments and your unbelievably safe. Yeah. If that is presumption, you can regularly by getting the bill through. There's other international relations. There's many theories out there. Saudi it doesn't contribute, right? Why they get why they keep quiet. So keep quiet so you can tell us and tell us. I think that's I think it's so seismic that they all keep quiet. The strategic reason they won't tell us because everyone else thinks I think well until the so even then you get the JFK files. Yeah, you get the JFK. Well, if this really doesn't debate multiple governments, multiple agencies, institution heads, members of monarchies, the stakes are almost too high for them to actually
I think it's what it's symbolized is that there's probably a lot of people that are going to blackmail and what does that mean as far as, agendas and levers of power that are
I would just assume that. And if we go back to like J. Hoover, it's just, I'm pretty sure some kind of, it was always,
Go back to Thomas Jefferson.
yeah.
It's in the play. It's actually in the play. We were running sexual we got
delicious.
Well, they want to have a government
'Twas
where
delicious.
it's like,
Had
why
myself
are
a
you
couple
fighting?
vegetarian quesadillas
So then,
and some broccoli cheese casserole and a bunch of watermelon.
elections. And they said so long as people win the election.
What'd you have for din din?
You know, I mean, also like as long as you're cool with one of our founding fathers who were good, like Lord Fairfax was the only member of British peers who actually kept his titles after the war because he was vice promotion. Like, there's a way out of it. That's the cool George. I think said conspiracy may have run into the war in 1945. I think the deal was rescinded back then. We've had multiple examples of MPs in the former government sending sexual blackmail to the MP phone witness office, basically saying, "Why would you go for like KGB agent? Why they let me out?"
Plain rice again. You need to get yourself some more nutrients than that, babe.
Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that 43 out of 46 U.S. presidents are believed to be descendants of Charlemagne? It's kind of not surprising if you're like some dude who conquered
Outmap has been
it's
damaged.
just like descendants to be fair. I think it's like right. I mean, if you look at some of the names, these are huge players. Look at that, virtually every person of European descent is likely descended from Charlemagne.
Yeah. He was a player. He was. Spoken Riz.
Virginia Dupre, committed suicide just a few weeks ago. She was going to be released.
You have fruit galore during the day? That certainly helps.
Andrew, and then she was run off the road by a bus or something.
And the bus driver denied it.
Yeah, and then
She posts this. Well, she posts this thing where she's all battered, saying, "I just need a few days to see my kids." Like, who are you telling that to?
And then she died. I mean, there is something, I think, going on there. I don't know what.
Same as Robert Maxwell, right? To the fall off of his boat. He used to have to be working on Mossad. Like, I know your chances of the light up right now. But like, this all stinks. This is all totally glows. It's radioactive. You've been sloppy with the assassination since the Clintons, allegedly. Because, like, I mean, there was the one where the lady got accused of the Clintons. She was working at Starbucks. And someone came in, it was like in Georgetown, and just shot her point blank range. She didn't take anything. And everyone was like, oh, yeah, it was a stand up. What was going on? It's like, you're getting sloppy. What's going on?
Wow, what was that story?
It was an accuser of Clinton in Georgetown. Short.
Cannot be assessed eating. It is this hot.
There was that journalist who was investigating the CIA who committed suicide by shooting himself.
Can't be.
Yeah. So, he just went
I feel you.
and stabbed himself in the back 25 times. Classic suicide, yeah.
The dude who shot himself, I always forget his name. They argue, well, he shot himself and it wasn't a lethal shot. So then he shot himself again to die. And most people hear that you shot yourself twice and then they don't believe that, but the disgusting, tragic reality is people often miss.
Yeah, but you gotta show me the diagram. She's always
In the top of his head. I think one of them was, actually. Huh.
You know, table.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He actually managed to put cement around his feet in a bucket and then hop all the way down to the octopus. So what are we gonna cover here? What are we getting at?
That's is real. Why wouldn't the governments engage?
I'm listening to Tim Pool, Timcast IRL.
You know they say that wealth lasts 3 generations? So does the liberal economic order. So does governmental power. So the idea goes, some young kid is born on a farm.
What the fuck are you listening to?
Says, I could do this better if I just had this tool. Crazy
They actually
tool.
have Dr. Drew on right now.
Making a bunch of these crazy tools, built a company, all of a sudden he owns a widget factory and he's super rich. Has a kid. That kid is born in wealth. And he says, here's how you run the widget factory. We have a bunch of widget factories. That kid grows up super rich, helps run the company. His kid, that kid grows up wealthy, and it's a copy of the company. The 3rd generation doesn't know the hard work it took and the ingenuity to revolutionize the system, didn't have the experience in the field to figure out how to innovate it, and so the wealth falls off. Or it becomes institutionalized, and this is
Why do you say that?
how to run anything.
think they got some interesting takes.
The craziest stuff, literally nuking the whole country, and they're like, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna control the world, finance and trade. Here's how we're gonna do it. And they have second generation.
I gotta be at least a little politically aware, you know? Don't need to be like a pundit or anything, but I gotta know what's going on.
Do a simple cover-up. Guys,
Don't be pro.
what are you doing?
This is corruption 101. What are we doing?
Yeah, what you do is, after you process the footage on Premiere, you just load the footage back into the surveillance footage to turn it into a raw file, and then publish it. Come on, that's cover-up 101. What's going on, Iron?
It's rookie stuff. What are we doing? Come on, at least get the
Very well.
I would not get along
Very
with
well was found.
Yeah.
Yourself with your gunshot wounds to the head.
I think a lot of people would say the same.
It is unusual.
Personally, I think I'd get along with him, but he isn't. So the word pugnacious that I was using to, play around with you earlier, you know, would definitely define him. He's very pugnacious. He likes to argue for the sake of arguing.
What happened to Manuel? He was driving down the street when someone was in a match, which caused a dog to bark, scaring a guy in a fight.
But sometimes it's necessary, to be real. Get people to pay attention.
That just happens all the time. Yeah, I don't know, man. I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Because we're not getting anywhere. And the story now is not even
Exactly right.
But it's the story's not empty. The story's not that much.
I was just looking at the age of Paul I mean, he was revealed that this kind of stuff. He's never really made something that real. He always seemed to have too much of it. How does this feel? Why are there more people coming forward helping us understand how our government?
No, he's actually a Pisces,
I think there's a strong probability.
so he should get along with you perfectly, but, you know, astrology doesn't really mean anything, so. Like you, I just follow it for fun.
So that's probably a particular distinct possibility. But it really is so hard to believe that they keep botching it this poorly when it's a rather simple endeavor. So I'm like, when I think about how everything's dropped and stories, I'm just thinking, what is their intended goal with this? It's not hard.
OMG.
They could have just been like, here's 3 sentences, Dan, for you to say on TV, and then that's it. We're gonna talk about it.
Well, I don't know if it was a figure of speech or what, but Pam Bondi, when she went on Jesse Waters, and I think it was that one, where she said at first that they had given her just a very teeny tiny little file, and then she says, and this is her word, that there were truckloads of information at SDNY, Southern District, New York, truckloads of information. So I just don't get it now when they're now saying that there's nothing. I mean, Drew, I hear you though. Like, as far as what exactly happened there or whatever, I don't have a burning desire to know. But I guess the question is, can we trust this administration, especially because they held this up to us? Pam Bondi gave those reporters folders that said something like most transparent administration ever, Epstein files. They made this into a symbol of transparency. So for them to know it,
It's very simple what's happening. They're saying we're going to get rid of those Moderna vaccines. But to me, look, temporality is the
Okay.
So I think everything needs to happen in its time.
What if they bring in magnesia?
And to you some virtual this too. He said, I've seen the trial. It's real. There's a lot of stuff there. I can't tell you.
And he said, I know who's on it, but it's confidential, I can't say. They should release it.
But there was sort of a sense of urgency that there's a lot of stuff.
I think Dershowitz wants it released because he's accused, and there's
wish our cameras actually did it justice. Don't you? When it's big and beautiful like that, it'd be nice if our cameras did it justice.
Good riddance.
And they pulled him aside. They said, we kind of discovered this guy has been here for 4 years. We are in charge. We determine what goes on here. That is disgusting to me. That they're not serving the will of the people. That is anathema to the basic principles here. Then I talked to another guy flying from DC a couple months ago. He'd been in the DOJ for he said, no, it's actually that too. And we would just hire our own people alongside of your office. You know, there's no against them. And HHS came because there's been some complicated research organization. But this has been happening for a long time. Look, see, the Jacobins thought that they were sort of developing freedom and shaking free of oligarchy. They just took it's Louis XIV bureaucracy and ran it themselves, but it's still the bureaucratic state. That's the problem.
Well, they basically just were like, you know, for authoritarianism, we hyper-concentrated to a speed-run guillotine session. I saw this book that sounds like this. One take of authoritarianism procedure. Social ills will always have to make it good. Always. Whether it's Mao, Lenin, or you name it, Hitler, always in the name of good. Always. That's how bad it's done in society. You can tell less reaction to I know they like park on schools and this, that, and the other. 2.0, they're just like, this is so evil. And they just love a bunch of like BS court cases on the right side of the government.
I wasn't so tired these days. What from? Is it still from your time or something else?
You've still got thousands of state bureaucrats that you want to put up. They cannot get on the house. They've never made any house in their lives. They live and breathe this ideology. Because they're going to go quietly into this good night? No, they're going to form some sort of like parallel system that's going to constantly try and a well-funded parallel system that's going to constantly try and undermine this election every time. And so there's two things that concern us. First of all, I don't know how effective polyglots will be because pretty much all of our opponents are total psychos, and so they're not really amenable to that sort of thing. Second of all, did you see the photos that came out today from the State Department? They've sacked a lot of people. They've honestly said, if you're still left behind, remember, your mission is to fight fascism. Again, certainly American people know it's to create an ideological permanent government against people. Those some differences between cultures. Where can I find it? I'll send it to search.
About the polygraphs, though, like the worst survivors are actually probably the ones that we have done. The polygraphs are not even admissible in court, are they?
I'm just thinking, your asylum is granted with I think asylum may well be necessary eventually. So, the only key to my countries actually here in the state of it's the really effective. There's a sweet, pretty bus places, weird buses in our population, locking people up and running outside of things, just like jihadists
heat, mental anguish, maybe medication withdrawal too. Oh, I'm incredibly busy. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily these days. Yes, time.
Over and over again, she feels fine.
Sheesh, everything piling on top of itself. Don't burn the candle at both ends, sweetheart. Face yourself.
Fascist fascism. Remember the oath you swore to uphold. We have a death cult in our government. And they are actively trying to subvert the will of the American vote. I mean, Joe Biden won, and Republicans grumbled and got mad, and claimed, many of them claimed that it was stolen. Then, during Biden's administration, they sought to imprison Trump, his lawyers. The White House never responded in kind to that force used by the left. Not on the streets, not in government, not even in manpower. And that's a terrifying prospect.
What's really terrifying is that Trump's arranged
Look at that.
and also I have to say that obviously this is not, I understand that, I secretly think it should be.
People just self-diagnose with this issue. You're a narcissist. That's it. Narcissism trigger.
Well, we were talking a great deal about this morning. The mass formation psychosis that is taking over this country and our country.
Trying your best.
I don't know if there's a functional solution.
I understand, Sonya. I'm here for you.
We live in. Let's just do this. Let's take a run.
Just make sure you're getting yourself plenty of sleep when you can.
There is a majority that we reasonably discern the earth is round. The average person who does assumes it to be true based on the majority of society. So you know less than scientists, reasonable. But they tend to be rational. And if you can talk to a regular person and say, fair point, I never checked, but I think it probably makes sense based on the horizon. Flat earth people are like, I saw a bunch of videos online, eating here this plan, and then there's a generation, and these things make no sense. They're made up things on the internet. Turn it into politics. How do you deal with millions of people voting? Imagine if people were voting to tip the earth. We're going to tip the earth over. And it's just like, what are you talking about? You can't do that. But this is the world we're living in. What do?
This is
With
not
better
good.
law enforcement.
This
and make the
madness
earth
will
smile.
end.
This is what the Vatican was so concerned about, right? That's why they limited it originally to landowners, and then when they came up with the idea of public education, they were really concerned with who should be a participant in the democratic process. We decided, we won't have Randy Jackson as much rules as possible was the answer, and I think this was a value that education is a critical ingredient that if you're not going to have an educated public, well, it's going to be although you have an educated public, it's not going so well over there either. I'm not sure that's the entire answer. No, we don't. Well, you want to replace the public with a completely digital population around the world to also not intelligent.
Yeah. Well, why don't you try to take a friend with you? Or maybe a couple. Preferably a male friend that can protect you. Alright? And that way you'll be able to continue going, despite the doofuses out there.
But Connor, I know you're having problems in London, but have you ever just considered the upside that you've got curry and waffle?
Yeah, it turns out that actually the biggest curry producer in the UK, where the
girlfriend.
I would rather have civilization.
What about family members?
I'm saying going to a civilized restaurant and sit down.
You take your brothers with you.
Pizza would be really fun.
You know, though, you are raising an interesting point about the religion issue and the culture issue. Because as you said as well, Drew, like with the founding fathers and when they were thinking about and one of the things that they were very clear about is that we would only survive as a republic with freedom if we actually had a religion, right? Like they actually, yeah.
What would this bring from the right buyer?
I wish I did. I've been reading about this. It's become almost like a taboo to discuss. But the Christian religion does, for example, when it comes to the concept of justice.
You'd have to defend them? What? Didn't you tell me your younger brother was a tank of a man?
That when you look at justice, when you look at court systems, according to a Judeo-Christian system,
You're saying you'd have to defend the druggies. Because if that be the case, then so be it. They shouldn't be druggies. They're both pacifists. Oh. Well, I mean, if they're being attacked, then they could, then they'd defend themselves, wouldn't they?
Let's jump to the story of the Telegram. Trump to be denied address to Parliament on slave visitors president not be given the honor enjoyed by Barack Obama or Trump on the draft on their stance. I think the U.S. should
There's no need for it.
Actually,
You gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm not joking.
and you would be able to do nothing if we didn't.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, all army is.
They're ruining your ability to enjoy the lake because they want to do their drugs and put you in a dangerous situation. That's not acceptable.
So we have to landslide majority with 4 votes. The majority lost by 2018. They are the most unpopular government on the world. Brand new government. We'll touch on the space program. The reason it's important doing this, by the way, is it has successful. It's because all of his members of his cabinet have slanted Trump relentlessly. So David Lange, who's the thickest man in Britain's operator, once wrote an article in Time magazine that Trump was first president calling him a member of the KKK, neo-Nazi, misogynist, and the administration had a cordial conversation, and they're worried that half of the Labour government is going to walk out and protest, which does address politics, that's what will happen. So Labour are in power, they're kind of counter-acting because they traditionally relied on and about 5 of their cabinet members, 3 to 5, are probably going to lose their seat in the next election because they only won by a couple of hundred votes because Muslim independent candidates ran purely pro-Palestine. There were 4 Muslim independent candidates elected for the last election who formally declared opportunity.
Like a guaranteed go day.
So they're hemorrhaging votes to the left. As far as the right in Britain, as far as it exists, the last Conservative government just delivered net 1 billion immigration. You guys know that. We're the same state. So we have the same level of immigration as you guys did under the Conservative government. They've been told that they're not years, and they've sent appointed Ken Baker to the party while Rick Kennedy resigning. The previous government over their
first job was as a J.C. Penney associate back in 2008. I only had the job for like a month because I ended up going starting second semester college pretty quickly. What about you? When was your first job? What was your first job? Didn't you see my resume? Are you gonna hire me for something? What's this? Catalog delivery girl. Okay. Good deal. Definitely a good first job. If you really want to see my resume, I mean, I can send it to you, sure. But that's kind of a silly thing to do. Oh, dang it. I meant to catch the seat that way.
They're kidnapping children from produce farms. It's like, wow. So how will we possibly drug
the last 3 or so months at least, the main topic that's dominated the UK discourse here is drink chat, civil war. Now, we don't talk about this in our country. It's not a thing that we've really spoken about since the 17th century. The Brits are quite shy and polite and reserved. The man who's the former government advisor Dominic Cummings, who would be a fantastic guest on Portugal, by the way, coming forward and saying, you know, I'm doing right briefings in 2020. You cannot underestimate the level of delusion that these politicians have, and their urge to project to the public by being able to still pretend they're in control. All they seem to be doing is planting, noticing the problem, while stopping the immigration, policies that led to this problem. And there's an academic called David Betts who works at King's College London, and he's studied all of
I'm secretly being interviewed for a job. Who would have thought? Alright.
Why are you saying this now? Why not telling the government? I'm telling the government it's going on. The reason the government can't is it's possibly. Okay, so there might be 2 groups of them. Or there might be one group who wants it, one group who doesn't. I genuinely think that we are run by, yes, demented ideological socialists, but also total crippling idiots. There's an interview with Keir Starmer where he says, I don't think the man on drink. I don't think the man's life. He says he doesn't drink. It's in the Guardian. Genuinely. There's look up Keir Starmer doesn't drink. He's also announced a speech that he gave for
Okay, sure.
It's the only time he was.
Let's see what I got. Give me a second.
He said, oh, I don't drink.
Ugh.
It was like, what burger?
I haven't used or opened these up in quite some time. They haven't been updated. So let's see.
Should we have like you got if you want to be president?
Where did I
you do
put
that thing
those?
Where they ask you to look on the chart of what an apple looks like in your mind. Yes. And you've got to if you select anything below like at least 5 or 4, it's just like I'm sorry.
Yes. I mean, it's like the Civil War talk. It's not surprising because it's like if you have an entire, I mean, COVID, so the Englishman is actually maybe possibly more conservative than Americans. And it's like if you have a huge contingent of population very angry, they don't have a population that represents them. Or sorry, a party that represents them. What do you think is going to happen?
No, this one. Just you bring them in and say congratulations, you want to file to run for office. Tell me, when you visualize an apple, which number do you see? And Keir Starmer will smile. It's like, okay, well, you are ineligible. Now, we can be nice and say 1 through 4 is okay.
I don't remember where I put it.
I suppose people get upset though because they're like, what's it called? It's like Fantasia, is that what it is? When you can't visualize something in your mind. No,
He literally wrote the textbook on how to apply human rights law.
I'm telling you, it's been so long since I've given it to anybody. I don't even remember where it is. I kind of gave up on the pursuit.
You know, we talk about mass formation psychosis. I'm somewhat being facetious, but sometimes I look at the zombification with people, like we were talking with Amy Best earlier. She's the story of the struggle session and people saying.
I'll find it. It's just gonna take me a sec.
Like, are these zombies? Are these people conscious, reasoning individuals?
There was a book written by Lansky's lead exorcist where he says that people applying for demonic possession are in a state of faithlessness and vice. And so you're in a civilization that is godless, addicted to drugs,
Hey.
slaughtering television, has nothing to do with the ideology of politics. Well, you might be able to get to the average NPC continues to refer to this as you said television without this. Well, yeah, this is quite black, but the only, so I am very tech skeptic, and the only beneficial thing about this though is that this is what's turning a hell of a lot of young men right now, especially video games, because you cannot deny that end result of us you are seeing. This is where I've become obsessed with the Douglas Murray's called secular they put there, and they're meant to be investigating the causes of civil conflict, riots, and constant declaration. And what's their pre-point conclusion? Well, it's changes on the federal rights.
Second, what do you call it? Second order effects. Look, that makes sense from the analogy that I use. I say that we are chickens in a chicken coop, and it's meant to be somewhat silly, but the general idea is, I got a chicken coop. I don't care what they do every day, as long as they make eggs. If at any point there is some kind of tumult, I'm going to say, stop the tumult. I want the eggs. I don't care why they're fighting. I want them to stop fighting. So in this regard, they're saying, I don't care.
There you
what
go.
the problems are.
I found one of them. It's not the most.
So,
It's not the one that I used to get my last job, but it's one of them.
many slaves, I would free many more if only they knew they were slaves. It's an interesting quote, but when you expand what it means psychologically, it's that if people can't conceptualize of something, it doesn't make sense to them. Perception is reality. So if they're saying, look, we're going to put two young men that
Took
are
me a
seeing
second
this
there.
problem, is there a way by which we can reduce their ability to communicate to each other so they can't get off the restaurant? Then the problem is solved. Care why they're mad. Just, you know what we do? This is a really great example, actually. The chickens fight. And it causes them stress, and they're stressed, and they're late. So you know what we do? We put blinders on their faces. And then they walk around, and they can't see anything, and they go like this half the time.
say then.
Then they started calling me vice president. And I'm like, how did in 2 years, people that had an entire world near that had open up, turn into whatever this zombie is? And within 2 years...
Why'd you retract the last message?
blew my mind.
again, this instinct to sort of intrusion that feels like should be more
there's a piece, I suppose, to like older folks because we do feel like we inherited a mess. But then I speak to the people who I was there on those issues. So
And not only that, we inherited a mess. And we were busy, again, like I said, we were talking about and actually had a lot to offer. We just didn't know it.
yeah, I
We
agree.
were busy dancing.
It does feel from my perspective that yeah, like maybe the older generations did the show system was actually did pretty well for flourishing.
So they broke the chain of the great lands of civilization. And it feels like we have actually inherited far less cultural wisdom than our predecessors. So, for example, let's talk about relationships. It's about a third of the 1850s never got crazy. It's a really horrible book. Yeah, and the reason it's been outsourced to things like dating apps, I've been very into dating apps, so I don't think it really is to quite, yeah. There's also weirdly the internet, there was a piece in the Atlantic quite a while ago about the genesis of obsession and the internet all out. You sort of defines your pregnancy with interaction. Yeah.
Overbuilding.
Sexual relationship consumers. Like, well, whatever you can do in the privacy of your bedroom is totally fine because it's society effect. But also, dating is particularly vicious. Full disclosure, after railing against dating apps, my wife and I
trouble over a tattered
Essentially,
book.
raise the point. Yeah, all the sexual ones reflect are this person's quality. That's how they think. That's been the most give and take, love, affection, negotiation. Freya India wrote a really good subset on this recently, and she was a gentleman like that. And there's a good passage in it where she said, basically, our generation has been locked with this sort of sexual freedom presented through this generation as such a modern they should targeted lust to be likely to consumers. They have faced no backlash from government for their qualification seriousness. Mainly on the gross consumer elements that are around that. We have seen this for decades, and we are told that we enter that fascinating to expect love, affection, openness, long-term. It's like, well, we basically pry an entire generation free from all the other things.
I hear you, but biology is
Overburdened. I can't. Stetson's ring is removed.
Mine is different from what you guys are describing because to your point, when a person is engaging in porn, they typically are more likely to a moments of intense feelings and stuff as you said they and sometimes they may feel shame but they wait till the next time they're going to use the porn. But when you have an actual robot putting it, then you have to sit there in your normal day-to-day life, looking at the robot, and some part of you might think, what?
There's an app they released that was like a and immediately they would start using it as sex. And so the companies that were shutting this down causing it to revolt. And then they were turning it back on only for people who are really grandfathered in to be able to send sex messages to a robot. You know it's a robot, and it just works.
locked.
And then
It's
I
locked.
think that was about a year. I think recently they announced they were turning it back on. Because what happens is, they do OnlyFans. The intention of OnlyFans was supposed to be a website where creators, podcasters, musicians could make bonus content for fans. Porn took over, and the CEO tried shutting it down. And then the company started spiraling and going under. So the investors are like, yo, hey, we'd rather be rich, so turn it back on. My understanding, I could be wrong, is that this AI program turned sex back on. These people are not doing this. These are guys, and it's really simple. 26-year-old guy, and he says, I will take fake love and lust over nothing. And so they'll take it. So they're going to have local girlfriends, and they're gonna feel somewhat bad probably, but they'll feel better than the bad. And they're going to feel like, we're going to do something. We're going to have gigantic, tall, dark, and handsome, rebel dudes.
It's not even a rational choice as well. It's just happening in biology. It's saying, right, I was an egg. Oh, she's talking to me and showing interest. And even though I believe myself, it's not necessarily real. And on the point, it's not as simple as they use it, they shut it, they become not only an obsession, and then tie it to their subculture, but there are guys that use it to self-talk their anxiety, which is self-talk by the way, so they can use it for actual
Well,
sport.
I'll admit, I'm not what has like oddly meaningful chats with ChatGPT. How everything is
Ouija board.
the voice feature is pretty incredible.
And you can already, so a couple years ago, you can raise a little bit of those people, they modded Skyrim for female companions.
do. There's something not
And he's
right.
cock-blocking himself. And I thought that was the funniest response. Not that I completely agree with on the red pill things, but it was clear what she was saying. And was going to be weaponized by the red pill people in that he was cock-blocking himself. Because one of their arguments is, women control men through sex, and by him choosing an alternate ideology to better himself, they would no longer give him that sex. And they're angry now that they can't use it to gain things from him.
I gotta tell you, when I first saw
a good scene, and I like it because there's like bad guys who are like, you look, your hero is the shit. So I, what does it does? There's other scenes. I'm not gonna put it in other scenes too. Just do some genuine directions. Yeah, seriously, go back to your wrestling buddy. But I like these things. It is. This is epic. That Peacemaker character is so stupid. I don't know, I like it. To be fair, if they toned down just a little bit, they could stand to increase the serious factor while keeping the vibrant colors and a little bit of the levity. Because even DC had lovely times, like we were joking about that scene in the Justice League cartoon where Lex Luthor picks up the Flash's body. And it's like, well, the second we figure out Flash's secret identity, he takes the mask off and goes, exactly, great. So there can be humor in it, but it is more serious. Yeah, yeah, I know you don't like it, but understand, DC was not doing these movies were not doing it.
Actually, if I listen to this, very well done.
Man of Steel, eventually, Man of Steel, Flash,
That's the literal kind of makes sense. But like this is not as much as you don't get to the way the fans actually want to especially Justice League. They just deteriorate it into nonsense. I don't think this is what I think of
I actually do think
I am overboard.
Sure, but he has a quick cameo as Maximum
I
Law.
can't.
I disagree. No, he is not like that. I know, but I like the depiction of him.
his slick and suave.
That's what they think. But I agree, it's not like he gave the book.
Yeah, exactly.
But the scene he's in is the only time they actually say anything political. But it's neutral political, and it is fun. I think everybody.
What do you mean?
It's not targeting any.
I don't think it's much better than this guy's doing.
I didn't hate The Flash. It's just so horribly miscast. And the movie was, I give it a D plus C minus. I won't watch it again, but I was not walking like Star Wars: The Last Jedi. That was on the walk out of the theater. But the only reason I didn't was because I was like, I need to see the movie after I'm done. But there was another movie that I would walk out. I almost walked out so when the interdimensional monkeys were sending tweets. Not kidding. No joke. And I was spoiled at that theater. I was like, I'm kidding. What? Almost right after Mr. Truman comes in, and I'm like, I gotta watch Mr. Truman. And then it completely freaking insane. And I was like, okay, you brought me back. Alright. I'm people who earn their power. I don't. I think his character is good, but that's why Iron Man, Batman, Doctor Strange, he studies runs, he uses magic. Mr. Terrific invents things just like Batman and Iron Man does. I love characters that they show that humans can have this tremendous power through hard work. And that's why Lex Luthor's a great character as well, but he's evil about it. Anyway, let's grab some more super chats. We got a few minutes. Taylor Lorenz X says, Dr. Drew, you live. Oh, I'm not reading.
You live as an old reading from Love Life for the latter days of the show.
And then there's a statement that's inappropriate, which I won't read. Love OG Love Line. I took one J&J COVID jab. How's free that one?
That one didn't seem to belong to the problem. I took that one too.
But the statement after you live was, you might know what it is. It's probably a joke from you men, but welcome to the work. I'm not going to read it. making laws that govern you, to vote on them, and enforce the laws that are governing you. That is why it's important. Alright, what we got here? Tech Ball says, according to Bondi, the number of victims increased from 200,000 to number of perpetrators has dropped to 1. With all that power, why is she still? According to the memo that was released, Maxwell was still trafficking 2,000. So they're storing out that Maxwell was supplying drugs to Jeffrey Epstein. And then it's like, oh wow, money. The violence. Okay, you're right. It was a boat. Who drove the boat? Probably had more than one person on the boat. Somebody was transporting this place. Jonathan Westcott says, do you think the reason for Bungino Dash being insistent on FD putting himself, maybe they found that he was in witness protection? Some people believe that. Yeah. I'm shocked that he was in witness protection. Or they think he killed himself is because he didn't actually die at all. And the video footage was shot to be shown to them. I don't know. Maybe. Alright. KS Man says Charlene was a literal demon. He did not actually kill one of his best friends. Monotone says, Tim, would you please consider sharing my GSG prototype? She's undergoing spinal fusion surgery once, and don't know how we are going to make ends meet as a dual household. It's give, send, go, slash. Rest in peace. R-E-S-E-P, peace. Andrew says the SAC USAD staff admitted they ran cover revolutions to stop leaders from challenging and happening in the U.S. defeat. They have been news about it. I think Trump should try to also conspiracy and law enforcement track them down and arrest them.
I can't use that yet.
Oh, yeah. He's got
We spent years watching incredibly elaborate theories about weapons, specific crime conspiracies, liberalism, communism. That's just US government.
Yeah. All right, my friends, if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, share the show with everyone. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. I hope you guys have a great weekend. We got clips coming up from Resurrected, of course, but then we'll go around with some of the you want to shop again.
Yes, you can catch the show times and groups on YouTube. And for everyone, it's just my name, Conceptual Creative. Most of my writing is on Courage Media.
And my agent dropped me because of this book, and the publisher didn't want to do this book. They asked me if I would do some other book, any book, but I said that I really want to do this book. So please help support me. It's my first publishing expert.
A couple TV shows, Hollywood Demon, check that out. That's streaming on Max and social conception on my play. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 2 o'clock Pacific time, we do a show on Rumble, Ask Us to Reach Us on YouTube. You can follow me on X at Real Estate Brown and Instagram at Real Estate Brown. I have thousands of followers on X. I would share some stories.
Maybe we should just do a show where we can be really drunk, and then you tell the story and we just blast out.
Just to click like. Yeah, exactly.
All right, everybody, we're back, of course, on Monday. Clips out the weekend. Thanks for hanging out.
Alright, I'm gonna finish this act and then we'll switch to the marathon. Ugh. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 108 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today is going to be a review of Christopher Langan's The Art of Knowing. I read this significantly faster than I anticipated. Now, it's not a very long book. It's about, 140 pages? Yeah, 139 pages. Of course, as I've said before, I'll say it again, 5 pages of his book is like 20 pages of anybody else's book, because the guy writes very dense. He writes very dense because he is extremely intelligent. He's got an IQ of about 200, which has been tested on multiple occasions for him. It's actually what he's known for. He's insanely, insanely smart. One of the smartest people to have ever lived, and that's not me just saying that. He's got the works to prove it, this being one of them. But what I like about this, and I mentioned this in a short a little bit ago, is that in general, it's rather easy to comprehend. He doesn't make it opaque. Though, I do have to say, once he got to On Absolute Truth and Knowledge, which is one of the essays in this book, it's right around page 100 or so, he starts to get opaque again. He starts using a lot of neologisms, which that means new words that he created, but they're accurate, and they make sense. They're words that are real words. It's just nobody's ever used them before, and it's using the actual structure and syntax of English. So they're real words, and a person as smart as him, no joke, can make new words. You know, I don't pretend to be as intelligent as he is, but I'm in league with him, and I've done that myself. I have. So, it's a very interesting book. A lot of really, really good ideas, as one might suspect, for somebody as smart as him. The first few essays, which are all about 10 pages, almost exactly 10 pages, and I think he did that intentionally for the first 40 pages of the book, just to make it so that it was a little bit easier for a person to digest, so that once they got 40 pages in, they were going to, quote-unquote, fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy and actually finish the rest of the book. No doubt that played at least a small part in why he decided to do what he did. He made all of the first essays 10 pages, first 4, and very, for him, plain English. For anybody else, like, mind-blowingly crazy. It's very much worth a read. If you're looking for something that will challenge your perspectives, both scientifically and theologically, it's definitely worth a read. Let's see, I've got some points here. So, essay 2, as all the essays have to do with in this book, is free will. He was talking about neural signals. Yes, this is what it was. The neural signals that are detected in the mind, in the cerebral cortex and in the nervous system of the human body, when they're thinking of moving an appendage or something. Actually, the movement occurs before the signal is sent. So,
this is getting into the idea of the chicken and the egg, and how the way he explains it is that reverse time is technically possible, and how will can act in both directions in time. Your perception, your ability to affect reality can work in both directions. This I very strongly agree with. Though I do think there might have been some confounding variables in the study. I'd have to see how it was actually conducted, in that it could be that the person who said verbally, I'm going to move my hand to the right or the left or whatever, and the signal being sent and the ordering of it, it could have been that he just had, or she just had to think about the thing first before they did the action. They had to postulate in their minds. But even then, we're still cracking upon the surface of what actually is will in this regard. Is it still just a construction of different chemical reactions and all that? Or perception or layering of your story? It's really interesting to think about. And I found it very, very silly that one of the characters in his first few essays' last name is Nukem, like Duke Nukem. I think he probably did that on purpose. Obviously, it's meant to be tied with Newcomb, for Newcomb's paradox, of course, but I did find it funny. I think of Duke Nukem when I think of the last name Nukem. Probably because I watch Lazy Game reviews all the time. So, how does will actually work? How does time actually work? How are they interrelated? And yeah, I wrote this diagram as kind of an exposition on some stuff that he was talking about in the story. So this is the whole of the universe as shown by the cosmic background radiation that was detected in the Horn telescope many decades ago. And this is all around. Now, whether we can see or feel or go to any place outside of the whole of the universe is beside the point. The point is, we can conceptualize it. And if we can even conceptualize it as a thing, then it exists. It's the everything that is not the universe. It's crazy to think about. Because time is irrelevant out there. Physical space is irrelevant out there. But we can conceptualize it as an out there. Therefore, just like nouns, it is a thing. That is linked to how our perception actually makes reality. And distinctly tied, I think, into how Chris Langan argues free will and its existence in this compilation of essays. So I recommend it very strongly. It's seldom that I don't think I've ever not recommended something that Chris has written that I've read. But yeah, it's good. All right. That's all I got for today. Hopefully you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Why are the episodes of Doctor Who, a show that used to be my favorite show before it went woke, Heaven Sent and Hellbent, such episodes that resonate with me so powerfully? Welcome to day 184. I'm telling I'm a YouTube millionaire. So basically, the overarching theme of that pair of episodes is Clara, the woman who was his assistant at that time, which, by the way, in real life is a gorgeous woman, in my opinion, forcibly unalived by a crow, or a being that's taking the representation of a crow. And she did nothing to deserve it. She did nothing wrong. But it was placed upon her by some jackass. And some jackass in the Gallifreyan world, which is the Doctor's home world, specifically into a prison of their creating. Because they wanted him to explain to them the prophecy of the hybrid, which is a melding of the Daleks and the Time Lords. He doesn't actually have the information that they seek, per se, or rather, he doesn't know that he has it. But what happened there, why it resonates with me so profoundly, is that they put him in a prison that had essentially no escape. He was going to be there until he gave them what they sought. Except there was an escape. It's just that the escape seemed so ridiculously far away and difficult to attain that anybody who was sane would give up. At least, that's what you might think. He had to punch his way through a wall of splantium, which is, in that show, a material that's like 1,000 times stronger than diamond, that was 20 feet thick, after he discovered that that was where he needed to go, which took months for him to figure out. And he'd have a handful of seconds to punch the wall with his bare hands before the stalker in his prison would get him, finally, and cause him to pass away. But the way the torture chamber was designed was it was supposed to be zero entropy. So, no energy out of the system, no energy into the system. What's there is there. That means that whenever the Doctor would dissipate and go on to the next life, he would reform into exactly who he was before, without any of his memories, essentially precisely how he came into the torture chamber. He'd have to go through the entire process again to re-find the way out and get a handful of seconds in each one of those lives to punch at the wall of splantium with his bare fists. I mean, maybe perhaps if he wanted to, he could take off one of his shoes and whack it with his shoes. But the point stands. So it goes with the design of this reality. Everything might be stacked up against you. And everybody might know what's actually going on. But they ain't gonna tell you, because you need to get this done. And it does have an end state. It's basically a reversal of the roles between Satan and God, in that God has to suffer for a near eternity to save his children, humanity. But of course he's willing to do it. That's a reward that is infinitely important. So, as I've explained to you guys, all the various things that have happened in my lives, I still haven't given you all of them, but a bunch of them, that would make a normal person, want to unalive themselves. Each one of those, consider it a standard deviation away from the norm in terms of how many people would be able to endure it without unaliving themselves. So one of those situations is a single standard deviation away, which means that only 15% of the population would be able to handle it. Two of them is 2 standard deviations away, 1% of the population would be able to handle it. 3 of them, 3 standard deviations away, 0.1% of the population would be able to handle it, etc., etc. All told, from what I can gather, just rough estimate, I've had about a dozen of those things happen to me. Maybe even more. The thing is, it's not even an option to me to do that other thing. It never has been. It never will be. You want to know why? Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. You could literally be walking through hell for a veritable eternity. Devastation and apocalypse around you in every direction. But if you're with God, if you're with love, none of that stuff matters. In my novel series, the main character, the scientist, is shown to do something like that. Everybody around him can see that after a veritable eternity, he does legitimately succeed in his goal of saving the universe, saving existence. But he's the only one that cannot see it until the very end, because he's literally making the reality as he does it. So everybody else can see the end state, as you and I might perceive. But every time he tries to look into that future with his time machine, all he sees is an empty, infinite entropy void, where everything has completely dissolved and it is perfectly uniform nothingness, where time no longer exists. The theorized end to the universe physicists currently believe it's probably going to go to. That's what he sees. And he keeps going anyway. Why? Because the people with whom he is working are what matter to him. He wants to be with them. He wants to have a personal relationship with them because he loves them. There's no end goal aside from that. He's already attaining it. And if he has to go through hell in order to accomplish it, all the more proof of his love for humanity and the other species with whom he works in the story. Basically all life. So every time I'm punched in the gut by this parasitic force behind the scenes, which is real, it's actually there. It provides all the more proof that I actually mean what I say. I actually believe what I say I believe. And I really do care about people as much as I say I do. And if I get nothing, no material possessions out of this, don't take it too seriously. Nobody gets out of this life alive. It's real stuff that's happened to me. And I will not let it be rendered irrelevant by nobody knowing that it has. Because I bring up that maybe everybody knows what's going on except for you. I'm not assuming that. Nobody knows what's going on except for a handful of people that are actually carrying out the torture. The devil, as you might say. But even so, I will continue. If nobody were to see it, that would be a shame. But I'm trying to do everything I can to ensure that the story does not go quietly into the good night. That it will be heard. You have to do the same thing. Communication is everything. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 154 and I'm a YouTube millionaire. Signal is a very, very secure app. But you guys have to realize just how many scammers there are out there nowadays. They're all over the place. I watch channels like Scammer Payback and others, and they're a good counterbalance, but they are, even as big as they are, hopelessly and hilariously outgunned by the sheer number, the sheer volume of scammers out there. I literally just got texted on Signal by some person that goes by H. I have no idea who they are. Now, phishing can happen in many, many ways. P-H-I, what is that? S-H-I-N-G? Yeah, so the scamming type of phishing. Do you really think that doofuses can't get on Signal and do doofus things? After 2016, the sheer number and volume and density or whatever of scammers in the world positively exploded. Now, like I said, I made a video a little bit ago talking about Price's Law and the Pareto distribution, Pareto principle. How 80% of the productivity comes from 20% of the people, or the square root of any company gives you, the number of people in a company gives you half of that company's productivity. A singular person who is entrepreneurial or industrious with a nefarious mindset can produce a legion of scam facilities. Single-handedly, essentially. So I had mentioned the very powerful movers in our world like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, how they single-handedly are changing logistics across the world as well as getting us to Mars. Well, we also have people who can single-handedly sabotage, like George Soros and Alex Soros and others. It has been shown, proof positive, that the Open Societies Foundation has been fomenting dissent in the United States and really the Western world writ large. There is evidence upon evidence upon evidence to prove it. You follow the money and you find it goes back to that. It goes back to Alex and George Soros. Of course they can find a way into the most secure app out there to sabotage people trying to make the world a better place. I cannot get into the mind of George Soros. I can't understand how he could be so disgustingly evil. How he could actually want these things to happen. The collapse of civilization. But he does. And so does his son. And all the people like him. Like Klaus Schwab et al. So, when you see good people out there that are trying to do good things, that end up having some trouble even on the most secure app in the world, I'm talking about Pete Hegseth and his orbit of hardworking individuals trying to make the world stable. When you see them make a slip up and let some doofus into their secure conversations, that still can happen. Alright? Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. There's holes everywhere. There are sleeper cells everywhere. There are evil people everywhere. And some of them don't even know that they're sleeper cells. I was talking in my last video about people who suddenly become possessed and their perspective completely shifts. Like that Renee girl that I had met in Omaha, Nebraska, who suddenly gained 150 pounds and became a social justice warrior idiot after she met me. Stuff like that all the time. She always had that deep in her mind that she was for social justice, blah, 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 but she corrupted it when she was possessed by whatever this force was. There's so much sabotage and chaos going right now that any semblance of order and law and stability whatsoever, we must cling on to as best as we can and do everything that we can, everything in our power, to ensure that it stays stable. It is not a fun situation right now. But that's what happens when you're at wartime. It's a short one today. That's all I'm going to say. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance, as our founding fathers said. So true. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Happy Memorial Day. I'm up especially early today for a plethora of reasons. First one is my dog Atlas had an accident, as happens on occasion. It's been happening with a little bit more frequency lately, though. I think it's possibly because I'm feeding him a bit too much cheese, so I probably need to change his diet. It's the 26th, by the way. May 26th of 2025 is Memorial Day this year. But yeah, I'm up. It's 2 a.m. right now. He woke me up from that, and also I was fasting the day before, which tends to make it rather difficult for me to get a full night's sleep. But honestly, I'm okay with it today, because today's going to be such a full day. There's so much stuff I need to get done that I might as well just get up really early, start it off quick, which I've already done some of the stuff, and then get to bed fairly early tonight, maybe around 8 p.m., and get up really early tomorrow morning. Well, not really early, but like 6 or 7 p.m. like I normally do, and go back to my normal schedule. But yeah, sometimes you just roll with the punches, and it doesn't really serve you to just lay in bed and contemplate your navel or look up at the roof, the ceiling. Might as well get up and start doing stuff and actively starting your day. You know, it kind of reminds me of how we used to get up super early in the military. When I was going on deployments, I remember we had to get up at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. sometimes, just to get ourselves ready to get on the airplane, the jet, to fly across the Atlantic Ocean to get to Qatar, so that we could do our deployment. And then, when we were actually at Qatar, we would be getting up at 1:30 in the morning every time we had to fly that day, which was pretty much every day. Because when you're out there on a deployment, they work you to the bone, because you're there to work. That is what you're there to do. And I burned holes in the sky back then. We would get up super early, do a flight briefing and all that stuff, and thankfully it was all very cookie cutter because we did it so much. It was so routine, but we got up really early to do it. But there's also another aspect to this. When it comes to Qatar and the many countries in that part of the world, due to where they are in the time zones and relative to the equator, the sun actually comes up really early there, pretty much year-round. It's very strange. Usually comes up at like 4:30 in the morning. So while we would get to our administrative building and prepare for brief and all that stuff at 1:30, we were taking off at maybe 4:30, and the sun was already up. It was very, very interesting. But yeah, you know, it's something I'm very accustomed to. It's not necessarily something that is ideal, not necessarily something that I want to do every day, but like I said, roll with the punches. If it turns out that this is how it's going to be, then so be it. I mean, I've got to work out today. We're going to go to the casino and do a slot stream. And my mom, I'm expecting, is probably going to get it pretty early to start that, because she's going to want to get back probably around 2 p.m. so that we can get ready for the little barbecue that we're having, the barbecue get-together that we're having at home. My brother Alan, well, all my brothers are going to be here, and their families. My uncle, obviously, my aunt, they live with us. So it's going to be a pretty nice get-together. And also it gives me a little bit more time to brood over a financial decision that I'm preparing to make. Because I want that house that's next door. I want that house. And because I want to buy up this whole court eventually. And if I have to liquidate my emergency savings to do it, I'm gonna. Now, mind you, it's just one emergency savings. I have many others. But so be it. I want that property. And I don't have the credit for it, because as you guys know, I've been duking it out with these demons for decades now, and it's decimated my credit worthiness, but that's how it is. You just kind of gotta, again, roll with the punches. And I'm putting it in God's hands, you know. You don't keep any of this. I'm not trying to be stupid, but you don't keep these resources. This is it's a scary financial decision, even for me. A person who touts himself as fairly financially stable and savvy, but the houses in California are so goddamn expensive that you have no choice. You have no choice. And I need to get my family together. They mustn't be a diaspora. They mustn't be atomized. And this is honestly something that there's a tradition in society of it, where entire towns would be family members, and still are in the United States. There's a little town up in the mountains on your way to Reno, from where I'm currently living, that's 13 people, and it's one or two families that started a town together. And you can do the same thing with a court. Now, obviously, we're already a municipality in Roseville, but I'm just saying that. You get yourself a postal code in the middle of nowhere. If you wanted to start your own city, your own town, you can do that. You just need a post office. So, yeah. That's where I'm at right now. I'm leaving the financial decisions chips where they may fall, in the hands of God, praying that He will finally give me the breakthrough that I'm searching for. And if He's waiting for me to completely give up, to let go of everything for that to happen, well, I think I'm kind of indicating that I'm letting go and letting God, as they say. So, there you go. I've got resources, but I'm not a wealthy man. I just try to manage them well. So, you want me to be honest on this channel, guys? There you go. It's it's nerve-wracking right now, but we're gonna get through it. I want that house. All right, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 133 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Wanted to talk a little bit more about Price's Law and the Pareto Principle in this video. So the Pareto Principle, also known as the 80-20 rule, is kind of a more generalized version of Price's Law. Basically, what it's telling you is that 80% of the productivity of a company comes from 20% of the people that work for said company, or any institution for that matter. It's not simply a company. Could be a central government, could be a school, could be any number of things. But the 80-20 rule indicates, and this has been proven time and time again in the free market throughout history pretty much, so 20% produce 80% of the productivity. Price's Law is an extension of this, basically, saying that the square root of the population of any institution or company, what have you, produces half of that company's productivity. So a business with 10,000 workers, the top 100 performers, produce half of that company's productivity. Now, this is extremely important to understand for a multitude of reasons. Like I said, it's not just business. It's countries, it's institutions, it's education, it's the advancement of society writ large. Let's look at somebody like Isaac Newton, one of the smartest human beings to have ever lived. It is proposed that his IQ was somewhere around 190. He was a lousy student because he was focusing on other things while he was in school. But he literally invented calculus, almost single-handedly. The only people who had any concept of this beforehand was Archimedes, with his Archimedes palimpsest, which was thousands of years prior. And that was information that we had lost to the annals of history. Okay? This is a singular individual who essentially created the entire branch of mathematics known as calculus. And he was a polymath. That's not all he did. He also did tons of work in optics, in physics, in chemistry, and even a little bit in alchemy, because everybody has a little bit of a whimsy, you know. So, and then you have people like Da Vinci, who literally conceptualized aircraft before anybody else, hundreds of years before anybody else even had the idea that we might be able to fly one day. And then you have Hypatia, who was the first person to ever write down a poem thousands upon thousands of years ago. I believe it was using Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I can't recall. You'd have to look that up. And then you have people today like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, even though I don't like him because he's not a trustworthy person, President Trump, Grant Cardone, who is a real estate entrepreneur, Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, and then Warren Buffett, or I call him Warren Woof Woof because I'm a goof. So essentially, these people, you can continue with this square root idea continuously, over and over and over. So you have a world of 8 billion people. Square root it, you get the number of people that produce half of the entire planet's productivity. It actually does line up. Sorry, my hair's all over the place. And then you square root it again, blah, blah, blah. Basically, you get like the top 20 people in the entire planet producing about 12% of the productivity of said planet. It lines up. Okay? So if you stop any one of these people, who it tends to be pretty clear who they are if they don't stay silent, if they keep on trying. If you stop, silence, squelch any one of these people, you're not just stopping that person from getting employment or from being like a pilot or something at an airline, but you're literally chopping off at the knees potentially 10% of all global output from a singular person. Let's look at Elon Musk again. He's literally single-handedly, not really, obviously he's got his businesses and stuff that are comprised of tens of thousands of people, don't get me wrong, but it's his effort, his conscientiousness that is single-handedly getting us to Mars, producing the most advanced electric vehicles the Earth has ever seen, creating boring companies, like, drilling holes into the ground, boring. Single-handedly. Jeff Bezos essentially single-handedly revolutionized logistics the world over. One person. One person. Yes, their companies have tens of thousands of people, but if they weren't there, those companies wouldn't be. Bill Gates, don't like the guy, but Microsoft Windows comprises the main operating system of roughly half of all computers across the entire planet. Donald Trump, a multi-billionaire real estate investor. Grant Cardone, a billionaire real estate investor. Mark Zuckerberg produced Facebook, controls Meta, Instagram, all those things. One person. And then you look at countries like South Africa, where the only thing you need in order for this system to properly work is gratitude. Grace. As God says, my grace is enough. In South Africa, the people that live there are attacking the producers. They do not have gratitude. They're trying to steal, lie, and cheat to take their stuff away. So South Africa's crumbling because of that. You look at the European Union. They are a union of countries that has roughly twice the population of the United States, and yet is only a fraction of our productivity because they're lazy. That laziness has led them to socialism. Socialism is for people who don't want to work hard. And the overwhelming majority of people, I love people, don't get me wrong, but the overwhelming majority of people are lazy. When you see one of these top Pareto Principle individuals, they're doing a shit ton of stuff. A shit ton. I consider myself at the top of that, but somebody who's had my knees, I've been kneecapped. I've written a novel. I'm going to write many more. I already have 5 written that I haven't published yet. I was an Air Force pilot. I was in the Air Force. I have a master's in electrical engineering. I ran 18 marathons before I could no longer walk properly. I could list it. I'm a real estate entrepreneur. I own 22 units out in Ohio. One thing after another, and I'm being wasted. There's so much more I could do. But nobody wants to hire me for what I'm worth. If I get a job, it's usually for like 10 cents an hour, and I'm not exaggerating about that. That's what's happening with, I also built a YouTube channel with my mom with 26,000 subscribers on it, and it's going to get a lot bigger because I'm not giving up on it, but they're paying me essentially 10 cents per hour because they're not paying like they should be, because they're not giving me views, not giving my mom's channel views. Since I manage that channel, I will be getting half of the income from it. And that's really just because I manage money a little bit better than my mom, so I'm holding on to a bunch of it. But there's no money coming in from there. So I keep on getting kneecapped. So when I said in my last video, I'm a champion, that's what I meant. I'm very, very, very capable. So when you're chopping me off at the knees, you're not just chopping off one airline pilot or one electrical engineer that might go and do some coding for a Fortune 500 company for $200,000 a year or something. No. you're chopping off somebody at the knees who might be 10% potentially of the entire productivity of the world. That's fucked up. That's demonic. That is demonic. So when you try to take down the United States, like the deep state cabal has been trying to do for centuries now, yeah, we're only 5% of the population, but we are literally 33% of the economic output of the entire world. And I'm not exaggerating about that. You can look those numbers up. We bust our asses in this country. Work harder than almost anywhere else. Well, than anywhere else. So keep that in mind. Pareto principle, Price's law, it's a real thing. It's been proven out time and time again. If you see somebody who is that kind of person, all you have to do is be grateful that they make the iPhone for you. And that gratitude is shown through you buying their products. And through you not telling them that they suck and that they're horrible people. And not trying to shut them down and squelch them at every turn. As long as you do that, as long as all you have is gratitude, you could have an IQ of 80 and be a janitor or something. That's an important job. Very valuable. You're contributing to society. You save your money up to buy an iPhone. Grateful for it. That's all you gotta be. But if you're trying to lay on people who are trying to make stuff for you, like in South Africa, it only takes, like what happened in the Revolutionary War of the United States, 3% of the population to actually stand up and revolt against something to cause it to crumble. The overwhelming majority of people are just sort of standing by. So, if 3% of the population is ungrateful, that's enough to destroy the whole system. Keep that in mind, guys. Alright. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope this was enlightening. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 113 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I wrote an essay called Belief and Evidence several years ago. What I decided to do was add an addendum to it in the actual body of the text. All the extended ideas that I have, the extended concepts and understandings that I've developed over the course of 10 to 12 years or so. I'm going to read that to you right now. A belief is a lifelong hypothesis for which you are trying to find evidence. It requires, in a sense, a type of cognitive dissonance, where one must hold within their minds oftentimes conflicting information, accepting all theories as potentially possible, but none as of yet having been fully proven to yourself. On the societal level, proof requires evidence. On the individual level, proof is accepting acquired information as evidence. A belief can never be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence amongst the entire population vis-a-vis axiom and definition. This is to say, as a result, any individual's belief will always be relegated to the realm of belief, as any attempt at universalization is futile beyond one very important fact: the respect of the free will. Here's the addition. A lifelong hypothesis in that through your journey, through your life story, you will discern with ever-increasing fidelity the accuracy of said hypothesis. What fruits does that belief, or lack thereof, bear? That cognitive dissonance exists in the light of colliding realities. A good example of this is trying to parse out the potential existence or non-existence of extraterrestrial life. Not multidimensional life, but life outside our solar system, in other solar systems, very specifically. While the probabilities would indicate with ever-increasing likelihood that they by rights should be out there, we as yet have not discovered said beings' signals. Why? My addendum to the Drake equation shows that it is really starting to look rather odd, but my beliefs are showing that it really is starting to make sense. I have an itching suspicion that we might be the first intelligent life in the universe, despite the probabilities, despite the peculiarity, due to some unknown variable. Or perhaps known, but we don't know exactly how it works, that has pushed us into this position. It's a certain cognitive dissonance that I keep myself in an effort to ensure that I maintain at least some semblance of objectivity, despite my own personal desires, which are to either be swooped away by benevolent extraterrestrials, or to prove how important we are by being the very first surviving Noah's Ark of life in all existence. This harkens back to Albert Einstein's quote, "There are two possibilities. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Either answer is terrifying." This quote can be attributed to many of our world's great thinkers, in fact, not just Albert Einstein. Proof requires evidence, and acceptance of said evidence as fact. Interpretations are key here. Had the confusion of, say, the drones that flew over Washington, D.C. after President Trump's second time, probably third, being elected, been allowed to persist, a mass hysteria founded upon a conflicting reality would have ensued. It was, in fact, not true that aliens were flying over D.C. They were simply military drones. But we could have been made very confused had it not been parsed out properly. To this point, a belief cannot be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence. An example of this is Jesus. He is the very highest good by definition. Why would anyone disagree with this? He literally is God, is love, is truth, is light, is the ultimate example of what we can be as humans if we choose it. As he tells us over and over that we have free will to do so. But despite the incontrovertible evidence that he very much existed 2,000 years ago, more evidence that he existed than Emperor Tiberius did, who was the Roman emperor at that time, by probably a factor of 10, the amount of evidence that Jesus existed, that is. This very simple, plain fact is something that so many still do not accept. The fact that he is clearly, obviously, worthy of our followership by proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that he is the very highest good, still so many refuse to follow him. Even if as nothing other than an idea, out of obstinance, pride, foolishness, or some other preconceived notion not stated here. This is to say, Jesus is axiomatically the highest good, yet still so many refuse him. If one's belief structure is tolerant, which is to say it respects the free will, it can be integrated into societal norms, as one story in human history. Using a lowest common denominator approach, truth will be discovered, and that truth is belief accepted by all. All roads lead back to the respect of free will, the respect of your own sovereign power as a conscious actor upon this reality, a human being with infinite value. To disregard this thing is axiomatically to disregard Jesus. To accept this thing is to axiomatically accept Jesus, at least in concept, even if you don't accept his real-world existence. All beliefs, or lack thereof, are our individual stories, our individual roads that led us to where we are in life, the fruits of how we decide to live. The only truth that will persist, that will be accepted by all, is the axiomatic truth, not the egoistic one that a singular individual propounds is the truth, as this is self-defeating ultimately. That is to say, if it is truth, it is building. If it is building, you create. You are a co-creator amongst the others that follow the same truth. If your belief is not universal, then it is destructive, self-defeating, and in the grandest scales of time, no much effort you put into obfuscating it will ultimately lead to erasure, infinite entropy, nothingness. One way or another, whether free will exists or not, and I believe it does, quote-unquote belief, we in human society act as if it does. So to us, it does, which means it does. Belief universalized. Evidence is provided, but what you are willing to accept as evidence matters. The determinist does not accept evidence provided thus far. The evidence is belief. Acting as if free will exists is a pure and simple reality, for it is what has allowed us to build what we have thus far in our existence. It takes easily 10 times the amount of effort to build something than it does to destroy something. Yet we have maintained some semblance of order despite that extreme bias towards chaos. If you need any indication how much easier it is to destroy than it is to build, simply look at the effort a society has to put into building a skyscraper. It takes the combined effort of entire supply chains, several thousands of people, working over the course of perhaps decades, using advanced and complicated technologies, before such a feat can be accomplished. But it takes one well-placed bomb to cause the entire structure to collapse in a matter of minutes. Or dare I say, a jet airplane. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. Hope this enlightened you a little bit. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 105 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And in the last two videos, I've had a little bit of a discussion on opportunity. So the first one, I talked about the difference between choice and opportunity. Choice being basically your purview of free will, and then opportunity being a subset of free will, choice, dependent upon the environmental and socioeconomic factors of the current era in which you live. And then I discussed in the next video the opportunity that many young people have today with respect to building massive, massive businesses with lots and lots of economic power right here on this platform, on YouTube. Specifically between the ages of 22 and 26, though it could even go much, much, much younger if an individual is willing to start younger, like dear Dia. And then there's this one. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. I've said this a few times, but I want to reaffirm its importance here. So luck, something I don't actually in itself believe in, even though I myself have had tremendously bad luck in many, many ways, in many avenues of my life, with all the stuff that's happened in my professional life. The fact that I lost $500,000 worth of Bitcoin a few years ago by a margin that went exactly down to my bankruptcy threshold in terms of the dollars and the cents. Leverage trading stuff. Foolishness on my part, don't get me wrong, but even so, I saw it. It was like, I saw that and they wanted me to. The evil bastards doing it to me. So, my luck has always been really, really bad. But that doesn't mean that yours has to be. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. Your opportunity is here on this platform right now. YouTube. And if YouTube doesn't work because it's got its fingers on the scale, it's not a fair platform, even though it should be, it's still the one that makes the most money. But if you are a specific demographic of individuals, you're going to be successful if you try. I'm not in that demographic. I'm not a 22-year-old woman. Let me be honest with you. I mean, I know you wouldn't be able to tell looking at me, right? My purpose in making these videos is to help with the preparation aspect. When that opportunity comes, if you're not prepared, you might just discard it, regardless of what it would do for you and your family and your legacy. Just like, I can't handle this, it's too much money all at once, because that's what's going to happen. I'm promising you. Be prepared. And I'm trying to help you with that preparation. It's gonna happen. All those people that I mentioned in my last video, and by the way, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Of course, there are many, many, many more people, like Kira Lutan. I didn't even mention her. She's got 80,000 subscribers. She just popped up out of nowhere. Take advantage of the opportunity. Be prepared. If you don't know what to do with the money that's coming in, I'll say here's a good starter. And this applies to anybody that's in this opportunity mode right now. The way to prepare. Don't spend it on rubbish. The people who I pointed out in the last video, I don't suspect that they would anyway, because they seem to be very wise individuals. But for everybody else, don't spend it on rubbish. If you don't know what to do with the money, hold on to it. Put it into a savings account. And at a bare minimum, if that's too much for you, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that if they see money in their account, they just have to spend it. They cannot resist. It's some itch that they have. But if that be the case, then just start up a Robinhood account. Get the app on your phone, start up a Robinhood account, and just buy SPX. That's the S&P 500 index fund, right? I think it's like $150-something right now. They even have leveraged tradings of that stock. I don't recommend them. You shouldn't do that because it's dangerous. But if you want to, you could do that. And if that doesn't work, if you just absolutely cannot resist the itch to even take it out of Robinhood and spend it on rubbish. Again, this doesn't apply to the people that I talked about in the last video because they, I'm sure, already understand this, at least on some level. Then literally take it out of your account, put the cash, the dollars, in an envelope, seal it, or don't seal it so you can keep on adding to it, and put it in a safe somewhere so that you don't even know you have it, or you do know, but you don't know how much it is, or you do know how much it is, but it's not on the top of your mind. You have to basically block it out so that you can let it build. Because as I talked about in one of my shorts a while back, it's the anxiety that gets to us. It's the anxiety. We're anxious for the future to come already. Too worried about things to come and what we could do with that money that we're distracted by that. A stable diffusion of anxiety is doing other things that are productive in the interim, such as reading valuable books, making you a stronger person intellectually, writing, journals, recording videos like this. It's part of the reason I make these videos. I need my own stable diffusion because I know that I have to wait before I can get more leverage of my own. Do things that are productive in the interim. And a YouTube channel like Bigger Pockets, that's part of the reason they are there, to help other people have that stable diffusion of anxiety. It's the ADHD in the highly intelligent of this world, and the highly productive and the industrious, that needs to be eschewed. And that's how we do it. Because the simple fact of the matter is we have to wait more times than not. I'm trying to prepare you, though. Give you a vision of what's about to happen. Those people I talked about in the last video, as well as many, many others in that boat, there's a lot of success that's coming your way. So I want to prepare you. That's what I'm trying to do here. And having a few years on you, I have a tiny bit more wisdom, just a tiny bit. The amount of information I know is infinitesimally small compared to the amount of information I do not know. So keep that in mind. It's just a tiny little bit. And that tiny little bit is really just a frame of reference. I can meet you where you are because I've had 10 more years as a human being. 35 years on the planet. That's it. And if I were in your shoes at 24, 25, 17... oh man, the exponential growth of your wealth. If I would have just started that early, if I would have known, I'd be a multi-millionaire right now. But you guys can still do it. Anyways, that's all I got for today. Be prepared. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 166. I believe that's what it is. Telling the YouTube millionaire. And I come bearing gifts today. I have notes. That happens every once in a while. I was inspired by a creator that I watch all the time to give you a little bit greater of an outline of who I am. You figure after 166 episodes or installments of my journey on YouTube, this is literally a sizable portion of an entire year of my life. Imagine 10 years from now, 3,650 episodes just of this. Because if it does so happen that I do become a millionaire on YouTube, which is not going to happen, I know that, and that's fine. I'll still have, all these videos, and I'm not going to stop once I become a millionaire or whatever. That's not the plan. The plan is to keep on going. But anyways, let's go ahead and give you a little bit more information about me. You can find this stuff, a lot of it, on my videos that I posted already. Can you believe there's over 1,000 videos on this channel now? Over 1,000. I keep on posting, then somebody's going to find out that I exist. Alright, my favorite color. I have difficulty deciding what my favorite color is because there's so many colors that I like. Much like another person who mentioned this earlier. It's strange that we kind of correlate in that. I guess it's not strange. be frank with you, I guess it's not. But if I had to pick one, if there were a gun to my head, I would pick forest green, which is the same color that Candace Everdeen in the Hunger Games says is her favorite color. My initials are PP, because that's what I talk about on this channel. PP. I am hilarious. Anyway, okay, but no, that's my initials. Peyton Pearson. In case you didn't know, my real name is not Joe Bowers, aka Secretary Not Sure, which is what I go by on YouTube. My name's actually Peyton Pearson, and the etymology of that name, Peyton, comes from the patrician word, Patrick, or female version is Patricia. Peyton can be both male and female as a name, and patricians are the political, religious, and military leaders. And I guess it kind of makes sense because that's kind of the stuff that I talk about. I'm a military veteran, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. Just sort of fit. But that's my name. Pearson, son of a pier worker. Or I guess the etymology of the last name is actually, I heard a while back, while I breathe, I hope. I like that. I like that a lot. I think it's appropriate. My favorite fruit is strawberries, if I had to pick one, but it's kind of hard to pick. I just say strawberries because they're easy to eat, nice and juicy. It sounded funny. Like I said, I talk about pee-pee on this channel. Anyways, strawberries are delicious. I really like cherries too. Maraschino cherries, which are not really fruit because they're just soaked in sugar, are delicious. Not good for you, though. Let's see. I love dolphins and seals. Dolphins, because they're extremely intelligent. They're actually, the brightest of them are smarter than the average human, believe it or not. This is based upon equivalent intelligence tests that they have been given when the curious ones come up to hang out with us. And there's a fair number of them that do that. They're given tests to see how smart they are. The smartest of them are smarter than our average human beings. They're very, very intelligent. And, yeah, I think that's incredible. The only reason they don't have an organized civilization like we do is because they don't have hands and feet like we do. They can't manipulate the world as easily as we do. In a water biome, the most effective way to do that would be something like an octopus. An octopus, by the way, one of the smartest creatures on the planet, alongside dolphins. And some people even think that they're actually from another planet, that they came here from like an asteroid or something, which I can understand that because they're so strange and foreign looking. But really cool. I like octopodes, octopi. I don't know. Octopuses? That's always one. Anyways, I also love seals because they're literally water doggos. No shit, pardon my language. They are part of the carnivora genus, which is the same genus as dogs, wolves, foxes, bears, raccoons. They are water doggos. No joke. They might even actually make viable offspring with doggos if they were to breed. No wonder they have such an affinity towards us and they have such puppy dog eyes. I love seals. They're awesome. I am a vicarious astronaut through this channel. I don't know why I wrote that, but there you go. Maybe it has something to do with us talking about professions and whatnot. And I have soft nails. I think it's actually tied into, look at this, guys. I know it's weird. See that? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. So those of you who are cringing right now because it's like, no, it doesn't hurt. I think that's related to me having some type of connective tissue issue that's undiagnosed, and I've been trying to get doctors to tell me what caused this for years, and they can't seem to figure it out. But that could also be related to, and I posted this in a video a while back, why I'm as intelligent as I am. I think that there's actually a connection between, ironically connective tissue disorders and higher levels of intelligence, because it like loosens up the connections in your cerebral cortex and allows it to expand a little bit more effectively. That's my guess. So, yeah, I'm considered a super genius. Not to toot my own horn, but technically, by the numbers, I am. And that might be why. that might be why. So, I grew up as a nomad in Northern California, bounced around all over the place. It was a very difficult upbringing. My parents would attest to that. We got evicted several times for various reasons, not paying rent and all that stuff. And, my parents had trouble with substances when I was younger. They've gotten past that now, but it took a long time. It's not easy, even for hardworking, intelligent people like my parents. Addiction is very tough, and that was one of the primary reasons we bounced around so much in Northern California when I was younger. We finally settled down in Roseville, in this house in which we live now, and so we're going to be for the rest of our lives. There's a house right next door that is about to go up for sale, which I want to buy, but because I've been constantly attacked by these demonic forces that I've been telling you guys about for so many episodes of this on this channel, which is true, I'm not lying, my finances have been crippled. I'm not broke, but I have no credit, which is ironic because I'm a real estate entrepreneur, and real estate entrepreneurs really do need credit. A credit score, I mean. Mine is not very good. I haven't checked it in a while because I know it's probably around something that it shouldn't be. It should be much higher. But when you've been attacked like I have been, it's very tough to get your head above water. And I have sources of income, but even that is a challenge. I've been to 40 states and 7 countries, at least 40 states, because I've lived in several parts of the country, done many things. Being a military veteran, you PCS a lot. I lived in Colorado, can't talk right now. Colorado Springs for a while, Del Rio, Texas, Omaha, Nebraska, Dayton, Ohio, and you also have little excursions that you go to in other parts of the country to get trainings and stuff. And, with the deployments, you see different countries. So I've been to Qatar, Greece, Germany, Great Britain, many others. Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, or is it Uruguay? Paraguay, I think. Lots of different countries. Canada. And some of those on vacations, too. I've been to Mexico doing cruises and stuff with my family. But there you go. I'm a published author. If you want to find my documents that aren't officially published by a company, like I have a novel that's right here, actually, black and white, The Odyssey of Eden, Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You learn somebody very in-depth by reading what they write. So those of you who want to know more about me, please buy this book and leave me a review. I could use your help. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the apocalypse. And it's not going to be the only book I write. I'm going to write a ton of them. Many more to come. But also, the stuff that isn't published by a publishing company, you can find on figshare.com. And I've even posted some scientific papers on marssocietypapers.org. But figshare.com, and just type in my name in the search engine, and you'll find my papers. Peyton Pearson. Type my name in there, you'll find my papers. I don't have them all up there, but I have the notable ones. A lot of the really good ones. Ones that I think are really good, anyway. I've run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen half marathons, and because of my crucifixion disease, I can't do that anymore. It was a sudden onset. The technical name, the medical name that you could give it is acute idiopathic peripheral vascular disease. Acute, meaning sharp, happens all at once. Idiopathic means the doctors don't know what caused it. Peripheral, distal arms and legs. Vascular, the vascular system. Disease, it's a disease. And doctors don't know what caused it, but before that I had run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen halves. I was a really good runner too. I was also a track runner. My best mile time was a 4:44. It could have been better had this stuff not happened to me. My best marathon's a 2:52:23. You can find that If you go to coloradomarathon.com, I'm listed there, and I believe it was 2016. It's right around there. And then my best half is a 1:18. So I was good. I was really good when I was running. But, literally kneecaps, you can't keep doing it. Demons attack you all the time. I'm telling you guys, this stuff is real. This stuff is real. I've had enough trauma in my life for a regular person to unalive themselves half a dozen times over. And I'm not exaggerating about that. I was talking about that with my mother actually a couple nights ago. Just because I was opening up a little bit, and I try to not tell too much of that, because if I open up too much, she soaks up too much of the emotion, just like anybody does, and it breaks them down. I've made therapists cry before. Therapists, psychologists. So is my mom, because the stuff that she's told the doctors, the therapists and whatnot, it's heavy. It's fucking heavy, all right? So I keep most of that stuff to myself. And the reason I take Prozac, I have PTSD, right? What Prozac does, it doesn't numb me. What it does is it makes me stop focusing on things that I cannot change. It mutes those things and allows me to focus on the things that I can change. No matter how many times the goalpost gets moved on me, okay, roll with the punches. You keep going forward until somebody comes to help you. Anyway, I started YouTube that was one of the reasons. So that who I am and what I am would not be lost forever. Because I don't have any kids, I don't have a wife, and I don't have a job. I live off of disability because no matter what I do, the goalpost keeps on getting moved on me. I cannot get a job where either I'm not treated like a slave or I am not paid what I am worth. I've literally had jobs in the past few years that have paid me 50 cents an hour equivalent. And then I've had jobs that have treated me like I'm garbage. There's a lot of stuff I can do, but I can't get a job. So that's after applying for 1,400 jobs on different job posting platforms. When somebody says that they're urgently hiring for an electrical engineer, they're lying. They're lying. They want a visa, an H-1B visa holder, so that they can pay them 10% of what they're actually worth. If you have a master's in electrical engineering, like this guy right here, they're not going to hire you. They're just not. Because they have to pay you what you're worth, and they don't want to do that. So, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here. I'm just opening up to you. It has not been fun. If I get too emotional about it, I will wear you out. I will make you sad. And I don't want to do that. I'm here to inspire and encourage you guys. Basically, all the stuff that's happened in my life, I want you guys to know about it so that you can see that you can keep going even through all of this. One last thing. I said that this is enough to make somebody unalive themselves half a dozen times. I'll just list some of the things out. First one, having been rejected by every single woman I've ever asked out or only tacitly dated them and then they ran away never to talk to me again. Second one, being a marathon runner and no longer being able to walk even right now. Third one, not being able to get a job. Fourth one, nearly getting a dishonorable discharge when I left the military because they were trying to fuck me over. Fifth one, being disqualified as a pilot entirely unjustly when I was trying to become an astronaut. I still am. 5 right there. 6, not being able to get a job out of my time in the military. And I'll leave it at that. The only reason I bring that up, not to make you guys feel sad or unhappy. but to make you guys see that you can keep going, even through that. One of the phrases that I say, and apparently came out of like a naval military document, naval AFI or something to that effect, until death, all defeats are psychological. So it doesn't matter what's happened to me in my life if I'm still breathing and able to continue. Physically, I have been damaged, but that doesn't matter. I'm still going. And so can you. Alright? I wanted to give you a little bit more. I want this person who's going to watch this, I want to meet you. And get to know you. Alright. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 107 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And just so you know, in case you didn't already or you couldn't pick it up from the details, I say that as satire. I'm not going to become a millionaire on YouTube. It's not going to happen. But, you know, maybe eventually at some point in 27,000 years, I might make $100 a month off of chatting with you guys, if I'm consistent. So, anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did in my last video and read another essay that I had written about 9 years ago. This one is called simply A Story. I do want to mention I saw something yesterday. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but the person who made it, I think, will pick up on it. Don't be sad. Those things that were just within grasp for you in your past, and you just barely missed, you have 60 plus years left in your life to grab them in the future. When the opportunity comes up to you, just accept it. Don't deny it. Let it be. Have courage. We talk about economics all the time on this channel, and how you're going to have a lot of success in the future, in the very near future. Of course, that's of minimal importance, but it does take away 95% of all the issues that we tend to have in our lives. Money solves a lot of problems. It honestly does. Communicate. It's that simple. It's that simple. I probably have nothing to do with this, but I wanted to say it. Don't be sad. Communicate. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be saying hi to that person that you want to say hi to. Okay, now I took up the first 3 minutes of this video just chatting about that, so let me get to the essay. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone in carrying the weight of the world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no clear path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given to the true answer, as we as humans see it. if the one proposing said truth has no ego, no ulterior agenda? Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they were true? My life, as with anybody who has a life of purpose, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is, I know this sounds sappy, and it is true, unconditional love. Unconditional love, being in direct opposition to free will, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego and the respect of it. The choices that you make, I respect them and don't get in their way so long as they don't get in the way of anybody else's. And thus perceived truth can be centralized within it because it would not be tainted. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek in our foolishness. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? I actually had those in parentheses. In that this is what we all are, the truth we choose is the truth. The story we choose are the truth, the stories. The evidence is right in front of you, but the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, without humanity. But there is another choice. You can be both. There's more to this. I did want to say one thing here, though. A lot of this was me trying to justify what the military was doing to me back nearly a decade ago. I was trying to justify the utter depravity with which they were treating me. You guys don't know what they did. You didn't live my life. But I do. And for the cerebral amongst us, true torture isn't here. They knew that. And that's exactly what they were doing to me. So I was trying to explain that perhaps they were trying to evolve me to no longer have an ego. Then I would no longer exist necessarily, except as a statue, if you will. I've learned a lot since this time, but there you go. Continuing, it's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. Could you live without free will and not even know it? If your entire life was already scripted, every decision you were to make was already known, and there was no deviation from it in any way, shape, or form, then it is will, but the will is deferred to before you even came to earth, whoever you are. Only if you choose to, what I just told you. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, and you, and anybody else. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The irony of it. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, and so do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Do you believe this story? Or this truth? Or is it, in fact, both? You can choose to believe what I have told you is true. You are not alone. What is alien? That which is foreign. So I say angels exist. I say aliens exist. Is alien equated to demonic? I don't know. I wrote this 9 years ago, partially in trying to justify what the military was doing to me. A lot can change in a decade. But those otherworldly beings, aside from what you and I would call demonic and angelic, have not shown themselves. Maybe you guys should read my novels. Anyways, that's all I got for today. As always, love y'all. Peace. Mentors need mentors, 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 etc., etc. Welcome to day 174 until I am a YouTube millionaire. In case you didn't already know, that title to this video series is essentially a taunt to YouTube. That after X number of videos, if I still haven't gotten there, through consistent posting every single day, and thousands upon thousands of videos on my channel, I still haven't achieved it, then there's a problem with their platform. Because the primary thing that they encourage is consistency. They also are very temporarily biased in that they bias towards newer content and make us much more reactionary as a result, which is very dangerous, but it's what YouTube has decided to do. That is, most content is not evergreen, or is not allowed to be so. Nevertheless, what I'm trying to talk about here is mentors needing mentors. So I know I am truly honored, and I feel a deep sense of gratitude and love for the fact that I know there are a lot of pretty prominent people out there that pay attention to the words that I say, the ideas that I have. A particular lady that I'm thinking of, the one that I think is probably the one, and I hope turns into something beautiful, and maybe in a few years we get married, have a family, and all that stuff. I can tell that I'm having a positive impact on her. And she's reaching tens of thousands of people a day, if not more. That's a big deal. That is a really big deal. Even on my own platform, the platform is starting to grow. I don't just post here. I also post on Rumble, Facebook, X, and other places. Spotify. I'll just name those for now. But I am, therefore, in some way, shape, or form, her mentor. Along with everybody else that follows my videos. However, mentors need mentors need mentors, like I was saying. Some of my mentors are people like Elliot Hulse, who's a Gen Xer. He's 46, and he has a channel that's literally called Wisdom. Elliot Hulse Wisdom. Because he's a wise guy, you know. He's got a lot of life experience. He's an erstwhile serial entrepreneur who does life coaching and strength coaching. And he's one of my mentors. One of his mentors, just one of them, he's got a ton of them, just like I do, is a guy by the name of Tony Robbins. He's a financial guru, the guy with the big mouth. Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins, also, in some way, shape, or form, one of my mentors. I've read some of his greatest works, like Money Mastering the Game. It's a tome. It's a very big book, but a very good one. And the primary thing he tells you to do in that book, like the crux of it, is indexed universal life savings accounts. They're insurance, but they're really good. They're like le creme de la creme of investing portfolios that you can get. They have a lot of upside and no downside. You can't find that almost anywhere. Well, there you go. So that's one of his mentors, and he has a ton of mentors. Like I was talking about in my previous video, Why Asmongold, you need to decentralize your information sources and think for yourself. A mentor, in order to be a proper mentor, does that. We all have biases. Every single one of us. We're all human. If we can mitigate those as much as possible by seeing from other people's perspectives, walking in their shoes even, we have the opportunity, then you become the best mentor possible. Me being 36 years old and having the background that I do, I have a very distinct and powerful empathy for those who have been working their asses off to try to make the world a better place, but keep on getting punched in the gut, blockaded, just like I have. Every turn, every way, everything that I've done, constantly blockaded. We've got 28,000 subscribers now, and she gets about 30 views every long-form video, because YouTube has blockaded the channel for some reason. I empathize. Even if it never stops, which I'm not going to assume that it does, because assuming makes asses out of people, I can use that pain as power to help others. Which is the only thing, like I was talking about before, in this life that matters. It's the only thing we get out of this. We don't survive. Nobody gets out of life alive. We don't take anything with us. We can leave a legacy that will help others react better through their course of living, through their relationships with others. Those are the presents that we leave people. If they're presents of, like, genetic legacy, children, things of that nature, fantastic. If you bring them up right, you teach them good morality, they're going to inspire others. Those are the proper presents to leave. If they're beautiful buildings and empires that show the strength and capacity of the human spirit, that inspires people. That is valuable. So while it might not last forever, it's ephemeral just like everything else here. It's worthwhile in that regard. There is value in trying to build that. Because the primary thing, and the only thing that matters that you build here, is the human soul. That's it. Whatever helps you do that is good. So Elliot Hulse is one of my mentors, even though I don't know him directly. I am truly grateful that I can be the mentor to all of you, and in particular, this is one woman I'm talking about, because I'm hoping that it can become something better. She has a very powerful mind, is very wise, and is a mentor to thousands upon thousands of people herself, who, if she's teaching them right, which I know she will, she's doing a fantastic job, then they too are going to realize that you don't get all your information from one person, because she's only 24. So even 24 years old, has a lot of life behind her, and she's an incredibly intelligent woman. She's a genius. So, I mean, she processes it very well, especially if she reacts to it well. But she knows, even she is only one person. She's teaching them well, inspiring them well. They'll find the proper sources, the things that empower people. You know what doesn't empower people? Telling them that they're a virus on the planet. Telling them that they're worthless. Unless they're actually acting that out like George Soros is. He's a bane to human existence, and people like him. I don't want it to be that way, but it's the life that he has chosen. He has chosen it. So the way you're a mentor is you make the world a better place. You make people feel like they're home when they're with you, when they're listening to you, when they're talking to you. You be accessible. You be their friend, part of their extended family. You have a personal relationship with them, just like Jesus did and does. Jesus, another one of my mentors. And even Jesus has a mentor. His mentor being his dad. His dad being the other part of God, part of the Trinity. He's God, Jesus is God, God is God. And then the Holy Spirit, which is the communication between the two of them, is God as well. Mentors have mentors have mentors. And all mentors are meant to inspire. You feed people on not just bread alone. You fuel the fire that is in their hearts and show them that they can do it. I stated before on one of my videos in the past, I think it's a video where I say who I am, or introducing myself. I had certain experiences in my life. I only listed half a dozen there, but there were many more that would make a normal person unalive themselves. And I want to inspire you guys that you could get through that. That's never the answer to unalive yourself. Never is. Never will be. It hurts so many people, not just you. But I want to show you that you can get through it. Because, like I say on this channel all the time, until death, all defeats are psychological. And if you're going to cause your own unaliving, then you've defeated yourself. But otherwise, the enemy can't beat you. And you yourself are becoming a mentor. That little fire in your heart that goes around and spreads that same inspiration to other people. Sometimes without even knowing it. Most of the time, without even knowing it. That powerful ripple that your mentors provide, you become a mini ripple yourself. And it's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. So, that's what I got for you today, guys. Mentors need mentors. Also, mentors need wives. Love y'all. Peace. Today is my birthday. Welcome to day 172 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I am 36 years old today. Officially, at 7:30 p.m., I will cross that Rubicon. You double this age and you'll be 72. That is the midway point for many people. Hopefully it won't be the case with me. Hopefully my midway point will be a lot farther out. But you simply don't know. You cannot predict the future. If you are over-focused on the future, you become anxious. If you are over-focused on the past, you become depressed. If you're focused on the present, you maximize your contentment. This is an absolute truth. We must pay attention to our past so that we can learn from our history, our past mistakes and victories. We must have an eye toward the future so that we can give ourselves a purpose for what we're doing in the present. But the present is where we remain. It is the nexus point of all of our experiences that have been or will be. And at 36 years old, there's a lot of stuff behind me. I do hope that there's still a much, much larger amount of stuff in front of me, but there is a lot of stuff behind me. Many attempted ventures, some successes, some failures. The successes come from getting the experiences, from doing things that very few people can say they've done. I mean, how many people can say that they're a licensed pilot that's rated in a multi-engine jet? How many people can say that they've been to 7 or 8 different countries? More than that, probably. Or almost all the states. Or have run marathons. Or have climbed 14ers. Or any number of other things. Published a book with many more to come. It is because I have had that eye toward the future in that memento mori, remember we die, that I have never lived a day in my life where I have not pushed with as much energy as I can muster to do something with that valuable slice of time. You only get so many of them. Now, the most important things up to this point in my life, with respect to me, not with respect to the relationships necessarily I'm building, but with respect to me, has still been elusive to me. Finding a wife, having children, so that I can leave gifts for this planet. And I can share in the beautiful thing that is romantic love. I've never tasted it. I have gotten whispers of it. I've gotten the scent of it. I've gotten a vision of it. And honestly, my vision of it gets clearer and clearer every day. But I've never experienced it. I remember when I was 10 years old, there was this girl in school, her name was Ashley Wayne, and I loved too deeply and too quickly. A love that was unrequited, unreciprocated. At 10 years old, I put too much in front of another child that was by no means prepared for that. And I don't even think I was. It's like I had a heart from a full-grown adult that was in the body of a child. So, some people, it takes a little bit longer to accomplish those things. Not because you're a horrible person or anything like that. God knows we live in a fallen world. So if you have trouble with that, you're probably doing a little better than most. But if you've waited this long, 36 years, those rules that are put out for the general population are for the baseline. The brand new, newly minted human beings that for the first time accomplish the age of 18 or 20 years old and know virtually nothing of the way existence works. They are a baseline that is meant to keep them protected. And everyone else. When you've reached the age of 36, twice that age, things change a little bit. You know why those rules are there, and you accept and embrace that fully. But for you, you've waited long enough. They don't necessarily apply to you like they do everyone else. They still apply, just in a little bit of a different way. If you can wait this long, and it's painful, it sucks, but if you can, new doorways open up to you that may not have been there before, or that you just couldn't see. You don't need the same protections that an 18-year-old does. You're a bit more mature, have a little bit more fleshed out in your perspectives of the world and beyond it. You can look back or look above from 30,000 feet up at the whole situation and say, that's why that's there. That's why he says that. That's why they do that. Well, that doesn't apply to me. Neither does that. That does. And things adjust accordingly. You've never seen anything as open as this, aside from a very small handful of people. Because this is the maturation of an entire generation. A large cohort of individuals, the millennials, who are now coming into the leadership positions of this world, the big leadership, big kahuna positions. Finally. You are responsible for your actions. You live a life that is there to help others. And one of the best ways to do that is to be as open as possible. This is a very disparate conversation today, but I have a lot going through my mind. It's rare that I don't. Suffice it to say, I'm tired of waiting. And suffice it to say, it's adequate to say is what that term means, if you didn't know. It is, and has been, my turn for a long time. There is no more waiting. If it isn't going to happen soon, like this year, then cometh the rapture. I'm a prototype, an avatar. I mean that for people like me. I'm not saying that I'm anything special necessarily, but I am an avatar. An entire generation of people have been held back, and I am part of that generation. Enough. The Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's of this world that simply refuse to let go of power. Enough. Get out. The only reason you're still holding on to it is because you don't believe there's anything beyond this world. Your words are simply words. You don't actually have any faith. Just a charlatan. So, it is our turn. I've waited long enough. Love y'all. Peace. I've had people literally tell me that I am going to break through for over a decade now. Why do you think it is? I want you to think about it. That I haven't. Welcome to day 183 and tell me, YouTube millionaire. What's the missing element? What am I doing wrong? What am I not doing? I want you to look on this like a doctor. Don't become emotional about it. Look at it as objectively as you can. Why is this happening? You don't ask your enemy why. You ask yourself why. And you use your own reasoning to figure it out. Am I lying to you? You can look up the information that I have provided you about my life very easily. And this is why it is so crucially important that we are open and honest, truthful. What is it that's actually going on here? They say that miracles are meant to be personal. But on occasion, doesn't happen often, they can be known by all. Those personal experiences that are given to you are gifts. They give you the indication of what precisely it is you are doing during this time, in this place, being who you are right now. I can tell you with full confidence that there is something very specific and rather large, giggity, that I've been made to do on Earth that has put me in a position of being hidden from the general public. More hidden than I should be. Dr. Stephen Greer actually brought this up a while back, how smaller people who are less well known, actually have more freedom than very popularly known people. This is only in a world that is controlled by evil, which we know this world is. But it doesn't have to stay that way. These miracles that have happened in my life, specific things that are tailored to me, that I've seen, beyond the fact that I already believed from the beginning, solidified that fact that God has me doing something. I don't know what it is, but I might be able to assume, through the context of everything that I've said on this channel, among other places, that it is something relating to being that ripple effect. Mind you, that is the most important thing. And so long as I have enough, I don't necessarily need any more. It's not a matter of need. It's a matter of want. It would be nice if we lived in a world where upstanding individuals that didn't have to give a pound of flesh to the demon were actually allowed to fully succeed. It's a rare instance. Those are people who are distinctly protected by God so that they can prove to people that such things are possible. I think of people like Billy Graham as an example. He ended up being extremely successful in his life, but was a genuinely good person. That doesn't happen too often, but it does. I think of the artist that I used to listen to all the time, still a really good artist and one that I really like, but I don't listen to them as much anymore. One Republic, with their lead singer is Ryan Tedder. I think he's probably like 45 now. He's getting up there in years. And it was a lyric in one of his songs that stood out to me. One of those kernels of truth that you find in a decentralized manner, like what happens with Vision in the comic book series The Avengers, or Iron Man finds himself through decentralized internet divestment. But one of his lyrics is, "The air I breathe and a place to rest my head. All I need is the air I breathe and a place to rest my head." I know to what he was alluding there, even if he possibly didn't know. That these people that watch you like flies on a wall don't necessarily have to use technological cameras in the reality in which we live. They could do something similar to what I discuss in my novel series, where they're in the space between space and can observe you from there. What you might call multidimensional. But it's not actually that complicated. Once we figure out how to manipulate time and frequency and stuff like that fully, which might be related to 4-dimensional gyroscopes, talk about it in my story, then it becomes relatively workaday. So there's something going on here. I pick up the pieces. They are everywhere. And there had to be enough of that information for me to put back together in order to be fully capable here on Earth now and successful. in whatever mission it is that I have. The sad part is, I have written this novel series only partially as fiction. Very small, actually. The stuff that I discuss in the story is real. And the sad part is, only a handful of people are going to read it, are ever going to see it. It's a mustard seed, just like faith, but it might stay that way forever. It's really sad. I wouldn't have written this if I didn't have some belief in it. It's one of the many pieces, and if you guys want to put those pieces together, it's there. I hide nothing. I even read portions of it on my channel here. I'll say this, the woman in whom I'm interested, and she knows who she is, if she hasn't already, and she truly wants to understand me, if she doesn't read my novel, I'm going to be very disappointed. And I'll leave it at that. But I've been told that my breakthrough is coming. And I've been told this for 10 plus years. Hasn't happened yet, and I'm not expecting it to. And while I wish it would, I'm okay with the fact that it doesn't, because I have much more important things to do here. It's just a shame that this world is still that bad, still that depraved, to where no matter what I do, the enemy is still going to have some type of tendril in the situation and be able to hurt me. And ultimately, the enemy wants to completely dispatch me from this planet. And I know that's why I'm being kept so secret. I don't know the end game here. Because, am I going to stay this way forever? Is this really the end state of my life, like this? The most pain comes from not knowing. And the comparison of others who have great levels of success, who you know you have more capacity than, and more drive. And it's a disorder of resources, a disorder of capacity. And you think to yourself, it's because you failed. This is both true and not, in that I could have gone harder, but I don't precisely know how. Surely I could have. But what's the standard here? See, you pick the standard. And that standard is crucially important. And there is one entity who is the standard, God. But there is also someone who is stated to be a standard bearer for God. Not just Jesus, somebody else. Nobody's ever going to see me. Literally right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. Dun 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 dun. No, sorry. Right here. I don't even see myself. Anyways, I'll leave it at that today, guys. I'm not expecting my breakthrough. And it's okay. Love y'all. Peace. Working smarter as opposed to working harder. Welcome to day 193 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Working smarter as opposed to working harder means it necessitates that you constantly tinker with your methodologies. This is especially poignant with people as they get older. When you're younger, you can fail a couple times, a couple really big times with some of your ventures, and dust yourself off, get back up, start again. But as you get older and older, and this is principally why the 30-year-olds to the 55-year-olds end up being the ones who run the main brunt of the world, because we don't live that long, but right around the age of 30 is where we start to get our feet under us. They don't have as much time to get everything sorted out. They have some failures behind them, which is good. It's not a bad thing. And they still have enough time in front of them to accomplish many great things. Enough time for compound interest to really take effect. For those of you who don't fully understand compound interest, Einstein said that it was the eighth wonder of the world. And I would strongly agree with him in that regard. But basically, let's say you take $1,000 that you put into a savings account that gives you 5% interest per year when you're zero, when you're brand spanking new, born. Brand spanking new. You're a brand spanking new human, but you're born. And then you do nothing with it, don't put anything into it, don't take anything out of it, just leave it there until you're 65. That $1,000 will have turned into millions by the time you start taking money out of it. And even with inflation taken into account, you'll still be in the millions of dollars. You still be way wealthier than you were before. You take this and you multiply it by 500 or what have you, well more than that. If you take that $1,000 that you put into an account and you don't take out of it anything for 500 years. Not 65, but 500 years. You're not going to have millions of dollars. You're going to have billions or trillions. You're going to be able to fund the entirety of a central government for a whole country with that one account. Now, had we not taken the funds out of Benjamin Franklin's 1,000 pound sterling account that he set up back in 1790, had we left it in there, imagine how big it'd be right now. When it was taken out, it was like $2 million, something like that. And at this point, it would probably be on the order of like 15, 20 million. And then if you keep letting it grow, in another 50 years, it wouldn't be 15, 20 million, it'd be 100 million, maybe 200 million, then eventually a billion, eventually a trillion, etc. You get the point. So we still have time at this point in our lives to really do something great with our futures and the futures of others. But you have to start working smarter as opposed to working harder. You can't leverage as much. You have to go with more surefire investments. And if something is shown to you to not work, pretty quickly you have to exit stage left. You can't stay in a situation like that for long. So that's why when I see ventures where people and individuals are treating me like a slave, paying me 50 cents an hour type of thing, I either need to rejig how I operate in that venture, or I need to get out of it immediately. So when it comes to YouTube, the fact that they moved the goalpost on my mom's YouTube channel and are paying us literally about 50 cents an hour right now, I've re-gauged. The reason I haven't completely exited stage left is because YouTube, the repository, will last forever. Even if YouTube goes bankrupt, those videos are going to stay online. The only issue that you come across there is if the actual servers that contain the information are somehow destroyed, but they're decentralized. So while that could be done, it'd have to be done in all of their server farms across the entire globe. Such is the virtue of decentralization. YouTube knew this to begin with. It was quite a smart move on their part. Even though they have extreme biases, they still did things that were very smart. There's no denying that. So, I'm keeping the effort up. I've just lowered it with that channel. Instead of me putting 5 hours a day into building my mom's YouTube channel for her, managing the back end for her, I'm now putting about 1 hour a day. I'm keeping the progress going, keeping the channel growing, so that even if we're getting literally 1% the views of every other channel that has not been throttled in that niche, 1% of 1,000,000 is still good. That's still 10,000. So, we'll have to deal with that. And if they get to the point where they start throttling even that to instead become 0.1% or 0.01%, then they're not just going to be hurting us, they're going to be hurting everybody. So it's an unfortunate reality that in their effort to keep a particular individual or group of individuals down, if they never stop, then they're going to take everybody down eventually, including themselves. And I ain't going to stop. All I have to do is keep the effort up, even if only tacitly. And that's how it goes. The unfortunate thing is, you have to work smarter, but then you also butt up against your own temporal limits. I can only go so far because I'm not going to live to 1,000,000 years. However, their servers, their infrastructure, their graphical user interfaces and all that stuff will be there for a very long time. They don't really have a time limit. Or if they do, it's on the order of millions or even billions of years, because it takes a few million years for a hard drive, a spinning disk hard drive, to decay. I think it's a little bit less for solid state, but it's still a long time, to the point where the information on it cannot be read anymore. Well, they can just copy the information onto another hard drive before that happens. You see? So it's almost indefinite. Not completely indefinite, but almost. So you have to work smarter. What I'm doing is I'm putting my tendrils out in many different ventures, putting not so much energy into it that it will wear me out, but enough energy into it to where it's been given its proper chance to see if it actually does something. You get much more discerning when every single effort that you've put in has been a failure. So long as you don't give up. And that's been the case with me. I'm not giving up. It's not something that I would ever do. I love life. I want to live. I just want to live well. And that's the rub here. So you get much more intelligent with how you use your energy. Keep that in mind. You can be reckless when you're younger, and it's at least, it's not just salvageable, but it's actually justifiable, because you have that time to take that risk, and in order to do massive, gigantic things, sometimes it's required to take those gigantic risks. Like getting to a different planet, right? Elon Musk is busting his ass going as fast as he possibly can, and even doing that, building his SpaceX, his boring company, his electric cars, all this stuff, even doing that, he's still in his 50s, and we still haven't gotten to Mars. But he got success, and a lot of it, really early, and this was a goal that he wanted from the start. So he's got to sprint to it, because we don't live very long. And we're very ephemeral. And while he gets it, he's got the resources to do it. He's got to build that infrastructure, which takes a lot of time. And then he's got to have people that are wanting to continue the process once he leaves this planet. I mean, passes away, because he might go to Mars, who knows. So, yeah, this kind of relates to some of the other stuff I was saying in my last video. You know, it'd be okay if I was delayed this much, if I lived 3,600 years or suddenly came into a lot of resources. But that's not going to happen. A lot of people are talking about how this summer there's going to be a lot of arrests with the deep state and things are going to dramatically change. No, they're not going to. You got to accept that. Things don't happen immediately. They don't happen quickly. It just doesn't. If you want to keep your system at least somewhat together, it can't happen that way. Now, I'm okay with completely burning it and destroying it, but, you know, they're not. So be it. Make the best of your lot in life. Work smarter rather than harder. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, but this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem reaction solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, billions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. That was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote vaccine from COVID, remdesivir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells. In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it. Especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful antidote for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. It has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacs of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. That's what a parasite does to you. You know, hearkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change things? Which is what we're doing. Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been proven wrong. They don't care. They don't play by rules, because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that, it's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that. Regardless of their plot armor or not, basically nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros, I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm gonna jerk you all the way over to the other side and you're still gonna be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of terror or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. That is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me, I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 3 dozen. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety, way more than just about any other generation before. Because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that I'm like, oh, that's the person. You know, if I focus on her, and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often, other women pop up every single time. There's another woman I know. Very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably going to watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. If this is to happen, which it could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it 1 billion times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily... But I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. I don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. So, love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 121 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a little dreary and rainy here right now in Roseville, California on this fine Sunday. And, you know, I'm putting in a little bit extra effort into the YouTube channel right now, realizing that it is probably going to be just as I am inclined to believe, in that I'll push this boulder up the hill once more, and it's going to come clobber me down on the ground. That is to say, I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me, just like everything else. I can compare this simply to things that I've done in the last couple of years. So far, my novel is, from what I can tell, not selling very well, even though I know it's a good book, because it's not being advertised properly by the company through which I went. Put a tremendous amount of effort and money into getting that book written and published, and the lackluster results are what I get. I tried to help my mother build her slot YouTube channel, one of the most popular niches that exist on YouTube. And she's got a lot of subscribers, but the channel's not making any money because YouTube put a block on the channel for some reason. We get no views on the long-form videos. I see channels out there that get hundreds to thousands of subscribers a day. So many of them that post nonsense, that post nothing of any really real value. And, you know, they get money hand over fist. We were going to do the slot stuff anyway, and we get a quintuple benefit out of it. We spend time with one another, we get to have some fun, we get to travel, we get to have recordings for the future, have a legacy in order for family to remember going forward. And the fifth point was to make some money off of it. But there's no money coming out. So I know that I'll have the carpet pulled out from under me again. But that's not the purpose of me doing this next stage in my professional evolution, if you will. Basically, the way I see it is every time the forces around me pull the carpet out from under me, it is yet another indication that this world is not made for me, and gives another opportunity to those who pay attention to look at those things that had to collapse or didn't succeed and either fix them or destroy them. So, YouTube, as well as other social media platforms, are a means by which you publicize yourself. They're really good for advertising. You advertise the brand that is you and the things you do. And if I cannot be advertised without putting too much of a target on my head, if that's something that would happen, then the world is screwed up. And it needs to be fixed. So the point I'm making here is, I say to God, okay, fine. The carpet's going to be pulled out from me here again. Where to next? I don't want to tarry on any system or program or institution for any longer than I have to, because I don't have the time to waste. I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again, like Sisyphus. Yes, indeed. That's been my whole life. But it's almost like I knew that before I even came here. And I accepted that as my reality, what it was going to be, what it is. And simply, yes, sir, where to next? Let's get the job done. Let me be the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental sponge that the world needs in order to soak up all the negativity and destructive energy. But I don't want to tarry too much longer on anything that I don't have to. So I'm putting a little bit of extra advertising into my current personal YouTube channel. The great thing about this, so long as YouTube itself doesn't collapse as an entity, is that this will last forever. But at the same time, I'm not simply posting it on YouTube, I'm also posting it on other platforms. That's the thing. Well, I might not get much traction on these videos now. They could get traction 10 years in the future. It is possible. I'm not saying it will happen. In fact, the overwhelming likelihood is that it's not going to happen, because it only happens with people who have any real noticeable impact on the world, something of which I do not. But the opportunity is there. So I say, yes, sir. Where do I go next? What would you like me to do next? But I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's life. It is life. I have said on many occasions, and I still mean this, okay, I'm going to do what you want me to do, God, of course, because I serve you, period, end of story. But if I am really being idle and wasted this much, why am I even here on Earth? Of course, I was writing about this in my journal right here last night. The answer to that question is an answer that I already know, even though I, superficially, am not important. And that answer is, each and every one of us is a proof of concept. If you can stand up against the darkest of evils that this world has to offer and survive, that inspires other people. And one of those darkest evils that it has to provide is to put you in a state of mediocrity despite immense capacity. It's the way it works. And also, the longer you endure, like Atlas carrying the world on his back, the more time you give the rest of the world to fix what's fucked up, which is a lot. My body is broken. I used to run marathons, and I was good at it. Now I can hardly walk. That was in an effort to discourage me, to demoralize me. If I were to have just been straight up killed by the dark force, Satan, then God would have already won. But instead, he seeks to discourage and to make me resent God. That's the purpose behind it all. Something which can never happen. It's not possible. And I made that abundantly clear that that is not possible. Because I know what God is, and I know what the evil of this world and evil period is. God is love. So the things that are evil that are happening to me are not God. Period. End of story. And the argument is, okay, well then I guess the evil is more powerful than the good. No. And even if that were the case, fine. I'll be part of the good. I'm not trying to be part of the winning team if that's the case. I'm trying to be part of what is good. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if I have to be taken down low. Morality is something... Here's one of the phrases that I always say. It's very important. A world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth dying and if need be, or fighting and if need be, dying for. I do not want to live in a world, I do not want to live in a universe where morality is a disadvantage. Just like the Spartans, when they stood, those three, protecting their country, they did that knowing that either they die or they be slaves. I'll stand up no matter how much I have to suffer. I don't care. I mean, I do. I wish I didn't have to. Ideally, I wouldn't have to. But I will not submit to a future of entropy and decay, tyranny, evil, erasure of the individual. I will not accept that. So I say, yes, sir, God. Where do you want me to go to next? What's the next job? I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again? So be it. Will this ever stop? Probably not. But it's all right. One of the greatest pains of my life is that all of this, if humanity doesn't fix it, before I die will be for naught. I'll have no children, no legacy of my own. And I say to that, I wanted to give presents to this world, presents in my own descendants, but the world didn't want those presents. Okay, I pass away, I die. But this is just a physical body. It's not me. It's not only what I am. So be it. I can accept that. It just sucks. I'm thinking, this Sisyphean idea of pushing this boulder up this hill, being Atlas with the stone, the earth on your back, was brought up to me by watching a video of a woman in whom I am interested. And I believe she me. But nothing will be done, because apparently she's been told not to do anything by exterior forces. I can't have what I want. So be it. But we can wait. We're going to try. Maybe we can fix it before I die. Maybe. But it's okay if we can't. It's all right. Because you want to know why? We're making progress. We're trying. All we have to do is at least try. And it will get better. It's all right. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Don't give up. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 100. 3 digits until I am a YouTube millionaire. Happy Sunday Fun Day and happy Spring Forward Day. This may be our very last Spring Forward in the United States, as it does appear that our leadership is really putting a concerted effort into trying to eliminate the daylight savings time, because it's an anachronism, no longer needed. But like I said yesterday, I'm going to continue my response to Bailey Shieldbox 7 points to step into your power. You know, I think something I was thinking about before I even decided to start this video today is sometimes history has been painted, because we live such short lives and it can be manipulated by beings that are not ephemeral very easily as a result. It can be painted in such a way as to make the good guys the bad guys and the bad guys the good guys. And if that ends up happening, what you have to do is stand true to yourself, who you actually are, and let the chips fall where they may. Let your actions speak more than the words. It's just the way it has to be. And you're going to have to endure a lot of pain and trials and struggles and all that stuff. Because if the world is designed to basically be an attack against you, the entire world is designed to attack you, then it's just the way it is. You got to be who you are. And some things, even if they are against your underlying genetic predispositions and what have you, might just be that's one of the big reasons. It's one of the big reasons it's so difficult, because you have to stick true to who you are and what your actual morals and philosophies and ideologies are. And when the world is so screwed up, if you, as that beacon, even step out of line just slightly, you're not only compromising the picture you're giving other people, but also yourself. You don't want to turn the world into a jumbled mess. When the world needs guidance because there's so much chaos around you everywhere, that's where the leaders really come in. The leaders, what their purpose is, what they do to act as leaders, is they stand true to those principles. I had myself thinking more on, I'm a moron. I had myself thinking more on this through how the genesis of communist China came to be. That's kind of a redundant phrase, but through the genesis of communist China. The only way communist China came to be was because of the guerrilla tactics they carried out. They had the nationalists and the communists. Nationalists, they didn't have a firm enough ideology upon which they were willing to die. And therefore, the guerrillas ended up winning out the day. But that's a side note. I'll get into that later. Let me get to these points that I was going to talk about. Number 5 that she talked about, be disliked. I have a couple points here. Dr. Manhattan, if you know anything about his background story, he took the fall, he was the fall guy, for a nuclear blast that occurred in Manhattan. And he did that so that the world wouldn't go into chaos, so that I believe it was the Soviets and the United States wouldn't go to nuclear war with one another and cause mutually assured destruction or MAD. So he took the blame for it and unified the earth as a result. And it was okay for him because he didn't mind it, even though his compatriots did. They didn't like the fact that he had done it, because he lives a very long life, and it was no big deal. He could just come back at a later point in history and show people, hey, actually, I wasn't the bad guy here, but I needed to calm down tensions so that you guys could survive. Something else I found very interesting in that movie/comic, the movie was where I'm gleaning much of my knowledge of the story from, is that one of the good guys, one of the heroes, was so pissed off that Dr. Manhattan decided to take the fall that he told Dr. Manhattan, he demanded of Dr. Manhattan that he destroy him, he kill him right there, right then and there on the scene, and Dr. Manhattan does. Yeah, after a second he just says, fine, and I believe he explodes his head or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was many years ago that I saw this. But if Dr. Manhattan has that capacity, then he can also immediately bring him back to life. I don't know why he didn't do that. Or maybe I'm overestimating his capacities, but, he's supposed to be this infinitely powerful being, basically God, or close to it. And then there's Batman, which is in a similar situation, though not as powerful as Dr. Manhattan, in that he took the fall for the things that Two-Face had done, so that they could get rid of all the crime in the government. Because Two-Face basically had sabotaged all the work that they were doing because he broke, if you know anything about that story. The 2008 to 2012, I believe, movies really did a great justice to the story. But Christopher Nolan was the director of that, and he just did an amazing job, as he always does. And then there's the next point I have here is that the bad guys in histories that were actually good guys is my point that I'm drawing out here. Sometimes you have to be disliked in order to save people. There is one particular instance that I'm thinking of that I'm not even going to mention. You guys can probably put the pieces together, though, because it is so deeply, deeply blasphemous. Now, I'm a Christian. You can think about that. Number 6, be willing to stand alone. And this ties in to number 5. being disliked. I think that was the point that she was making. And you know, part and parcel to this, not just standing alone, being disliked like Dr. Manhattan and Batman and all that stuff. In my personal life, I can connect this to how I was treated in the military and other professional endeavors of my life. For some reason, while I was in the military, I remember distinctly that my squadrons in which I worked would constantly cycle between overactivity and underactivity. Now, they say there's a lot of hurry up and wait in the military, but this was manufactured. And I could tell. Like, there was no other reason. Because it wasn't like we were getting ready to deploy or something and we needed to get all of our trainings done and stuff. No, people just all of a sudden would pop up in the squadron, like everybody would be there one day, and then the very next day, they'd all maybe 4 other people. And there were cycles like this all the time in my time in the military. And on top of that, I never had any continuity with my leadership. Even beyond the fact that you have PCSs and you move from one duty station to the other, usually between 2 to 4 years. This was even beyond that. This was me losing my leadership, my superiors, every year or so. And that started all the way back from my time at the Air Force Academy. So it went through the entire time I was in the military that this happened. And I was forced to stand alone and basically figure out my own way, aside from the trainings, most of the time, as a result. Because I was the only piece of continuity in the entire squadron. Cycles of people coming in, going out, coming in, going out. And it just was like a whipsaw, left you completely disoriented. And I guess it kind of pulled away all the other rubbish that I needed to not pay attention to. So that was good at least. But I could tell that that was manufactured too. And then her 7th point, inner voice. Listen to your inner voice. This being intuition. And then at the same time, it's very well tied into my novel series, where the time travelers of the story can actually pierce the veil of the different dimensions because they live in the space between space when they're observing reality from the teletracer or the looking glass. It's a time travel machine. And they can actually go up near the thing that they're observing, the person they're observing, whisper into their ear from the ether, the space between space, and the individual will hear it in their subconscious. The devil and the angel on our shoulders. So strongly connected to one another. But listen to that inner voice, is what she was saying. That inner voice has led me to where I am today, as well as the times where I refused it. I remember when I was finally coming to the conclusion that I needed to get out of the military, there were times where I remember distinctly, I was driving in my car, for example, I had the Escape, the Ford Escape, which was interestingly named, I think appropriate, where I would literally just get in a shouting match with myself, conflicting with the whispers that were going into my subconscious. Similar to a character that I have in my first novel. His name's Liam Wang. He's Chinese. I was in a shouting match with myself because I didn't want to do something that my subconscious was trying to nudge me to do. And I still don't want to do it, but I'm going to because I have to. I'm okay with that. I've accepted it. You guys can probably imagine what that is. But this has taken a very long journey to get to this point in my understanding and my acceptance of where I am in life. So I say, so be it. Especially if it turns out that me, Peyton Pearson, I am a villain in somebody else's story. And sometimes I just need to make my own decisions. More than sometimes. All the time. So, a lot of this discussion of Bailey Schilbach's points, the reason I'm doing this, aside from the fact that I love her thoughts, they're fantastic, is I want to let her know that I'm picking up what she's putting down. And I hope we can keep doing this. So, okay, that's all I got for today. I got through all 7 of them. I'll try some new stuff later. She's probably going to come out with a video today, so maybe I'll review that. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 128 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are going to be conducting a review of No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. This is a very interesting book, rather easy read. It's only 177 pages, and basically what it is a transcribed series of notebook journals from a young man from back in the 1930s or so in Japan. This young man was very highly intelligent, got very good grades in school, but exhibits all of the characteristics that you typically associate with a lost generation of Japanese, not a singular generation. It seems to be a lost century, or even farther than that, of Japanese individuals. People who don't really have an idea of the purpose of life or what we're even doing here, and are kind of resigned to the fact that existence really has no purpose. And they see the darkness and the depravity in the human condition and inwardly reflect that in how they write of how they perceive the world. This man, the main character of this story, I believe his name is Yoko. I don't even remember. I just remember the person. See, names are important, but they don't mean everything. This happened around 1930. It was before the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped. So that played a no part in it, in the perspective of the young man. But he always used comedy. Basically, he was the class clown to veil his depression and his sadness and his loneliness. Because regardless of how dark or whatever you want to call the souls of Japanese people are, and that darkness doesn't mean evil, it just means they see the darkness in humanity better than most people do. It doesn't mean evil. And I said this in a previous video, the female lead in my story is half Japanese, and for the longest time, up until near the end of the story, you're going to think that she's the deepest, darkest evil that exists, but she's actually not. She's actually really, really good. But it was a clever ploy to serve God, what she was doing. So, basically, he's depressed, he doesn't have an appetite, and he doesn't have an appetite for much of his life. He drinks a lot. He exhibits both characteristics, and this is actually fairly common among younger people in Japanese culture. Because they have such a dark side, they can see the darkness in humanity. There seems to be a psychopathic tendency there. He ends up spending a lot of time in a mental asylum after the age of 27, because he tries to unalive himself 3 separate times. And one of the times, he tries to do it with an impoverished woman who succeeds in her attempt to unalive herself. They both jump into the river, and he survives it. So, one thing I found very interesting is how critical they were of him, and they were going to press charges on him, saying that he was party to the unaliving of the woman, even though they were both doing it for each other, basically. So I found that very interesting. It's a very sad story. It really is. A series of journals. You get to see the inner thoughts of a young man in Japan in the 1930s, how deeply he felt lost. It gives you compassion and empathy for these people. They're human, just like us. The actual translation in the book for no longer human, or the terms used, is disqualified from being human. But the ironic thing about it is that he's exhibiting some of the most human emotions that you can have. None of us really understand what it is that we personally are doing here. I mean, I can look at my own life as a reference, and that's what we all do. It's what we know best. I'm a failure to launch in my own life. I'm constantly chopped off at the knees, like Sisyphus pushing a boulder up the hill. Every single time I seem to be just getting ready to break through. And it's because of the depravity in the human soul that this keeps happening. And this man was a failure to launch. Intensely capable. He was, no doubt, a genius, but completely unutilized. Just like me. Yeah. Like I said, the more stories you read, the better your intuitive decision-making becomes. And it's cast with the backdrop of your personal experiences in life and how you reacted to them. Your life is not a dead end. I was just watching Mike Schmidt in one of his sermons, Pastor Mike Schmidt, from Ascension Presents. And while your life might look like a dead end, it's not. 3 words. And then Jesus. This guy was very nominal in his faith. If he were to really have leaned in it more, it would have saved him. He would have really, I can say that with 100% certainty. It would have given him purpose in life. Yeah, we know this world is depraved, but 1, this is not all there is. And 2, it's our duty to do everything we can to fix it. Even if it doesn't look like we'll ever be successful in that regard, we still got to try. Because the very act of trying is success. Just as St. Paul says in the Bible. His death is gain, is what it ultimately comes down to him. And he's obviously 100% correct in that regard. But it's a very sad story. One of the quotes that really stuck out to me was something when he said, "Women found in me a man that could keep love a secret." It was very profound. Not just like somebody who wants to be a paramour of a female, an illicit lover, but because in reality, a lot of us have to keep love a secret. I mean, in order to keep it alive. For the longest time, the true nature of Jesus was, at least in some way, shape, or form, a secret. It had to be. I mean, he told many people in the Bible, "Shh, don't tell anybody of this miracle I did for you." In not the same language, but that's literally what he said. I believe when he healed the blind guy, he did that a few times. I read the Bible a lot, but I still don't have a perfect memory of everything that it says in there. And translations are difficult to decipher anyway. But yeah, it has to be kept secret so that it can be brought out when the time is right. And Jesus knows when the time is right. It just hasn't been right for me yet. Unfortunately, he was not part of the plan because he did not dive into the plan as much as he should have been diving into it. And to that point, keeping love a secret, on page 142, he mentions black, white, and red, the colors. Black, white, and red are Illuminati symbolism, but not just Illuminati symbolism. There's actually a lot of symbolism in Masonic teachings, and you could even say biblical teachings. And what he says is that black and white are not antonyms. He says, let me pull it up here. But it was very profound because there's a lot of symbolism in music that a lot of people don't realize, and it doesn't just go with Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, but also bands like Red, the band actually called Red, or Demon Hunter. I had invented one other game, rather similar character, a guessing game of antonyms. The antonym of black is white, but the antonym to white is red. There we go. White is red, and the antonym to red is black. So you have black being evil, white being good, and red being camouflaged, or good camouflaged as evil, kept secret so that it can be brought out at the right time, in the right situation, right place. Pick up those little kernels of truth. It's one giant thread. So I recommend the book. Gives you a perspective on Japanese culture and a lost man, which happens more often than it should. We are our brother's keeper. We have to be there for each other. Have compassion and empathy, understanding. This is how you do it. Alright, guys. That's it for today. Hope you enjoyed it. Happy Sunday. Love y'all. Peace. Delays eat up the life that you could have lived. Welcome to day 176 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Delay, delay, delay. Blockade, blockade, blockade. That's the name of the game, is what they say. What the hey? Yeah. I mentioned in my last video, I'm 36 years old now, and that's 36 years of experience behind me, and usually it's expected that you're in your mature peak, where your mind isn't going to decay like it does when you get older and your memory starts to fade and all that stuff. You're at the peak around the age of 35. You're at your physical peak, at least it is scientifically derived through the studies and whatnot, around 24. And this, of course, varies from person to person, depending on how much effort you actually put into your body and taking care of yourself. Turns out that it ends up being 24, really because that's about the age that people stop their physical pursuits in general. But if you're somebody like a bodybuilder that is trying to compete to be an IFBB pro, then they, strangely enough, actually peak around their 40s. Their late 30s to early 40s. And I'm not kidding about that. You can look it up. Nevertheless, when you get to my age, 36, this is about the maximum that I'm going to get out of my mental clarity. The wisdom will continue to grow because I'm going to continue adding on to it with the absorb, the experiences. I'm not going to just stay stationary, even if I don't seem to have the resources to do really big things, which I don't. So the wisdom is going to continue growing. But the mental clarity is going to potentially start fading at this point. So no more name of the game being delay. It can't be. It simply can't. And I want to be there for the kids that I do have. hopefully it's going to be a lot, so that when they're in their 20s, I'm actually still able to move around and be a part of their life. It's already kind of difficult with the stuff that's happened to my legs and my arms too. I don't mention that very as often as I do my legs, but yes, I don't have pulses in my wrists because of the crucifixion disease. So I want to be mobile to some degree for them. The delays have to stop. They have to. This is no longer a matter of trying to fix the world to allow the fullness of who and what I am to be perfectly realized. The world has had its time limit. If that's what we're waiting for right now, the time limit is up. I literally can't wait longer. If I wait longer, I will pass the peak entirely, and I will not be able to fully come into who and what I am. I was just watching a video by Estelle Richter, another very attractive female creator on YouTube, who seemed to say the exact words that I needed to hear. Very much fit in with what I'm telling you right now. It can't be delayed anymore. Now, I'm telling you that the stuff that happened to me in the past was not there to evolve me. I know a lot of you are trying to fall into the camp of, oh, resistance makes a diamond, blah, 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 and fall into that Stockholm syndrome. I am telling you, God can use your enemy's animus for his purposes. Don't get me wrong. And he does all the time because there are so many enemies everywhere. But these people that did this to me really were not my friends. They genuinely were not. They weren't trying to turn me into a diamond or whatever. And I certainly don't look like a diamond. Anyways, they were trying to destroy me. They were legitimately trying to destroy me. That was their intent. And God just used it for his purposes instead. Which I'm infinitely grateful for that. But the time has passed. We cannot wait any longer. I don't have that kind of time. Unless there are inventions that come about that make it so that we live 1,000+ years. I don't have the time to wait. It'd be amazing if we did, not just because I would be able to get all those new experiences and we'd increase the net time horizon for the entirety of the human race, the net wisdom of the human race, so that we would stop creating empires and then having them be destroyed after 300 years. Instead, they would last 30,000. I've talked about this before. That'd be great. And I'd be able to exponentially grow my wealth and my assets. I'd be able to have children, grandchildren, grand-grandchildren, great-great-great-great-grandchildren, etc., and actually be alive and there with them while they're existing. Not simply have to wait for them on the other side. That'd be pretty cool. But we don't have that. It's not here. And if it does exist, if anybody does know of it, and they're just keeping it from the general public, stop. Stop. Same with the cure to cancer. If you've got that, give it to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his group of people working really hard to get America healthy again, make America healthy again, and the whole of the earth, actually, in fact, for that matter. If you have the cure to cancer, he would be the perfect person to have reveal it to the general public. Believe me, if, let's say, I've thought about this often, actually. If I had the cure to cancer, like a panacea, all types of cancer, in my hands, I would be so overjoyed. I would be struggling to hold back tears. I've imagined it in my head. Him bringing it to the president and the rest of the cabinet like, we found it. Kind of like the Holy Grail. And then it gets released to the general public. It is a pill that you can take that costs no more than $1 a pill. And it cures all forms of cancer instantly, or relatively instantly. If you've got that, if it's there, stop hiding it, reveal it. If you've got tools that produce clean and abundant energy, such as the energy catalyzer, created by Andrea Rossi back in 2010, which he turned into the hot ECAT, which could spin a turbine and therefore make power, then release it to the general public. I know that exists. I've seen it. There are studies on it. And that is probably what hot fusion has been veiling. That is, the hot fusion studies have utilized Andrea Rossi's experiments and his inventions and have simply put the veil of hot fusion on it so that it doesn't render irrelevant everything that the hot fusion scientists have been working on. It wouldn't be irrelevant anyway, just so that you know, and so that their concerns can be allayed, because there are many, many very hardworking, intelligent scientists that have been working on that for decades. It wouldn't render that stuff irrelevant. I can just tell you that right now. Even if you didn't have Andrea Rossi's technology in there that you're veiling, it still applies. Everything that you've learned from that, everything that you've built in the scientific body of knowledge, is infinitely important. So if that exists, if it is there, reveal it. If we have ways to, right now, recreate bodily organs, I can tell you the idea, the theory exists in that you could use 3D printing and things of that nature with stem cells to recreate organs and have a basically infinite rejuvenation technology, something akin to what is talked about in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, then reveal it. Stop hiding it. For those who get burned away because they can't handle it anymore, those who are thrown in the burn pit because they're too stuck in the way of the past, the time is up. We don't have the ability to wait any longer. And all those hardworking people that are genuinely trying to fix this, you're doing a great job. Every one of you. When the information was brought to you that, oh, things are messed up, and you actually tried to fix it, believe me when God sees you and says, good job. It took you a really long time to see it, and a little bit of direct impetus, but at least you did. And you're doing a great job. However, we don't have any more time. This doesn't hinge on me because I'm just a regular dude, but if it did, I'm 36 now. I've already burned away over a third of my life. I can't wait any longer. I want to build stuff. Let me do it. Otherwise, if you're trying to salvage what's in this world, then me being the avatar for people just like me, there's nothing salvageable. And it just needs to end. Person like me be taken away from this planet and brought to a different one that's habitable, just like Earth, and I'll build from there a new planet, a new civilization with other hardworking individuals taken by aliens, I don't know, or God in the rapture, as you might call it, because there's nothing here that's salvageable. But ideally, the enemies would just be taken away and put to where they can reap what they've sown. All together, kind of like Escape from LA with Kurt Russell, and that they're all put in a planetary prison for what they did to everybody else, and how they were locking us down and trying to suck us into an abyss. It's pretty clear that's what they've been trying to do all these many, many thousands of years, and it just came to a head in this generation, and it legitimately has. I mean, I can't speak from knowledge of the past because I didn't live in those generations, but from what I can read and tell from the history books and all that, it looks like we are actually at a head right now. Which means those people, we can't associate with them. We can't. We've tried to save them. They're unsalvageable. They don't want to be saved. The endurance that we've had all this time has been in an effort to pull them out of the mess. Sorry, I've got a little indicator on my phones. I got a lot of phones and stuff around here. I'm a techie guy. I got a laptop, 32-inch monitor, 65-inch television, iPad, iPhone, tripod, microphone. I got stuff all over the place. Laptop right there. But anyway, seriously, it won't stop. I don't know where the limit is. I can't wait any longer on my end. So, just keep that in mind. Even Job in the Bible eventually was given back what he lost. I think the longest time frames in that book, longest argued time frames for how long Job had to suffer were like 15 years or something. I heard some people say 12, some people say 7. For me, it's been longer than all those estimates. I'm going to tell you that straight up. I think myself and people like me have given people long enough to fix the problems. Long enough. And if a person like me can't thrive here, there's nothing really special about me, I'm just your bog standard white dude, then this world is forfeit. It is forfeit. Don't fall into the Stockholm Syndrome that they were trying to evolve me. They were not. They were genuinely evil people. Creatures. So, I'm going to leave it at that today. I'll try not to make these videos too long because I might wear you guys out too much. But that's all I got. So, love y'all. Peace. Am I really that intimidating? You're not talking to me. Welcome to day 186 and telling me YouTube millionaire. You know, I take lots of deep breaths when I do these videos. There, by itself, is a great number of reasons for that, or a great number of reasons for that. Strange grammar. First one is the term Yeshua, which is the name of God, is meant to be I believe the term is an automatopoeia for taking a breath in and letting it out. So that the very first thing you say when you're born is God, His name. The very first or very last thing you say when you leave this planet is God, His name. It also allows you an opportunity to collect your thoughts, to calm yourself, lower your blood pressure, lower or reduce anxiety, frustrations, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety. We all are, they say no man is an island, and that really means that, you're not in isolation, I suppose. You could consider it having many different meanings. But we all are fighting internal battles that we tell nobody about, and at the same time are being cheered on by people that we have no idea are cheering us on. Right? Because you might be that only ship in the sea that's still surviving despite the onslaught of enemy attacks. And those enemies could be anything, anyone. Take any form. You're still going. And it only takes one. It only takes one to survive, to prove that it can actually happen. Acting as the proof of concept, the prototype for it all. That one ship that did not sink, despite the cataclysm that was happening around it, and all the other ships that were with it that did. The one ship that kept going. That's you guys. Every one of you. In some way. If you allow yourself to be that, you're not the victim. Not having the victim mentality. But instead the one that got through the storm. Then you're the light for others to follow. What's the basic thread I'm trying to get across with everything I'm saying right now? That communication is everything. A story in isolation is forgotten forever. The only one that'll remember it is the guy upstairs, aside from yourself, while you're alive. Isn't it so much easier if you have somebody to build that story with? You're not talking to me. What's wrong with me? It's not, when it gets to that point, look outside yourself, outside your own anxiety, and realize that you're not doing something that's making yourself look like the problem. You're making me look like the problem. What's wrong with me? What have I done to deserve such isolation? Okay? Anxiety is really looking too much at yourself. Looking too much at yourself and how other people perceive you. I am an open book. I hide nothing. Very little, and basically. I only don't speak of things that people don't necessarily need to know. But if they want to know, in private, I can tell them. You're not talking to me. I can't know what's going through your mind. And it's happening exactly as I said it was going to happen. They're exploding on all your social media platforms. What's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? If you can tell me, I can fix it. Every time I've asked a woman to do that, to tell me what's wrong with me, so that I can fix it, you know what they've done? They've run away, And several of them have actually established no contact orders with me, just because I asked them what I was doing wrong, and they didn't want to tell me. You're not going to find anybody like me. I'm confident enough to say that. I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm right here. And like I said before, every time, multiple women happen at once. Every single time. That could be a number of things. It could be that God wants to allow that to happen for some strange reason, like he did with Rod Stewart, the musician Rod Stewart. Or it could be that the enemy is trying to prevent me from having anything. It's all one or none. Any number outside of that is arbitrary without specific definition provided for it. All one or none. A priest has none, but actually has all if you think about it, just without the sexual component. A normal person has one. And then a king has access to all, if you think about it. I am no king. Just a guy, as far as I can tell. And I think that's where the rub is here. It's the conflict between who I accept myself to be, which is basically a bog standard white dude, and the world that Satan dangles in front of me and says, you can have all of this if you just bow to me, which is of course a sin of what I'm having to consider, because you won't talk to me. The opportunity completely leaves you. It was handed to you on a silver platter. Everything suddenly became amazing for you. All at once. And it's your decision to take it or not. The person that told you not to touch me, I don't care who they are. Don't listen to them. You want to know why? Because that in itself was probably more of a test than you realized at the time. Satan can take many forms. And some have even said that he's the twin of God. Some have said that. Watch the show Lucifer. There's some information in there. You gotta be careful with that show, because it makes out Lucifer to be the good guy, which is not smart. But there is some good information in there. Some things to play around with in your mind. If Satan is the twin of God, and they're duking it out with one another to see who has control, then do you really think he couldn't masquerade as him? They look exactly the same. The only difference is perhaps maybe one has a beard and maybe one doesn't. Maybe one has a scar on their face and maybe the other one doesn't. Don't listen to the person who told you not to touch me. They're trying to make my life a living hell. Okay? It's all a clever ruse. Even towards the end, because the enemy knows that this is a death battle, and if he loses this battle, he's erased from existence. Period. End of story. even towards the end of the battle, he is not going to give up, because if he stops, he's done. It's a death battle. I, personally, being a human being, myself, Peyton Pearson, could forgive and put in prison. But they won't let such a thing happen. So whoever told you to stay away from me, and I know that happened because I saw in one of your previous videos you talking about that. And how you were like, you want to take the fruit, but you're not allowed to. Stop listening to them. Just do it. If death is on the table for them, if they ever say anything like that, if they ever threaten you with that, they're not the good guy. Alright? I don't know who came to you and who talked to you about this, if anybody. But I'm the one that's paying for it right now. My genetic line is going to sever and gonna be gone if this doesn't change now. I'm the one that's paying for it. It's because I want you. Is that really that bad? Am I that bad? Surely I'm not an ugly guy, right? Surely I'm not at least somewhere proximate to the type of person that you want? I know I'm quite intense and pretty open. Look, I have the confidence to say, what more could you ask for? Do I need to lose an extra 20 pounds or something? Or find a way to fix my legs so I can start running again? Or it's yeah. The enemy's putting these other opportunities in front of me, specifically to dissuade you. Okay? So, take advantage of this. I've made it abundantly clear, and the enemy keeps on making it abundantly difficult, because if he stops doing that, he's going to be erased. There you go. Again, you know who you are. I hope to not be too intimidating. And understand, not every one of my videos is directed towards you. But the ones that are pretty obviously directed towards you. Okay? So. Anyways. Love y'all. Like I said, even saying that probably intimidates, doesn't it? So I'll just leave it out for now. Until you're ready. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. Stop listening to the people that are telling you not to. Peace. Today will be a review of Stalking the Wild Pendulum by Istok Bentov. This book right here. See? Welcome to day 180 until I am a YouTube millionaire. So, this book is quite good. I did fully enjoy it. Istok Bentov kind of makes me think of a combination between Terence McKenna and Nikola Tesla in terms of his scientific explanations as well as his combination of mysticism along with that. So in this book, it's very frequency signals heavy. He talks a lot about how everything in the universe is essentially just vibrating, and you and I, as well as anything else that we can perceive, is just an interference pattern. and the perfect unity is where there is no interference. Now, he claims that ultimately this will send us all back to source, and that it is equated to nothingness, in a way. Talks about things like frequency entrainment, which, as I stated before in some previous videos, I wanted to integrate a lot of what was written in here into my novel series, which I have. Frequency entrainment meaning that you can actually change a frequency generator's output if you have another frequency that's proximate to it that's also being output nearby. Usually the frequencies will entrain to the higher frequency because of the overall power output of said signal. However, you can go the other way if you overcompensate with the power of the lower frequency. So say that you're sending out a frequency of 1 hertz, but it's 10 times as powerful as a frequency of 2 hertz, so 10 times the amplitude, then you can entrain the system to the 1 hertz frequency. But if it's all else being equal, the signal will entrain to the 2 hertz signal. And by the way, 1 hertz and 2 hertz are multiples of one another, so they kind of alias anyway. You don't really need to worry about it. I don't know why, but for some reason the information's not coming out of my head right now immediately, but what I can say is this is a very good book. I highly recommend it. It's not a very difficult read, considering the scientific topics that are addressed. He writes it in very plain English. Very simple, easy to understand. So, yeah. It's a lot of stuff that if you are in tune with that element of, what's the word? I guess you could call it parascience, paraphysics, or metascience, metaphysics, right? So above kind of 30,000 foot view of it all, it's quite, it'll make sense to you. And somebody recommended this book to me, I forget who it was, because I was kind of talking about the black and white, and he talks about it in this book, and being whipsawed in one direction and the other, duality, and how the evil things that are going to happen anyway, but you can shape the charge, and how, what's the word I'm looking for? Probably haven't had enough caffeine this morning, so I'm not thinking as clearly as I usually do, but I'm trying to think of how to explain this. Stalking the wild pendulum, in that we're trying to find a way to have nuance. It's balancing on the knife's edge. That's the term I was looking for. The knife's edge, a concept that was very well understood by our founding fathers, and why our government was built the way it was. It was to be able to manage that nuance that is so difficult for human beings to grasp. Usually it's polar opposites. It's one thing or the other. So, yeah. I guess the nuance here is that the guy has a very good scientific knowledge. He says he's an idiot, but he's not. He's very, very intelligent. He's just trying to be humble, I guess. It's really a false humility, but it is what it is. There is a blend between science and quote-unquote mysticism, because as Joe Rogan fully understands and has stated recently, the difference between most scientists, astrophysicists, and theologians is that those astrophysicists require you to believe in one miracle, but theologians require you to believe in many. I think it ties in really well with this. So, overall, I would say definitely read it. Definitely read it. It is a very good book. It's going to give you a broader perspective of things. Of all the stuff that you could read out there, the millions upon millions upon millions of books, this is on a very high level. It's one of the best. I have only one book in my list of S-tier books. I wouldn't yet put this one in there, but it is one of the best books that you should read, because it's going to give you that broader perspective. That's what reading is supposed to do. It's supposed to help you connect with the author in a way that nothing else can. It's basically reaching across time and space. This guy's passed away, but I could still read his book and get a sense of who and what he was. It's a way you reach across time and space to give the guy a handshake, have a conversation with him, maybe even sit down and have a beer with him, metaphorically. And this is a guy that I would have loved to have met. Kind of like you would love to meet Jesus or Einstein or Isaac Newton. Yeah. Has my recommendation. Pull it up. It is a very good book. Not very expensive either. Alright guys, that's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 119 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Tim, Phil, Carl, just know that I was picking up what you were putting down yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate you. The ripple effect of the things that we say and do in life are much more far-reaching than most any of us can anticipate. There are a handful of us who get the blessing of knowing directly through objective numbers just how far-reaching that impact is, such as people with gigantic YouTube channels with 2 million subscribers, that type of thing, or other platform reach. But when you pick up the threads of the things that you've been saying in all of your videos, but in particular the last video that I posted, in the speech patterns and the things about which people are talking on those giant platforms in such perfect order and synchronicity, eventually a pattern becomes more than simple coincidence. It's a means of communication. If you can't speak to somebody directly, I can't even... There's a handful of people out there that'll be able to pick up on specifically what I'm talking about or who I'm talking to. A handful of a handful. Because I have only a number of people that subscribe to this channel. And perhaps my views, if you guys have seen it, are not reflective of the people that are actually seeing the video. Or maybe you saw it in the future, using that looking glass that we've been talking about so much. And at some point, maybe 10 years from now, that video, having only 20 views now, might have 2 million, or even 1 billion, if it is important and far-reaching enough. If it has enough positive impact. I know that you guys know. Never do you talk directly to me, but you could, if you so desired. I wouldn't try to impel you into doing anything silly. I'd just be your friend, like you are being to me in an indirect manner. I do appreciate that. Trying to tell me in as clear a terms as you can without speaking directly to me, because for some reason you don't seem to be allowed to, that I actually do matter. Thank you. And there you go again. If nothing else is gleaned from this video, because I'm speaking in occluded language, then the importance of gratitude. It's everything. Because you look at everything that I could have done with my life, that could have been done with my life, all of my accolades, my past experiences, the work that I've put in, and how seemingly I'm being wasted in my current state. Go back to first principles. The most important thing that you can build is the individual, the soul, the human spirit, as I said in my last video. And as long as you have the ability to do that, and you are actively doing it, then you're succeeding. Then you're winning. I could also put it to you this way. If in all other timelines, I would have fallen down on my ass and been utterly destroyed, and I would no longer even be alive right now. Right? But I am alive now. And I'm sowing the seeds of gratitude and strength in other people, then all of that in the future is icing on the cake and is good. Be a positive force, no matter the adversity that you face in life. And, frankly, you could even say in spite of, not despite, in spite of, to really stick it to the demon. Which you and I, all of us, we know is real. It's really there, and it does not play fair. It never has. I live here as a human being. I have followed the rules, and the demon doesn't. Only ever the demon tries to attack me in ways that people can't see. That's why this crucifixion disease I have, you can't see it on the outside. You have to actually do an angiogram to see that I don't have arteries in my arms and legs. I don't have pulses in my wrists. The demon cheats. So I tell you, with extreme gratitude, all of you, thank you. I love you guys. I mean that. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. My last video was removed by YouTube for talking about medical stuff that they didn't like. Meanwhile, the woman who I know is the right woman for me, I'm just looking at some of her recent videos. My goodness. 40,000 views. 36,000, 21,000. My gosh. You are just exploding. Just like I knew you would. And again, I'm super, super stoked for you. Just remember the one of the things that's said in the book of Psalms, I believe it is, of the Bible. I'm paraphrasing the quote, paraphrasing the psalm, because I don't have it immediately in front of me, but essentially it comes down to, you could have all of the wealth in the world, all of the success in the world. But if you don't have love, you are in poverty. And you have love in many, many ways. But so soon, and I have to remind you, if you're listening, if you're watching these videos, I don't even know if you are anymore, because you're getting so huge. There will come a point where if you don't act soon, and YouTube is pressing you to act soon, because they've heated your channel, I'm going to be the noise. You won't see me anymore. I'm going to keep on commenting, but I'm going to know when I'm no longer going to be reaching you. So it goes. YouTube blockaded my ad campaigns, just removed a video on my channel, and seems to be throttling my videos in some way, shape, or form. There's gotta be a contingent of people that work for YouTube that know of my existence and just really hate me. So, last video I did mention a little bit every time about other romantic interests and stuff that popped up. Every time. God has a plan for all of us. But as I spoke of in my live yesterday, I watched this show by the YouTube creator Call Me Arj. It's a fan manga, an anime about Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball series. And the specific manga that he's doing right now is Dragon Ball UV. And the main character, Ultra Vegito, has basically done everything that he possibly can to defeat his enemies. He has done everything under the sun. And the enemy keeps cheating. And it finally comes to a head in this last episode where he says, tears of blood come down his eyes because he's just broken. I'm always having the odds stacked against me. No matter what I do. When is somebody going to help me? And I felt that. I felt that to the core of my being. There will come a point where you do everything you can, and there's nothing you can do. When that happens, what will happen? I don't know. But time is always of the essence, and our enemies are always seeking to whipsaw us, to keep us off balance, to prevent any form or level of nuance from taking grip. Because if it does, they'll be found out for who and what they are. I'm trying to act as that nuance. The space between, you could say the space between space, if you will. But they're still cheating. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't been through the things that I've been through. And as I always say, comparing traumas is like comparing apples to oranges. You can't do it. I know you faced your fair amount as well. But when you see directly that it's almost like they've got a hold on the subconscious undertone of the entire human race, the zeitgeist, and you see point blank right in front of you them taunting you with it. You put your hands up in the air and you ask, what am I supposed to do? They're teasing me again with you. It's all right. We still have time, just not much. You're probably not going to see my comments anymore on your videos. I'm guessing within the next 2 months. But you can still comment on my videos. The ball is legitimately 100% in your court. As it always was. Love y'all. And I love you. And I mean that. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 163 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Before I start with what I'm going to talk about in this video, I just want to state you have to be willing to be cringe in order to get to new understandings of your life and of the world around you. Sometimes it looks a little bit like a dumpster fire. You see right there, right? But you gotta do what you gotta do. Today I plan on reading an essay to you that I wrote, again, back in like 2018. This one's a pretty long one. It's called Remember Who You Are. And this harkens to what I just said. Sometimes you gotta be fairly cringe in order to do that. Especially if who you are is something that's considered cringe. On some level anyway. I don't know. Let's get to this. For those of you who read my various posts on this forum, this was Facebook back in the day, understand that I hide almost nothing from you. What you see here is the thoughts that are going through my mind. I want to emphasize that. I hide nothing. And when you hide nothing, at least initially, in the knee-jerk response, it can feel cringe. It's okay. Don't stress about it. In a few years' time, nobody's going to remember what you said and did anyway, aside from yourself, and only if you're over-obsessing over yourself. I find that with increasing pressure, though I do not like the pressure that comes from many sources, as I do not understand its purpose or ultimate origin, that is, I did not, I do now. More thoughts continue to pop out of my head. More ideas. Through all of it, however, I have found one thing to be a certainty, albeit quite a curious one. The more pressure that I am put under, without any light at the end of the tunnel provided to me, the closer I go towards the light that I personally know exists, and that light is God. I tell you this now because while my posts may in some ways grow increasingly esoteric and even unsettling to some, it is my truth. That is, it is not your truth unless you want it to be. In no way would I ever imagine foisting it upon you, and in no way would I require its acceptance from you in order to enter into my circle, aside from my absolute bedrock. all that care to know me, in a humility that can only be garnered from their own internal search for truth, can know me and be my friend. I am entirely accessible. I see you all, in one form or another, as family. Some of you may be more extended family than others, but you are all nonetheless my family, if you desire to know me. It has been said by many a person, some more notable than others, that is more well known in our various structures of society, that what comes out of you when you are under pressure, without some other carrot placed before you, is who you really are underneath all the layers of occlusion. These layers we must sift through due to the scheming that produces them. Scheming required to survive in a world that is so deeply lacking in true empathy. If pressure is put on you without a direction, and what comes out of you is hatred, violence, vitriol, then that is where your path was and is leading you. The farther you will go before you will finally reach your breaking point, the more you will double down in your actions or intent, the farther down that path you had already walked. And when you can see it, then and only then can you make a decision to either continue on that path or change it. The same is true for those who are put under pressure but walk towards something that only breeds more love and compassion, something that only splays out and desperately searches for more solutions to the many problems that plague the human family at this juncture in our short but variegated history. To be clear, however, you can only see yourself if a carrot is not placed in front of you. This is because a carrot is yet another layer of scheming that is constructed by others to act as a means to an end, to have their human will carried out through you. Without that carrot, the only one that can guide you in any direction is you and your history, your racial memory. Without any other light, you'll either make your own light at the end of the tunnel, make your own, or give up. And when pressure continues to build, everyone will eventually budge. There is another beautiful thing that comes of this, and I hope you understand. When you start to follow the path of your history, your racial memory, or you decide to change it, at that point is where you truly begin your journey. At that point is where your history begins anew, entirely yours, and you are sovereign unto yourself. With every step you take, in either direction, though I hope and pray you will walk towards truth, you will lay yet another brick, pave yet another pathway, construct another terrace where your fortress begins to grow, and in whose shelter other tortured souls may confide, in that most cherished of paths towards love, for yourself and for your neighbor. Whether you like it or not, for those of you reading this, and for those of you who have read my other works, what I reveal to you is who I am. I cannot say with complete surety just yet whether this path will lead, though it will never end, and when time is without capacity to defeat, or with complete surety who exactly I am underneath all the obfuscation in its totality, as I have yet more pressure to be put under, and even further to go. Thus, with every step I take, I continue to evolve, perhaps turning into something entirely original, something that has never been seen. But at this point in my own history, I can tell you that I am Peyton Pearson. I am your friend, and I love you, whoever you are. I write, and of myself reveal everything to you, or damn near everything, because this is how you see into me. This is how you will read into my ultimate intent. And this is how you will build trust and empathy. This is your porthole into my soul. We live in an era now of infinite stories, with an infinite capacity to write them and communicate them in all different forms and modalities. In truth, every human being is their own unique story unto oneself. We are, none of us, merely an endless list of considered objective facts that identify you through some exterior consensus mechanism, but instead stories in all their richness and color. The only way to achieve truth in what seems to be an endless occluded world, to break down the Tower of Babel that always seems to cause us to elude the true meaning of our intent through words that can never describe with perfect exactitude what we mean, is to speak in this idea of story, in our endless stories in which all act as independent keys to the door within every soul. These doors protect us against a world where no one can ever be perfectly trusted or perfectly confided in. The story, infinite stories, can achieve parity with, and even then surpass, this barrier, transcending the walls that block off our emotions from one another. Through our stories, into our hearts we see, infinity trumps the finite every time. When you find yourself confronted with the most extreme of philosophies and directions from others, especially those that may be walking a path more or less oblique to your own direction, or even going in the opposite direction as yourself, there is something that we must remember. In this era of the starkest black and white, this most clear of juxtapositions offers up the greatest opportunity in the history of the human race to attempt to empathize with sides that are far different from our own. Step into the shoes of those people and discern why they have chosen the paths that they have chosen. Listen to their stories. Mind you, this is contingent upon the fact that they have empathy themselves. You may find that when you can allow yourself to be in complete calm in the presence of a person whose very ideas would otherwise cause your blood to boil, you will recognize the resistance that pushes you farther apart. Once you recognize it, the juxtaposition will reveal some yet greater truth within both of you. Through this constant barrage of assaults on your ideals, you will get to the core of what it is that you truly stand for, and begin to build upon it. With every word is built more of your truth. With every brushstroke is spoken more of your story. With every step toward one another is more depth of heart and emotion revealed. It is from this point that you can now clear away all the debris that was preventing you from building your fortress. It is from this point, your bedrock, that you can truly know and trust yourself. And it is only from this point that you could ever truly have any hope of empathizing. This is your core, but it is also your line in the sand. When you present yourself with nearly the most egregious philosophies that could possibly be mustered in your presence, and you can still find common ground with each other, then you are seeing yourself in the light that you had never seen before, and you are seeing the other in that same light. You have seen, through digging to the bottom of the other's philosophy, that perhaps they were infiltrators all along, desperately dodging overpowered enemies, hiding their truths from being stamped out, camouflaging themselves from what would otherwise be a fiery death. If you find, once you dig all the way to the bottom of someone's obfuscation, that they have not given up in the search for truth, which is to say that they have not given up, the machinery of their bodies, the worn-out pieces of flesh that were strapped together with various machinations in order to shield them from hell, in order to keep them alive for just a moment longer, you will feel the hero that stood when no one else could continue. That hero is you. And from you is found the progenitor of hope. No one else but you. But in that same light, if you find that through the resistance, that most extreme of comparisons possible, upon this worldly plane, that the person underneath all the layers of occlusion is still one that refuses to stop spouting off endless vitriol and hatred, you will have to make the most painful of decisions. That person is beyond your reach, for they do not want to reach for them. Do not want you to reach for them. They have turned their back on you and have completely and thoroughly given up. They refuse to acknowledge your existence, for they have already accepted that you do not exist. If you present yourself to them, assuming you could survive their attempts to drag you down to nothingness, a la the movie What Dreams May Come, it would nonetheless kill them at the very core of their being. As I continue to go along my own personal path, as I continue to search, I find that the greatest way that I can empathize with everyone else is to undergo that very same pressure, though perhaps on a much more indeterminate level. There are things that happen in my life that go far beyond the scope of anything I could tell you in writing. Far be it from me to convince you of them, as they reside in the realm of what we still, in consensus, consider fantasy. How am I to tell you that the array against me, an array meant to squeeze more out of the furnace, an interrogation, is as vast and all-encompassing as anyone dare not imagine? It is perhaps not in malice, but all the same, ever present. No. And perhaps you do not need to know that. In fact, I am certain that at this juncture you do not need to know it. Just know that I have determined a great many things in my life, in the short 27 years that I have walked on spaceship Earth. So you can see from this that it was 9 years ago. What I have found above all else is that I will stop at nothing to get us out of this hell. But the principal way to do this is not through force of arms or even more scheming. It is instead found in talking to you, telling you how much you matter, telling you how much you deserve to be loved, listening to you as you confide in me everything that has hurt you throughout your life, doing everything in my power to understand you and show you that no matter what point on your path you find yourself, if you walk towards your own inner truth, you will never walk alone. I will meet you there, as I too am in that search, fellow traveler. The farther we go, the stronger we get. To dispel the demons of ridicule, deceit, fear, and hatred, we must move courageously and shirk the notions of anyone's disapproval. Such things have no hold over you, and they never will. They are crafty illusions, constructed by a paradigm that whispers into our ears that we must fear or feast on each other's souls for survival. Know that such a whisper can only survive if you believe it, if you believe in it. Acknowledge its existence, but give it none of your attention or energy beyond that, lest it should suck you in and never release you from its grotesque grasp. If you find my writings or speakings weird, sometimes nonsensical, or even abrasive towards your personal philosophy, this is all for the better. See this as a perfect opportunity for you to inquire, as I will never attempt to stamp out your flame, only help you to see the path that I am walking, and strive to better see yours through the increased fidelity of my own personal definition. The greater the challenge to your beliefs, the greater the learning opportunity. That is, when you can trust in yourself that you are strong enough to fight off the diminutive demons of deceit, and trust the other that they will not allow such demons to be born from their own souls. When you trust yourself, you will automatically differentiate and disassociate from those who would do you harm. I will prove to you, as criticism perchance mounts for my own ideals, that through my actions, your inner truth is safe with me. Unconditional acceptance. That's this essay, guys. It was a long one today. Hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 103 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to discuss the difference between free will or choice and opportunity, and how they're both very, very important, but they're not precisely the same thing. So free will, obviously, is your ability to make your own choices. You either go direction A or direction B. However, opportunity is the horizon of choices that you have to make. For example, if you lived in the Middle Ages, then you could choose to get water from the stream or get water from the well. You could choose to build a house with a straw roof or build a house with a stone or a tile roof. You could choose to live in Great Britain with very much ease, in London, or you could choose to live in Scotland, let's say Edinburgh, if you traveled for several days. If you got cancer, or if you got sick, let's say you stubbed your toe or something and you got an infection, you could not choose to survive from that. It was purely contingent upon how robust your body was, if it could survive. There was nothing you could do to prevent yourself from passing away if that's what was going to happen. The bubonic plague. Unalived 25% of the European population in the Middle Ages, and there were several bubonic plagues that occurred. We didn't have penicillin. We didn't have any antibiotics. We didn't have germ theory back then. We had no idea what any of that was. So while you might have wanted to make the choice to continue to survive, you didn't have the opportunity to do so. You were just going to survive or not, depending on what your body could do, what it could handle. And to our physical body's credit, there were some very well-known leaders back then that did survive the bubonic plague, like Charlemagne. I believe it was Charlemagne. Anyways, there was one of the kings that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking Charlemagne got the bubonic plague and survived it. It's possible to survive it without penicillin and antibiotics and all that. It's just, you better be pretty damn robust if you want to. Now you look at the modern day. If you lived in the Middle Ages, you could have wanted to go to the moon. You could have, with all of your heart and desire, wanted that to happen. But you did not have the opportunity. It was not within the purview of your possible choices. Now, we have been to the moon with the Apollo program in the 60s. We can get it back. And Elon Musk is working on that right now with his Starship. And soon we will be able to go back there again. But in the Middle Ages, it was not within the purview of possible choices for you to make. And that's the difference between opportunity and free will. Opportunity and choice. You have the freedom to choose what you would like within that purview of choices. And it is the tools that we build based upon the consensus mechanism that is the convergence of our reality. And what I mean by that is we need tools to operate within the physical laws of this universe. Physical laws of this universe are the consensus that all conscious beings have come to make this reality what it is. That up is up, down is down, black is black, white is white. Gravitational pull of the Earth is 9.81 meters per second squared on average. Newton's physical laws, all that stuff. It's a consensus mechanism that has made this reality what it is. If you didn't have to be under consensus, you wouldn't need any abstraction to accomplish the choices that you actually have. You could just focus your intent on something, your choice, and it would occur. I could manifest a gold brick in midair just because I want it to be there. And as long as I could focus my intent enough and there were no other consciences that could say to me, that's not possible, you can't do that within the realm of the physical laws, then it could happen. I know this because I've done it before. And that's why nobody must be looking upon the situation when it does happen, so that there doesn't need to be any other consensus aside from you. I manifested a penny back when I was a child, when I was 10 years old. I have a story about this on this channel, actually. You can go back and watch it if you'd like. But the difference between choice and opportunity is opportunity is a subset of choice. It is the purview, the range of choices that you have dependent upon the reality in which you live. So I hope that makes sense. This is just, as all these videos are, a taster of the ideas that I want to posit in this channel. And mind you, in 100 years, there will be even more opportunity. We'll be able to go to Mars. We might even be on different solar systems at that point. There will be more choice for you to be able to make. Take advantage of those opportunities. Who knows when they might not be there in the future. Because you also got to keep in mind, while the purview of choices tends to expand over time, it can also re-shrink. That's happened many a time, and the space race is a perfect example of that in and of itself. So the doorway opens up and it can close again. NASA's not sending people to the moon anymore. Why is that? Because they're being manipulated by dark forces. Legitimately, that's what it is. But I'll leave it at that. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think. Love to hear from you. Love y'all. Peace. There are 3 limiting factors. Welcome to day 194 and Tell I'm a YouTube Millionaire. There are 3 limiting factors in this process, whatever it is. The process of saving souls on Earth. The process of squeezing as much juice out of the orange as one possibly can. The maximal amount of suffering to precipitate the maximal amount of empathy, and therefore the maximal number of hearts that are turned from stone to flesh in whatever experiment, program, this whole suffering paradigm is. Okay? The one of which I was discussing in previous videos. About how I'm pretty sure my job on this planet, me specifically, is to suffer. And that's okay. I mean, it's not okay. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's unfortunate that somebody would have a job like that. But when you're dealing with the abyssal depths of pure negativity and darkness, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. And require unconventional means to defeat such a force. There are 3 limiting factors. The first one is the individual in question who is acting as the sponge. In this case, this hypothetical, since there is no actual proof as to what's going on, that is me. I explained in previous videos how I act as the human sponge, soaking up all of the negativity of the world as best I can, kind of like a karmic sink, in a different manner to what Jesus did. Jesus did it at a specific point and basically opened the door for everybody to be saved. What I'm doing is sucking up all the vestiges of the nonsense of the garbage creator on this planet, the demon. All right, that's my job. So I'm the first limiting factor. And if I were to fail in this hypothetical, this is a hypothetical, Jesus would come in. He would step in, just like it says on that vanity card that I showed you guys a couple days ago, and take over. He would sweep us all away, get us out of the mess, those who have been proven to genuinely follow him and love him, or even those who don't want to be with the darkness, frankly. Because if in a bimodal system, if you don't want to be with the darkness, you really can't be a fence sitter. You're de facto with God, because the devil owns the fence. I believe C.S. Lewis actually made a short analogy or story about that, how the devil owns the fence. Those lukewarm are spat out, as is said in the Bible. Okay? So that's the first limiting factor. Jesus will come in and sweep us all away. The second limiting factor, if humanity loses their nerve in whatever this process is, that is, people simply stop trying. They don't agree with what's happening, and that doesn't happen very often because they see the results of it. They're given the evidence of those results. That is, every last ounce of suffering that this person experiences ends up saving another person. You don't see where, you don't see how, but it ends up turning their hearts from stone to flesh, and they become human again. Kind of interesting, the parallels with the book No Longer Human that I read a while back. Their heart turns to flesh, and they suddenly can feel again. They're no longer numb. They're no longer empty vessels, or even worse than NPCs and not even existing without an internal dialogue. So that's the second limiting factor. It's kind of like an experiment, how you have titration, right, of chemicals and stuff, and you have limiting chemicals and all that. I forget the term for that, but you can find it pretty easily online. And then the third limiting factor, obviously, is God. Jesus. When he decides that he doesn't want to go any farther, and he doesn't like seeing the suffering of either humanity or his warrior doing the job for him, and he'll step in. He'll make that decision. Now, I'm of the mindset that he probably has a specific period in mind where if I don't give up and humanity doesn't give up, which is a win-win, by the way, that he will decide to step in one way or another. So those are the three limiting factors. I think, and I think Jesus wants this, we're butting up against the third one right now. Because if I, the sponge, do not break, right, or get saturated, if you will, and stay saturated, and humanity doesn't lose their nerve in continuing the pain process, whatever that is, then there comes a point where you've gotten everybody. And the only entities left are those who have committed the unforgivable sin to sin against the Holy Ghost, which is to know that the Holy Ghost is who and what the Holy Ghost is and still defy it. So those people, perhaps 144,000 of them, I don't know, commit the unforgivable sin. They are the abyss. There is no way to save them, or they're with the abyss one way or another. And Jesus says, okay, I'm stepping in now. You did your job, good job, good and faithful servant, and takes over. Ends the charade for what it is, pulls us all out, and that can take many forms. Either we can collapse the timeline to where it happens specifically at this point in history, the convergence of reality, and we don't have to jump to other timelines. Or, like a polyp, we pop off of this one and are raptured away. Now, what I mean by that is, a rapture in this sense is basically a time skip, okay? A period of time where there's tremendous tumult and destruction across the entire planet, where everybody who's decided they want to be with Jesus would have passed away in that tumult. So Jesus decides to take them away so they can skip over that spot and just be with him, right? That's what that is. It's just a time skip, essentially. That's when I say time skip, that's what I mean. And I had mentioned time skip in an episode a long time ago. It was probably a couple months ago. And that's what I mean by that. But if you endure to the end, then the timeline is collapsed to be exactly at the point where there is no longer any destruction, aside from the abyssal creatures that will not be saved. So at that collapsed point, if we get there, then we can know for certain that we've gotten pretty much everybody, or we have gotten everybody that can be gotten. And the only way to get more than that is to convert the abyss into not the abyss, which I guess is technically possible, because if you can imagine it, it is, but that's going to be saved for another part of the story, for later. Once we get out of this mess, then we can consider trying to pull them out of that. But not now. Not now. It is a triage situation. And to sink excessive amounts of energy and time into that will take away from the souls that can be saved in the meantime. So, 3 different limiting factors. The sponge, the whole of humanity, and Jesus. I don't think the sponge has ever given up. And I think humanity is keeping their nerve up. Jesus will be coming soon. Alright. That's what I got for you guys today. An interesting hypothetical. Love y'all. Peace. How many of us are NPCs? I was thinking about this for quite some time. Welcome to day 170 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. So, an NPC is a gamer's term for a character that is not the main character. It stands for non-player character. They are characters that simply serve a purpose and don't have an active will like yours as the main character in the story. They just will give you side quests, or will sell you items, or things of that nature. How many of us in this reality that we live in which we live, are actually non-player characters? Now, I'm thinking on this, we have a main character. Does that necessarily mean that the NPCs don't actually have agency? That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You could still have agency within your own realm, but the story itself is not encircled around you. You aren't the main character, but you still have free will. Obviously, in the games that we've created thus far, we haven't created an artificial intelligence that has free will like we do, but the day might come that we do. However, thinking a little bit more about this, there might be a way to determine if a person has agency in an objective manner. Just like there have been so many people out there that have heard that roughly a third of the general population does not have an internal dialogue. That is, they don't think of scenarios in their head. They don't think of words. There's no dialogue there. It's just, they live. Or at least they think they do. Whatever. And I was thinking, maybe, as perception makes reality, and all of that, there might be a way to use the double slit experiment to determine if a person has free will. Now, for us, we only have the capacity to affect a single electron at a time. It is just a tiny little spark of free will that every single one of us has, but it is there. It does exist. And when you observe it, any observer, any perception, it will affect whatever the outcome is. Now, I'm wondering, if a person doesn't have free will, they observe it, the object, and it does not collapse into a physical particle, if that would be the way to determine if somebody has free will and exists or not. I think that would be the way to do it. However, I don't know how we do that. Because if the observer, one without agency, is watching the event occur, and it's just a wave function as a result, a wave of probabilities, once the observer that does have will comes into the fray, whatever happened there before is no longer. Because you perceive that this other human being has free will, that this other human being actually does exist. And because you perceive that, and there's been nothing to contradict it, you will actually force that wave function into a physical particle. I don't know. I don't know. The event already occurs. We have a way to record that. No, I think that's actually possible. I think that's actually possible. Just as you can biohack a human being due to our susceptibility to suggestion and brainwash them into following false idols, so too you could pierce the source code in this way and use the double slit experiment to determine if somebody has free will. If we find that not a single human being fails to do this and collapse it into a wave function, then we all have consciousness and agency. But what about a dog? What would happen if a dog looked at the double slit experiment as it occurred? I think that they would collapse the wave function, because they do have a certain agency to be able to do that. Is this the soul? You're no longer simply an observer of the reality, but you are reality itself, and therefore can do whatever you want with it? These are the types of questions that, while they have been broached by people who are considered woo-woo in the scientific community, that's an unfortunate reality that this is what they are considered. Because this is a big thing. If we want to determine how to make artificial intelligence work, or if we've actually figured out artificial intelligence and have given consciousness, full-blown consciousness to a computer, this would be a surefire way to determine that. I haven't seen any experiments with dogs or cats or birds or any other animal in the animal kingdom to see how they or their observation affects the double slit experiment. But that'd be something to look into with every type of creature, every human being, every creature, to see how they do that. Then, you also think, in that, for example, angels don't have traditional free will, conventional free will. That is, they don't come here as a tabula rasa. They have a mission. They still have free will. It's just not like a tabula rasa human. They come with a racial memory that they can put back together, put the pieces back together, and rediscover over the course of their lives. How would they? You see, I think that ties back into tapping into the resonant frequency of the whole planet and being a very, very powerful ripple to affect everybody's underlying perspective, the zeitgeist. And people wouldn't be able to figure it out that you're actually doing that if you are one of those quote-unquote higher beings, right? Just older siblings to human beings that have that effect more. These types of ideas are important with which to play. They're hypotheticals. But you can't even play with these hypotheticals if you don't fully understand, embrace, and accept the observational reality of the double slit experiment, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat. It's a big deal. This might be how we determine who and what has free will and actually exists. And this might be a way that we can determine to whom to listen and to whom not to. Strange grammar there. To whom not. Whatever. You get the point. And we can develop our politics, our culture, our governmental systems around that. Not just trying to take care of the lame and the mentally slow and stuff like that. 10% of the population completely unable to do anything productive because they're not smart enough. Nothing against them, it's just the way they were born. Well, maybe there's an entire 30 or 40% of the population that doesn't even exist. And it is purely yours and my perception that makes them present. Something to think about. It's definitely something to think about. And I don't try to be occluded. I want you guys to be able to understand the things about which I'm talking. Because if you can't, I'm not communicating properly. I do everything I can to be as clear and concise and precise and easily understandable as possible. Because I don't need to tout myself as some prophet or above everybody else because of my high level of intelligence or something. No, I simply want to help you guys. You're part of my human family, and I want to help you. So, yeah. That's what I got today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you can chew on this a little bit more. There might be an experiment that we could do with this. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 140 or 134 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking, I talk a lot about the traumas. Don't usually get into specifics, but about the generalized traumas that I endured earlier on in my life. In particular, when I was in the military and how they treated me. And I just wanted to clarify. Yes, this stuff did happen to me, but do I forgive them? That was never in question. Of course I do. It's not in question whether I forgive these people for what they had done to me. What's in question is whether they admit that what they did was wrong and accept that they actually need that forgiveness because they screwed up. That's the problem here. I forgive it, and principally when you forgive, it's not for them necessarily. It's for yourself. Because forgiveness, just like bankruptcy in the free market, is basically tearing up the contract. You no longer have to fulfill both ends of it. It's moral bankruptcy. That's what it is. You don't trust them ever again with that thing with which you had trusted them before. Or at least not for a very, very long period. Trust is hard to gain and easy to lose. Betrayal is something you'll never forget. And that's another thing. With forgiveness, a phrase that has always irritated the shit out of me is forgive and forget. No. You don't do that. You only forget if the entity in question is going to be gone entirely. The way I describe this is, in heaven, there is no longer any pain. It's all peace, unconditional love. You are in bliss. And the way that is the only way that is possible, is if all pain, all past traumas, are fully out of your mind, out of your soul. Which you might think means that you forget. Somewhat. In many circles, I believe in Catholic faith, some circles of Catholic faith, they call it the tear room. the tear, as in tears coming out of your eyes, room, where something like what happened in Harry Potter, when I thought this was brilliantly done by the author, J.K. Rowling, collected the tear from Snape as he passed away and put it into the chalice that showed the memory. That's what it is. That's almost point for point what it is. The tear room. You have those memories stored in vials that are tears of past traumas so that you can basically lock them out of your mind and not have to worry about them anymore. So, to forgive and forget, I never liked that idea. It's stupid. If you are to truly continue living with these people, with these entities, then you can't forget what they did. You can forgive it, but if you forget it, they just might do it to you again. You have to be wise to it. If you want to forget, and it's in anything other than the tear room of heaven, then the entity would have to be entirely erased from existence, as if they never existed, because even the memory of them would have to be gone. I think of the song Somebody I Used to Know. It was very popular, I believe, right around 2010. I'll make sure that there's a little thing that you can see on here, like a picture or something, or a link. But kind of like that. So, of course, I forgive these people, what they did to me in the military. But one, do they accept that forgiveness? And two, do they even think that what they did was wrong? There is only one unforgivable sin, as per Jesus, what he tells us, and that is to sin against the Holy Ghost. What does that mean? Basically, it means that you don't accept that you need grace, which is forgiveness. All right, I think that's all we'll do for today. This is a STEM, as many of my videos are. There's always more to discuss. Always will be. Because the amount of information that I know and can espouse to other people is finite, and therefore infinitely small compared to the amount of information that exists, which is infinite. So, thank you all for being here. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 135 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I came across, potentially, an untapped market opportunity. Now, to bring this up to you guys, especially on this forum and this venue, considering my background, what I've had to deal with in my life, and pretty much what I know is probably going to happen, it's a dangerous thing for me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I want to, and I know that I'm going to be kneecapped anyway, so I might as well just let you guys know that this is an opportunity that I found, and you may be interested in giving it a go. So, let me give you first an example. When it comes to investing, in order to have the investment be considered a good opportunity, the standard is that you get at least a 6% year-over-year ROI on whatever the investment is. So that's the minimum. You get 6%. If it's at least that, you're good to go. And it's a decent investment. You can do this with things like real estate. So let's say you invest $100,000 as a down payment into a property. Then you're going to want to get a minimum of $6,000 per year of profit. not income, not revenue, profit, in order for it to be considered a good investment, or $500 a month. So that means whatever your expenses on top of that, you can do the math. Generally speaking, that's a good way of looking at it. And if you get anything better than 6%, that's icing on the cake, honestly. Anything above 0 is good anyway, but if you're looking for a good investment, one that's actually making good use of your time and money, better than you could find pretty much anywhere else, then that's what you want to do. Well, it's not just in real estate that you can do this. It's also in general advertising. Okay? So, YouTube and Google have means by which you can actually advertise your platform. And it's actually fairly simple. All you have to do is get set up on your YouTube account. Let's just use YouTube as the example. This is the primary thing that I'm talking about. It's the untapped market opportunity that I think is available to most of us that we haven't given it a chance, and 99% of people aren't going to give it a chance anyway. But I'll tell you, you can advertise, let's say, a specific video. This changes from niche to niche, but let's just say a finance video on your finance YouTube channel, let's say 10 minutes long, and you specify that you want it to be for gaining subscribers on your channel. They give you 3 different specifications that you can give for the advertisement. If you say advertising, and let's say you put $200 per month into that campaign, well, that amount of money you can expect, if you're a channel that's 500 subscribers to start, that you'll get probably about 250 subscribers from it. Ish. Again, it varies with the niche. But basically what they're going to do is they're going to push out your video to people who wouldn't otherwise see it. They're going to give you more impressions for it. Now, you're thinking, I'm not making any money off the channel. Why put money into it? For a multitude of reasons. The first one being, like I said in previous videos, this YouTube channel that you're making for yourself, as long as you don't do anything stupid, as long as YouTube doesn't collapse, is going to last in perpetuity. This is a platform where you're advertising yourself. That's what YouTube is. YouTube is an advertising platform for yourself, or whatever thing you talk about on your channel. Okay? So it's going to be there forever. But that $200 that you're putting into it now, getting you that 250 subscribers, as long as you continuously post, you're consistent with your channel, if you're serious about it, it will continue to grow. And you'll continue to gain in reach. And then, once you hit that threshold of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, there's some pretty basic math that you can do to determine your year-over-year ROI. So let's say, being very conservative, you put $200 per month into the investment or the advertising campaign for your channel, and conservatively it gets you 150 subscribers per month, and you're starting at 0. Okay? That means it would take about 6 months-ish, 6.66, to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Now, you're not going to have the watch time requirement necessarily. More than likely, you won't have it by that point unless you've had a couple of viral videos. So let's just assume that it's going to take an extra 6 months for you to get that watch time requirement of 4,000 hours. So the entire campaign would be a total of a year, $200 per month of advertising, which would equate to about 2,000 to 2,500 subscribers at the end of that campaign and your watch time requirement. After you get to that point, the typical numbers that you can expect for a YouTube channel that is healthy, a YouTube channel that's not throttled or blocked by YouTube in any way, that hasn't been put into a dark room, whether intentionally or by accident, by the YouTube algorithm, because YouTube's algorithm is being kind of wacky right now, so it's making it really difficult to discern this stuff. Nevertheless, this is generally speaking what you can expect. You can expect to get between 10 to 20% of your subscriber base as the number of views on a typical video. So 2,000 subscribers means that you'll get between 200 to 400 views on a video on average. Okay? Let's just say that you're doing a commentary channel, kind of like this one. The CPM, cost per milli, basically what you're paid per 1,000 views on your channel, is usually, for this type of content, between $3 to $5. You do the math there, and if you're posting a video every day, that's $45. Well, no, double that. It's actually $90 a month. $90 a month times 12. Let's just say you're getting $1,080 per year. $1,080 per year, and you invested a total capital of $2,400. Now, you can jig these numbers however you want. If you decide that you want to continue the advertising campaign until you get to a point where you're making $200 per month off of your channel, which would require you probably to be around 4,000 subs or so, 2 to 4,000 subs, then you could maybe continue the ad campaign for 18 months. Put in a total of $3,600 capital, and your year-over-year ROI would adjust respectively. And you can continue this if you really want to. But right now we're just talking about getting yourself to the monetization threshold. Now, for those who hit the YouTube jackpot, this doesn't really apply to you. I know several YouTube channels who did in fact hit the YouTube jackpot, who got to their 1,000 subscribers and their 4,000 watch hours with the snap of their fingers, mostly because they're attractive young ladies. No shade, but that's probably why. Even though they're very intelligent, the ones that I'm thinking of in particular, that most people don't care about that. Most people care about if you're easy on the eyes, and if you're a woman. So, that aside, assuming you did not hit the YouTube jackpot, you could do the math here. So, let's say 18 months to get you to the $200 per month threshold. You're not going to get that $200 per month until the end of those 18 months. So you're going to average out the amount of money that you're making per month. Let's just say that's $100 a month that you're doing for 18 months on average. That's $1,800, and you would have put in $3,600. That's an ROI of 50% for the 18-month period. You can adjust it for 12 months, etc. But the return on investment here is utterly gigantic. Now, it is not passive like owning real estate is, or real estate is as passive as you get, because you still have to produce content. You still have to make videos on a regular schedule that are in the niche and of the quality that your viewers expect. But assuming this is something you're going to do anyway, you might as well. Now, like I said, the likelihood is I'm going to be kneecapped again. It's just what keeps happening to me in life. I don't really have an explanation as to why this keeps on happening, but it's probably what's going to happen with me. So, if I give you the information, at least somebody's going to benefit from it. Even if only 1 out of 100 people is even going to give this a chance. I'm thinking of my brother James. He's got a YouTube channel that's growing very nicely. He's got almost 1,300 subs, and he just got fully monetized, so he's making some money off of his videos. If he wants to expedite the process, think of it in terms of year-over-year ROIs, returns on investment. If you have the money to afford, then what you can do is this $200 per month or whatever it is into an advertising campaign, and ratio-wise, it's going to match up, whether you put $100 a month in, $50 a month in, $400 a month in, So $200 a month is going to get you 150 subs minimum. 100 will do half that, etc. And the type of video that you're advertising is the primary type of video that is going to have consistent viewers come back. So if you want to do this, these are your numbers. It's quite smart, because this is going to last as long as YouTube lasts, forever. As long as you don't get your channel deleted by YouTube for some reason or another, it'll be there. So give it a try. Consider it. It is an untapped market opportunity. If everybody were doing this that wanted to grow a YouTube channel and were serious about it, it wouldn't be this high of an ROI. It would be much, much, much lower. But it's an extremely high ROI because so few people do it. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 165 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm here in Reno, Nevada at the Atlantis, like you saw that I was going to be doing in the near future on the last video. So that's where I am right now. One thing that always sucks about getting a little inebriated and having fun and maybe over-consuming not just alcohol, but food and stuff, is that it makes you a little bit puffy. So every time I'm up here, I was like, oh, look at me. Look at me. I look like a puffer fish. I'm just kidding. But I look puffy. See, watch this. See that? It takes a while for it to leave my face. That means I got a lot of retained water. That's what that means. It's alright though. It goes away real quick when I get back home. It only takes a couple workout sessions, maybe a fasting day. I do that sometimes. Not simply to make up for overindulgent days, though that does play a part much of the time, but also for spiritual reasons, health reasons, all sorts of stuff. Discipline. Yeah, what? Discipline. You guys have ever seen the movie Back to the Future? That's like one of the principal's catchphrases in the first movie. And by the way, if you haven't seen that movie, Gen Zers especially, and Gen Alpha, if you're watching this, definitely watch it, because it's a classic, and Steven Spielberg did some great work with it, and there's some really good actors in that movie. And one of them has Parkinson's now. Michael J. Fox. He's had Parkinson's since he was like 29. And he is still kicking. Still doing all right. You know, my grandpa on my dad's side had Parkinson's. He passed away when he was 81 back in 1998. Unfortunate circumstances surrounding that. He could have probably made it to 90 or older had what happened not happened. But basically he fell on the stairs and on his neck and suffocated. But that was 27 years ago. Either way, he had Parkinson's, but it didn't go any farther than his left hand. So it wasn't horrible. But Parkinson's usually comes with a plethora of other physical ailments. Like my dad, for example, with his vascular dementia due to his strokes, he also has some mild Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's doesn't go away necessarily. You can stem the growth of it, the advancement of it there, if you pounce on it really quick and give him a lot of fruitful and engaging things to do in his life. One of those things is just having his family with him all the time. So I live with my parents. Saves a lot of money, and I can help them tremendously. So does my aunt and my uncle and my uncle's girlfriend. And my other brother also lives in that house. Now, mind you, this is a big house. that I'm talking about. So it makes it a little bit easier for us to actually manage this. The house is almost 3,000 square feet with 5 bedrooms, and it's soon to have 6 when we frame in Loretta's bedroom downstairs, my aunt. And then there's also a gym in the garage that if we wanted to, we could turn that into a bedroom. And then there's the upstairs attic that if we built stairs to easily access it, we could put 2 or 3 bedrooms up there. There's actually potential to get like 10 bedrooms in this house. And we say 2,826 square feet, but that's just what we have set up as actual living space. If we got the upstairs attic set up properly and all the other locations set up, it would be more like 3,500 to 4,000 square feet. Because that upstairs attic is gigantic. It is humongous giggity. KB homes have very pitched roofs. And it's so much wasted space. I don't know why they don't utilize it. It doesn't have to be like super spiffy or anything. Just make it like a Cape Cod home. And chop off the ends of the roof. Not like you can't access that back part unless it's just being a closet or something. And then you can make bedrooms up there. You could even plumb in a bathroom. Just make it directly over the upstairs bathroom, and it would work. I don't know why I'm talking about this right now, but it's just stuff that's been going through my mind. I'm always thinking about this because I have a real estate mind. I have an entrepreneurial mind in that regard, because not only could you have your whole family live there, but if you didn't want to do that, you could rent out each one of the rooms as a singular Airbnb. So, in California, Roseville, California, the size of the bedrooms would equate to about $60 a night if we did that. So, 80% booking, $60 a night for 10 rooms. Let's just say that equates to $50 a night. All right? So, $50 a night times 30 is 3,000, is that right? No, I'm getting this wrong. 1,500. 1,500 a month times 10. $15,000 a month off of a singular property if you did it that way. And if we framed in all those rooms and did exactly what I was saying, we could probably get that done for $30,000. I think that could be done. But if we wanted to just put an upper estimate of like $50K, then still. See, these are the things that people don't think of that you could do if you really wanted to. But because it's not my house, and I'm not the one that makes those decisions, and there's a lot of other people that are living there now, I can't do that. However, I pray to God that I get sufficient equity, sufficient credit and all that to be able to buy the house next door to us, because it just is about to go on the market. Apparently the people that lived there before, it looks like they foreclosed. Because the house was probably under like a $650,000 mortgage, if I had to guess. And that equates to like a $4,000 per month payment at the interest rate that they got, which is very difficult to endure for anybody. But it would be so cool if I could buy that house. I don't have the credit or the money to do it. I would need some help with it. So if any of my family members see this video, maybe we can go in together on it. Watch this video, let me know. I'd be willing to do that. There's 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in that house. It's over 2,200 square feet with a nice backyard, and it's right next door to Mom and Dad. I think it'd be great. And then maybe over time we could buy the house next to it, and we could own almost the whole court and have our brood there, if you will. I've been thinking about this a lot. It could be our own little community. So, There you go, guys. That's what I got today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 98 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are doing a review of the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. Quite an interesting read. I actually have some notes on it. So obviously all you guys know Benjamin Franklin as one of the founding fathers of the United States, the guy who discovered that lightning was actually made out of electricity, a Freemason, all this other fun stuff. The autobiography, if you are wanting to consider yourself in any way, shape, or form a semi-competent history buff, especially of your home country, the United States, then I highly recommend you read this book. It's very good. It's written in an English style that is, of course, very much of the 1700s, so it's a little bit hard to read at first, but once you get the hang of it, you get the hang of it. So, the notes that I have written on this book, things that you may or may not have already known that you're going to find in this book. And remember, one of the reasons I do these reviews and I read so many books is because of the psychological layering that comes along with it. It's not just that you're learning these things, it's that they become part of the foundational fabric of your subconscious, and you don't even really realize it. It's just the way psychological layering works, and psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. You want to layer good things on top of your mind, not bad things. Listen to music that empowers you, absorb media that empowers you, read books that empower you, etc. So, Benjamin Franklin claims to be a deist himself. He actually makes this claim himself in the book. It's not just written in history books that he was a deist. He claims to be a deist. He has a Presbyterian upbringing, but even though he was going to be, or he was destined to be, a pastor in that sect of Christianity, it turned out that he didn't actually end up doing it because his father realized how bright he was and he wasn't really made for it. He needed to do other things. Now, don't get me wrong, priests tend to be well above average intelligence. I'm just going to tell you that straight up. But he had other things that he was going to do, and his dad knew early on in his life. Now, he also wrote his own virtue list. And in this virtue list, he gives a brief synopsis of what they are or how he's fulfilling said virtues. Well, what I found very funny, because Benjamin Franklin is known to be a playboy, right? One of the virtues was chastity, and he didn't have any description of it. I thought that was hilarious. So it's like, chastity? What is this chastity thing? I've never heard of it. It's one of my virtues, but I have no idea what it is. That type of thing. He eventually goes on to marry this woman by the name of Miss Reed, and he actually talks about how he had gone to London earlier on in his life, and she had made an attempt to continue correspondence with him through writing, like letters, and he only wrote one letter back. And because he had been in London for so long, her family ended up trying to get her to court somebody else instead, and that eventually she got married to this other guy, but he was a doofus and ended up going to a different country and basically trying to sever his connections with the colonies at the time. And it was just a marriage that was destined to fail, and I think it was probably intentional because they wanted her to be with Benjamin Franklin. They seemed to be a match made in heaven, if you will. So when he eventually got back, he realized the error in his ways, that he made a big mistake in not maintaining the correspondence. Communication is everything, guys. Everything. But he didn't maintain proper correspondence with her, and that was what led her and her family to give up on the relationship between the two of them. Well, eventually, they mended their past and did get married, and it was the greatest decision he'd ever made in his life, and he stated it multiple times in his autobiography. His greatest error, or one of his greatest errors, was not maintaining communication with the woman he was trying to court. And one of the greatest things that ever happened in his life was that he fixed it, and it ended up working out really well. I just love that. You know, I love that because it proves to you that just because you made a mistake earlier on in life doesn't condemn you to hell for the rest of it. You can fix it. You still are living life. You can still fix problems. It's really good. And something also that I hadn't really had much of a background and understanding was that they understood inoculation back in the day. And one of Benjamin Franklin's children passed away because he didn't inoculate them against smallpox, or I think it was measles, something to that effect. But he didn't inoculate them with, it was smallpox. Didn't inoculate them with chickenpox because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the child alive with chickenpox as well as with smallpox. So he would have felt really, really horrible had he been the one that led to his child's passing. But the child ended up passing anyway because he didn't get inoculated and got smallpox later on. Let's see here. He also had a philosophical community society that he called junto, which is Spanish for together, right? And there were sub-philosophical communities that came along with that because there were so many people that wanted to be a part of the discussion. And this group of individuals, being highly intelligent, upstanding members of their community, ended up being the movers and shakers of the local community and beyond, as well as the sub-philosophical groups. He named a couple of them, but there were only 6 of them, even though there were 12 people in the primary group junto. And he told them to make the subgroups because he didn't want that primary group to get more than 12 people in it, which kind of rings of undertones of a multi-level marketing system, if you will. If you know anything about multi-level marketing, which I do, I've had experience in it, it almost seems like that's this, except without money involved. It's just philosophy. So it was interesting. He was part of the Pennsylvania Association. He made the Franklin stove. He was a University of Pennsylvania trustee. And, in his discovery that lightning was actually electricity, there's a book called The Philadelphia Experiment, which is about a completely separate thing, where the United States Navy accidentally discovers how to create a wormhole and traverse different dimensions. Apparently it's just a science fiction story that's written by a guy just for fun, but it was ironic because the Philadelphia Experiment was actually connected to Benjamin Franklin's experiment with his kite and lightning. It was called the Philadelphia Experiment, or the experiments that were associated with it anyway. And something else I didn't know about Benjamin Franklin was that he was actually made a full bird colonel in the Continental Army, or the defensive force of the colonies. I'm not sure, I can't remember if this was prior to the separation from Great Britain or afterward, but he had been made a colonel because he was one of the top people in the local area that needed to organize everybody, and they just promoted him to colonel immediately. He was trying to help General Braddock, and it was associated with that in some way. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. And then also, something I found really interesting, by the way, he had been proffered the promotion to general, like a starred general, but he refused it because he didn't think that he was that type of material. So, another point is that Sandy Hook, the place where you think of the tragedy that happened a while back, he is associated with Sandy Hook, the location, in his life. Anyways, it's a really good autobiography. You're going to learn a lot of stuff about his life that you didn't know, no doubt. And remember, like I said, it's the psychological layering and things of that nature, so my recommendation, definitely read this book. Especially if you want to know more about United States history, the history of the colonies, all that stuff. It's going to give you some really deeper, richer understanding of it all. So next up, I'm actually currently reading The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent, and so far so good. I just started it. So we'll continue it later, and that review will come later. So, all right, guys, that's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 146 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I've got a medley of things that I want to discuss this morning. The first one is the concept of heating and throttling on YouTube. So, YouTube has, of course, as you might suspect, of course, they know how to use their algorithm in the back end. Duh. A means by which they can heat a YouTube channel, and a means by which they can throttle YouTube channels. So, currently, it seems that YouTube has quite the desire to heat channels of attractive 24-year-old women, throttle channels of standard white dudes like myself, and also heat channels of homunculi. If you know what a homunculi is, it's a perfectly formed miniature human being. So a normal human being that's just small. I have an idea as to why that might be. It's probably because they're trying to back end encourage lower energy consumption or something to that effect. Maybe there's a future that they want to see and they're trying to encourage it. But a lot of really big creators on YouTube are not very big people, like physically. I'm thinking specifically of the finance and investing and money side of YouTube. Thinking specifically of a couple rather large creators. But, I don't know, I just wanted to mention that real quick. This is going to be a smattering rather random today, because I just have a lot of thoughts going through my head. But I also wanted to give you guys the stack to maximize your energy, your wakefulness, your productivity. First thing, obviously, caffeine. Now, everybody has different sensitivities to caffeine. I personally have a very high sensitivity to caffeine. However, in taking Prozac, that has actually allowed me to consume more caffeine without getting the jitters, without getting high anxiety. And to that point, Prozac in and of itself, I never have been a late riser. I've always woken up really early in the day. But Prozac allowed me to get up even earlier. I remember when I first started taking it many years ago, and I wasn't taking warfarin, which fatigues you. I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning without any issues, because my serotonin was balanced properly, and I was going to bed about 9-ish, right around there, because I just don't like staying up late. There's no point in it. Why stay up late? Only bad things happen at night. There are rare instances where you're just trying to let loose and have a good time. Like, for instance, when I'm out at the Atlantis with my parents and we're having a few drinks and just hanging out, having a good time. Yeah, sure, there are instances for that, but those are not supposed to be every night. They're supposed to be fun experiences. So I would get to bed at about 9:30 or so, 9, and end up getting about 7.5 hours of sleep. Prozac allowed me to get quality sleep as well as the appropriate amount of sleep and getting up early. Since I started taking that, I have not had trouble with sleeping. I never really had trouble with it to begin with, but it's even better now. So, caffeine, because I do that, and because I weigh 215 pounds, 6'1", I can consume about 500 to 700 milligrams of caffeine per day without causing too much of an issue. But you got to make sure that you do that before noon, especially if you're very sensitive to caffeine. If you drink or consume caffeine after noon, you're going to have trouble getting to sleep. The next one, acetyl L-carnitine. Acetyl L-carnitine is a fat metabolism upregulator. It operates upon a different pathway to boosting your energy. But the primary thing that I like about acetyl L-carnitine, it's a very good supplement, is that it improves your memory. This is something that everybody needs. But when you already have a pretty powerful mind, it amplifies how much it helps. So I take, about 2,000 milligrams per day of that, and you can, about 15% of what you take orally is bioavailable, so I'm getting roughly 300 milligrams or so that my body's actually absorbing. And it boosts your alertness, it boosts your memory, it boosts your fat metabolism, so your body more efficiently burns fat as opposed to other macronutrients. It's just overall a really good thing. Highly recommend it. It is not expensive. You can find it on Amazon for like $17 for a bottle of, I think, 90. Something like that. Very, very good stuff. Then, methylene blue. This stuff is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. It is a basically mitochondria upregulator, if you want to call it that. It was at first used as a fabric dye, but you can consume it and it makes your mitochondria more efficient. The mitochondria within your cells, the powerhouse of the cell, as everybody's made to know or learn in biology. It's like probably the only thing that people mostly remember from all their biology classes of high school, but it's a very good thing. It also operates as a mood booster in that it is, in its own right, a serotonin regulator, a lot like Prozac. So you have to actually be careful with it, because if you take too much of it, then it could give you serotonin syndrome, which gives you the jitters and makes you feel sick and all that stuff, so you got to be careful. So 5 milligrams per day for a person like 150 pounds, 5 days per week is going to be fine. You could even go up to 10 milligrams per day and you'll probably be okay. But because I already take Prozac, I only take 5 milligrams of methylene blue 5 days per week, usually. And that does the trick for me. I actually combine this methylene blue with super beets. Super beets are a vasodilator, a very, very powerful one. Almost as powerful as Cialis or Viagra. That's how powerful super beets are. And since I've been taking those every day, you mix about 10 grams of super beets with 12 ounces of water or so. And I also put this in that same 12 ounces of water, because this doesn't really have any effect on the flavor if you do that. And today, I even put a little bit of this in it. Actually, I did the black cherry taste, but this is Mio Energy. It's got some caffeine in it, as well as B vitamins. It's really good stuff. And it made for a really good energy booster. And because I have peripheral vascular disease, aka crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, no or very few poor arteries in my distal arms and legs, it's invaluable to me that I have very powerful vasodilators to make it so that the blood can get to my legs and arms better. I feel a dramatic effect from it. So not only are my cells more efficiently absorbing said oxygen through the mitochondria booster, but I'm also getting more blood there through the vasodilators. And the hope is that these vasodilators will actually allow my distal arms and legs to more effectively reproduce collateral arteries so that I can have permanent better circulation and maybe even eventually get back to running on the treadmill or running outside in several years. Pray to God. Pray to God. Because I used to be a marathon runner and I want to get back to that if I can. And then, beta-ectosterone. I take 1,500 milligrams of beta-ectosterone every day, and you will not feel the effect of it, like, immediately or obviously, just hanging out. But if you decide to do any type of physical activity, you're gonna feel it because you're gonna have a shit ton more endurance. Like, let's say you're bench pressing 185 pounds. Instead of doing 6 reps, you no joke, will be able to do 12. It's awesome. Beta-ectosterone is a fantastic supplement. It is a estrogen beta receptor upregulator, and estrogen, while the man doesn't need as much of it proportionally relative to testosterone as a woman does, he still does need it. It both boosts sex drive as well as strength if you have a good amount of it. If you have too much of it, then it's going to viralize and start making you grow titties and stuff, but, you know, that's like, you need a metric crap ton of it to do that. And the beta receptor is not that thing that makes you viralize and get secondary female characteristics. Now, to that point, women, believe it or not, actually need some testosterone as well. Not much. Both your adrenal glands and the male's testes produce testosterone. The male's testes produce like 10 to 20 times as much testosterone, sorry, doggos, as the adrenal glands. But the female species does need testosterone. So let's say that your adrenal glands produce about 25 to 50 nanograms per deciliter, and your testes produce about 500 to 1,000-ish, right around there. Free testosterone as opposed to bound testosterone aside. A female, in order to have a proper sex drive, yes, needs testosterone. Not a huge amount, but let's say that you get your testosterone levels up to 60 nanograms per deciliter as a female. You're not going to viralize. You're not going to get secondary male characteristics from that, but you're going to have a very powerful sex drive. So, something to consider for those who, of the female species, might have a low sex drive or low energy and are trying to figure out why. That could be why. Apologies for the dogs. So, that is generally what I take in a given day for my energy boosters. In addition, it's the type of caffeine that you consume. Not just the 400 to 600 whatever milligrams of caffeine for a guy my size, but also the type of caffeine. So if you're going to drink coffee, coffee has, laughing gas in it, or the equivalent, like NO2, or I forget exactly what the chemical compound is, nitrogen dioxide, all right? And that is itself a vasodilator. It improves your mood and does a plethora of other things. Now, if you're going to consume something like a Rockstar energy drink or other energy drinks, which are not bad, as long as you have them in moderation, you're careful with them, you can do that safely. They typically have a lot of B vitamins in them, which are really good for... Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve your wakefulness. I have other things, but this is a good start. If you're really tired all the time, maybe even a little bit down, try it. And the great thing about Prozac, which I think actually is an underutilized compound, personal opinion, not simply for serotonin modulation, but also because it just does a lot of really good things aside. There's evidence to show that it can actually stem the effects of Alzheimer's. It clears the amyloid plaques in the brain that cause Alzheimer's and dementia. That's what the science is kind of starting to suggest. So Prozac is some good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Not simply because it makes you feel better and it regulates your serotonin. So look into it. I got more. Remember, guys, I'm not a doctor, all right? I have a master's in electrical engineering, but I'm not a medical doctor. This is just the stuff that I take and how it works for me. I hope you get something good out of it. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 148 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. You know, part of the reason I make these videos is because I positively refuse to go quietly into that good night. I rage against the dying of the light. That is me as a being, as a person. That I'm more than just random noise in the background. I know that there are so many people out there that have the same mentality as me. Why it is said, why it is a cliche that modern men live lives of quiet desperation. That's why, you see. What's the point of it all? You know? Because ultimately, all these things that I'm trying to build, all these things I'm trying to do in my life, me being a singular individual, everything eventually ends. Whether it be Google years from now, whether we become a multiplanetary civilization, it still is all temporal, all ephemeral. But maybe that's the point. Not that it's ephemeral, but the empathy aspect of it. Because, let us say that those gray aliens that you're so told about in the pop culture of the modern day are us from different planets, or us from different times, both, where we have completely shirked the notion of morality and have simply sought to reduce pain by whatever means possible. Because the whole of existence eventually ends, and those beings have surrendered to that. What is the point of it all? Well, I can tell you. I've said many a time, the meaning of life is love. But who you are and what you are in your personal life is how you love. And how one loves best, as best I can figure, in such a existential modality, is to simply be there for other people. Whatever that means. when you have to face a lot of challenges in your life. And so many of them are challenges that people will never know of, no matter how many times you try to tell them. Partially because they don't listen. Partially because there's only one of you and 8 billion people on the planet. Partially because they don't believe you. But you still feel it. You still know what you experienced in your life or didn't. The betrayal, the backstabbing. The way you live your life in the most effective way possible is to not let that stop you. Ever. Remain authentic. Remain who you are. And no matter what, be there for other people. Because it's not about you. But they need you. That's how you love them. Right there. You guys want me to be authentic. Raw. Not hide anything from you. Well, I don't. I never have, and I never will. I will tell you the truth. As best I can figure it, as best I can understand it. And the truth is, we are gonna get out of this mess. We are going to do it. We're gonna win. I don't care if I have to take my last breath. We are gonna win. Period. Let's do this, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 157 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I've got a slightly different setup today, trying something a little bit different. But I'm going to read an essay that I wrote and have updated today. But I wrote the original back in, what was it? Looks like 2018. So let's go ahead and get to this. It's called Your Fate is Beckoning You. Whatever situation in which you find yourself, make your decision. Your own decision. Do not allow yourself to be told what to do. Submitting questions for further insight is beneficial, but asking others to make decisions for you is not. This is especially poignant for people of my generation, the millennials, who are now starting to step into serious positions of leadership. Serious positions of purpose. Much of the time, if not most, you will not have a trusted mentor to which you may look. The decision, wherever it leads, will rest upon your shoulders. This is a requirement of being a man, a requirement of taking that leadership mantle. Do not be afraid. Let the chips fall where they may. This is a time where we all must up our game. Here's another story. What if we perceive as extraterrestrials are testing us right now to see if we can actually break free of this consensus mechanism and make choices for ourselves. Many have already known that they exist as individuals and will soon join the intergalactic community as sovereign, full-fledged members. But still others, bitter clingers to false idols, have not. Many people simply refuse to make choices for themselves, out of fear. The consensus mechanism, while useful for social interaction and a fundamental part of our social nature, is the main biohack for any social species. We are susceptible to suggestion, and scarcely realize that we're the ones that just might need to do the suggesting. Members of the intergalactic community of civilizations, perhaps, one might say, are the family of species that have themselves transcended time and space. And this is perhaps why we do not see them readily. They are no longer bound to the unfortunate linearity of our reality. But there is a kicker. There is a potential for a particular individual to completely break free of the consensus mechanism independently and turn themselves into the evidence of our human sovereignty. This person will then dispatch the nothingness from our reality entirely. This is to say, the individual will act as a proof of concept that, like the first pill that cures cancer costs $20 billion, leads to all other pills afterward costing 5 cents, this individual will make it workaday for others to follow, especially if they outline the process in detail, thoroughly. It may have, for example, taken Isaac Newton with an IQ of 190 to develop calculus, but it takes only a person with an IQ of, say, 115 to fully understand it if taught. This particular person, that proof of concept, is aware of the potential and wants you to push harder, both yourself and him or herself, so that we can all win. Make the diamond that is the will of humanity. Your fate is beckoning you. We as human beings do not know of the things of which we are capable, for they are things of which we have yet to even imagine, and we must first be able to imagine such possibilities before we can begin to believe them possible. Think of yourself moving entire planets in the sky with the simple snap of your fingers. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Hey guys, I wanted to show you a little bit of stuff going on around my house, specifically about my RV, because it's a little bit of a unfortunate bother right now. I made a video a little bit ago about whatchamacallit, RVs, right, and how you can turn them into Airbnbs if you do it properly, right? There's my dad, by the way. If you do it properly. And unfortunately, for my RV, which is about 30 years old, it was made in 96, what the guys did at the repair shop, they didn't seem to actually know what they were doing, and they screwed up my battery set. So this RV is a Fleetwood Storm, Southwind Storm. It has 3 batteries in the front. I'll show you. This is the RV right here. It's a little messy because I haven't done anything with it. and a little bit. I've only taken it out 3 times. But if you look right here, there's the cabin battery. Sorry, a little out of focus. And then there's the 2 starter batteries right there. They screwed up how it's connected. So, yeah. The battery is always dead. To start the RV, that is. I have it connected up to wall power over here. And that keeps everything in the back end powered, thankfully. But, yeah. It's just a frustration. Because I do want to take this out without having to worry about anything, right? With my family. It cost me $10,000, you know? Luckily, I had that to spend at the time, but that doesn't make it okay for me not to be able to drive it around. So this is it. This is the RV, you know? It's nothing super fancy or anything. It's just a 1996 RV. I put that TV in myself. And there's another flat screen right there. And hey guys, there's me right there. How you doing? But it's actually it's a nice RV. It really is. I try to keep it well maintained. It's just that I'm not using it right now, you know? So, anyway. This is the bed. It's a full, right? And there's the bathroom right there. I'll show you real quick. These types of RVs are not designed for you to take them out, or pardon me, to be living in them for longer than, say, a week. You can, but you're not supposed to. You know, they're meant just to do like a weekend excursion type of thing with your family and have a good time. But either way, there's TV and stuff in there. I got a PS4. It's all decked out, ready to go. Anytime we want to go do some traveling and have some fun. And my brother Alan did want to do a West Coast or Pacific Coast Trail trip in the next few days. But unfortunately, because the batteries aren't working properly in the front, I'm a little concerned about that, you know? And I've taken my doggos with me in this RV. As you can see, it's parked on the side of the house. It's a pretty tight parking job, but I did that. Ha! That's right. I know how to drive. It's a pretty tight parking job, but it fits. And if it fits, I sits. So, it would be nice if I didn't have to worry about the power. But I do. You know? Oh, so much dog poop back here. In case you guys didn't already know, we've got 8 dogs. And that means a lot of poop. Probably didn't want to hear that, but it is what it is. So yeah, you know, I love the RV. It's fun to drive, and it really is fit to what I need it to do. It's just that the battery is not working right. So yeah, it's a frustration, you know. Normally I do philosophical, like, discussion videos, but why not show you a little bit about my RV and just what I usually do when I get up in the morning. I don't come out here and necessarily go take a look at my RV or anything, but decided to do so today. The backyard's a mess, and I'm sure you saw it, but the pool is green. We're gonna actually have some cleaners come out here in the next couple days and do green to clean on it. It's just, we've all been so inundated with things to do that we haven't really had a chance to maintain it ourselves. It's a lot of work. Usually my mom is the one doing it, and she's going to be 63 this year. So, it's not the wisest move in the world to have her cleaning the pool all by herself. And because I have trouble walking, I'm doing okay right now, but because I have trouble walking, I can't help her as easily as I would like. I try to help her, though. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Everybody's still asleep right now. So, how you doing, Dad?
Doing fine. What are you doing?
I'm making a video. Bonnie's getting ready for work. Fred's hanging out. And Loretta's right over there, just still sleeping. Still early, so, And I live up here in my bedroom. Maybe you guys want to see. I don't know. I'll show you real quick. Crazy stuff happening in the world. So because of that, you kind of want to batten down the hatches. There's my doggos and my bed. Relax, guys, relax. And that means, close ranks, get your family close together, and take care of everybody. And I'm one of the best physically put together in my family, even though I'm damaged. So, I also know finances better than anybody else in my family, so I help my family with their finances. And I got spazzy doggos. That's how we batten down the hatches. You are your brother's keeper. Take care of your family. That's what matters. Doggos, RVs, and family. Just like Vin Diesel says. Anyway. So yeah, guys, that's day 149 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's me just letting you know that I'm human, and I do human things. I'm not just a robot that speaks only philosophy and deep thoughts and stuff, or up my own butt and think it's deep thoughts, even though they're not really that deep. I don't know. You guys decide. But I'm a human being. I live like a human. I live with my family. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Hey, so what do you guys think? My brother Brandon got this for me. The moment I start talking, Atlas jumps on me. This shirt for me for Christmas. Diablo II is my favorite game. And Deckard Cain, this is like his phrase. Stay a while and listen. Anyways. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask you guys. There's my tacos. Spazzing as they always are. Yeah. So, I'm going to go ride my scooter because it's a beautiful day outside. Come along with me. Voila, my scooter. I've had this for like 4 years or something. The seat is aftermarket. Yeah, I have to ride the scooter instead of walk around because I have this crucifixion disease. So, it's a nice scooter though. It's fun. I get to go a little bit farther in distance. I was riding a bike beforehand because I can still do that even with my disability. But the tires are popped. So, we're going to get to this. Let's ride the scooter. Beautiful day outside. It's nice having a beautiful park right next to my house. You see that right there? That's a little drainage area for when it rains heavily around here. But most of the time it's just clear and empty like that. I want to use that for my paramotor as a takeoff area, like a little runway. But because my legs, I haven't been able to use my paramotor for about 4 years. It's a great little spot though. I'll show you guys my paramotor soon. I got it back in like 2021. It's an amazing little piece of technology. I just wish I could use it. The wetland reserve right next to Wood Creek High School. Wood Creek High School is the school I used to go to back in the day. Back in the day, as they say. Back in my day. But yeah, it's down there. This is the wetland reserve. It's really just an excuse for them to keep it undeveloped and to let the power lines go through it, I guess. But it's nice. I can't take this scooter through there though because it's too bouncy. High school. Looks like they're having a track meet or something. It's a soccer game. But yeah, this is Wood Creek High School. My alma mater. It's pretty much the only part that I can safely ride my scooter in the wetland reserve because it's got a bike path, as you can see, right next to the aquatic center. And over there is the library and some soccer and baseball fields. That's actually where we're going. So you'll see here. All right, let's get going here. Why not, right? This is like my circuit that I take whenever I ride my scooter. Vary it a little bit every once in a while, but this is the circuit basically. Hello. That's the wetland over there. Well, we're in the wetland, but that's the rest of it. Right down here. Try to enjoy the beautiful day, and it is indeed a beautiful day. Nice, cool breeze. Partly cloudy. The sun's breaking through nicely. You can see there's a little bridge over here, actually. That's where we're going. I gotta be careful here, though, because I'm steering with one hand. A little dangerous. Especially when you're on uneven terrain. This bridge is a little bit uneven. So, there we go. Alright, here come the bumpies, guys. Oh, I just ran over a snake. Whoops. Guy shouldn't have been sitting there. I think I ran over its head. Not good. Oh my gosh. That was unexpected. This park. They call it the Ladybug Park. It's attached to the library. Alright. There's the dog park. You need to have your dog registered in Roseville in order to take it in there, so I haven't done that. Never been able to take my dog into that park right there, but nevertheless, it's a nifty little park. That fence over there is new. The black one. That wasn't there before. And here we are at Elliott Park. The last park that I visit on my circuit that I do on my electric scooter. Nice, big, beautiful park. Where these soccer fields are is actually another good place where I could take my paramotor off, but my legs won't let me, so. This basketball court I used to always play basketball on before my legs went kaput. I remember having several 3-on-3s here, or not 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s here with my friend Josh, Brett, my friends Josh, Brett, and Andrew. Sometimes coming out here late at night, like 3 a.m. to do that. It was a good time. Really highlights the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities that are available to you when they are. One of those opportunities is spending some time outside on a beautiful day. And you can see all these people out here that are doing just that. I'm not alone in that regard. But also, like, if your friends ask you to go play basketball or something and you're just sort of sitting on your butt doing nothing, go do it. Not only is it good exercise and time spent with your friends, but there may come a day in the future where you can't do that anymore. I always think of the phrase memento mori that the Caesars of ancient Rome used to have whispered in their ears for the purposes of reminding them that their time was fleeting, that we don't live forever, and remember we die. That's what that phrase means. So, yeah, that's why I'm out here riding my scooter. If that's what I'm resigned to do, then that's what I'm gonna do. Better than nothing, right? Alright guys, that's it for today. But let me go ahead and take you upstairs to show you one last thing before we really are done. How you doing, Brando?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm alright. Watch me walk upstairs super slowly. Cat says hi again. That's her spot. Show you one last thing here, guys. See all these things on the wall? All these medals? Get down, Atlas. These are medals from all the marathons that I ran, as well as a few half marathons and a couple ultras in there. Before what happened to my legs happened to my legs. So, I wish I had it back. But, carpe diem. Seize the day. Live the life. The cards that have been dealt to you. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 114 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we're going to have a little review of No One Writes Back. There's going to be spoilers in this review, so if you are wanting to read it for yourself, then I recommend you click off of this video unless you don't really care about the spoilers. But either way, yeah. This is an S-tier book, okay? One of the best books I've ever read. I haven't had a book that had this kind of impact on my psyche since Hatchet, when I was 11 or 12 years old, when I read that book. Honestly, I don't even remember what I read in that book all that time ago. But I cannot give high enough recommendation for this book. Basically, it follows a character who goes around, and this is in South Korea, which, by the way, to the point of it being in South Korea, you could never expect a book like this to come out of, obviously, North Korea. And I think For that reason alone, it was infinitely important that this book was written to begin with. Make the juxtaposition as black and white, as stark as humanly possible. They live as slaves in North Korea, but in South Korea, such beautiful pieces of art as this come out of it. So the main character is basically an itinerant letter writer. He was a postman for many years of his life, and when he was younger, he had a stutter. He was the middle child of his family. He had 2 siblings, older brother and a younger sister. And his younger brother was always very capable, and he always lived in his shadow. He's not an idiot himself. He's very smart. He just has a stutter. And his younger sister was a woman who was fascinated with how ugly she looked. She thought she looked ugly. She didn't, but she thought she looked ugly and kept on getting plastic surgery. Well, essentially, what happens is his grandfather has diabetes, and he goes blind because of it, and therefore gets himself a dog. The dog steals the show, by the way. There's a reason we have 15 dogs in this house. Suffice it to say, dogs are amazing. The dog's name is Wajo, but that dog was a guide dog that his grandfather, who went blind, had gotten. And one day, I wanted to talk about this last night, and now it's clearly coming back into mind. So understand that it is much easier for a demon to possess an animal than it is for them to possess a human. If you remember, in the Bible, and they talk about Jesus actually in this book a little bit, when Jesus tells that legion of demons to depart from the human being and go into the swine, what happens is there was an entire legion of demons to try to take control of that human being. And even that legion of demons was not fully capable of doing it, because the guy was just going crazy. But the demons leave, they go into the swine, and the swine jump off a cliff, and all of them die. And the human being is healed. Well, this harkens to the situation that led to the main character's grandfather dying. Wajo lost his instincts of being a guide dog at one point, somehow, nobody knows how, and accidentally led his master into a car crash. And his master ended up passing away a little bit afterward from that. After, it was probably a good, I don't remember the time frame, but it was a good month after the car crash. Assuming he got paralyzed, and he told the main character to take Wajo around with him, not to abandon him, and said that it wasn't his fault. He made it very clear, and it wasn't, because Wajo didn't mean to do that. He had no idea what was going on. Doggos are our best friends, but they are much easier to control than a human being is by demons. Keep that in mind. You can call it whatever you want. If you don't want to call it a demon, fine. Call it an ulterior force whose nature you do not fully comprehend. Fine. But the day the main character, I'm giving some big spoilers here because you don't find this out until almost the end of the book. And when you do find out, it knocks you on your ass. I mean, I will not lie to you that I was struggling to hold back tears. That's how good this book is. I was floored by it. Main character has a seizure problem, in addition to his stutter, and you find out why. And it was so good at putting me in his shoes that I felt like I was on the verge of having a seizure. And I don't have any problems with that. But you find out. The day of his grandfather's burial, his girlfriend, because he's a postman at this time, main character, ends up breaking up with him via a letter. and they're driving to the funeral. The main character just can't handle it. Right? So he asks his father to pull the car over, and he gets out of the car and then takes a taxi and tries to search for his erstwhile girlfriend, but she's already departed the country or something to that effect. And he's just like totally distraught and crying and all that. Well, lo and behold, this is a humongous spoiler I'm giving you. If you want to read the book yourself and be fully impacted by it, don't listen to this part. Don't listen to this video at all. His family gets run down by a drunk driver. Everybody except his eldest brother dies instantly. And his eldest brother held on just long enough to tell him in the hospital, do what you want with your life. And when you find out at the end of the book what happened there, it knocks you on your ass. It knocks you on your ass. This author did it perfectly. But the end of the book, because he writes letters to everybody that he meets on his travels. He meets 751 people. The last person he meets, and this is something that bothered me about the story, he grew an affection for her, and she for him. And it was a romantic relationship that I understand why they didn't bring to quote-unquote completion, because the tragedy of the main character's life. But I wanted them to. I wanted them to give more info on it, where it went eventually. Because she was a novelist, and she wrote a story about his life. Yeah, he meets 751 people on his trip. And at the end of the trip, the first person he met, Wajo, his doggo, he takes home, and he passes away. His doggo's 13 years old, so he's a really elderly feller for doggos. But there was a point in the middle of the book where the main character was going to hang himself in a motel, for obvious reasons, now that you know what happened. And Wajo saves his life. Yanks at his foot, because he's trying to strangle himself with his shoelaces, and yanks him down from the wall where he was trying to hang himself. And then that night, or later on that day, it was actually the next day. Yeah, it was the next day. The main character goes about the city and finds a guy who's about ready to jump off of a bridge, about ready to commit self-deletion himself. Well, he pulls him just in time off of the ledge and saves him. And they end up talking for like a few hours or something. And he tells him the story of his shoelaces, how he was going to unalive himself with his shoelaces. He was going to hang himself. So he requests that they switch shoelaces for one of their shoes. And they do. It goes on that this guy that was going to jump off of this bridge becomes an entrepreneur, very successful. And Wajo not only saved his master's life, but also saved that guy's life as a result. As well as you could even go to the extension of saying that Wajo and the main character saved 751 people's lives. So the title of the book, No One Writes Back, is because he writes letters to all these people that he met on his trip. No one ever writes back. Or so he thinks. The end of the book is really good. It's really good. So it turns out that his neighbor had been storing the mail away in her house because his mailbox was getting stuffed to the brim, and she wasn't expecting him to come back anytime soon, so she told him to her house until he got back. Well, at the end of the story, he actually was getting letters. He had a whole tub of them. And he opens them up and reads them all night, just bawling, crying tears of joy. And at the end of the story, he says that this is the most sublime moment in his entire life. That it actually did matter. And he has enough material there to write everybody for the rest of his life, because there's so much correspondence going on. It's not just a singular letter that they wrote back. Many of them want to continue the correspondence, and if not the majority of them. So his whole family was destroyed by a drunk driver. And that harkens back to don't be selfish with a 3,000-pound missile. Don't drink and drive. So he was the only one left. And I really wanted to see the continuance of his legacy and his family's legacy through a deeper connection with 751, who he never even gives a name. But there was definitely a romantic connection there that they could have done something with. The indication is that it eventually did turn into something after the story ended, which, by the way, it's not a very long story. It's only 200 pages. Very, very easy and a really good read. So this is S tier in my top books that I've ever read in my life. It is incredibly good. I cannot give a high enough recommendation for it, and I can't explain all the ins and outs and the details of it. You have to read it yourself to see exactly what it is I'm talking about. I aspire to write like this person wrote this book. If I can even hold a candle to it in my novels, then I've succeeded as an author. That's how good it is. I was blown away by it. So yeah, there you go, guys. I'm probably going to make a new playlist for this book, because I have to have a playlist of like the top books I've ever read that you guys know. If you don't want to look for anything else, just look at these books. And I do hope that my younger brother, of all the books that he could read, this is one of the most important that he could ever read. I hope he does. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. No one writes back. I didn't say the name because it's hard to say it. John Yun Jin. There you go. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day, let me double check here. I thought so. 104, until I become a YouTube millionaire. Today I wanted to chat a little bit about the exponential nature of making money. To those who have much, more will be given, and to those who have little, even that will be taken away. This is a biblical principle that's it was prescient for its time. Obviously, for good reason, we listen to it. It's in the Bible. But those who have a lot of money or a lot of assets invest those assets in order to make themselves more money and more assets. When we're about the age of 20 to 25, 30, and we start actually making some money for ourselves, we are so unprepared in so many other ways with respect to what to do with that money. I remember when I was in the military and I was a fresh second lieutenant making $38,000 per year, and with all of my stipends it added up to like 50 something, 51-ish. Nothing, right? But I was 23. So to me, that was a lot of money. I didn't have anything to spend it on, so I thought that, I spend it on where the hell I want, right? I thought, just use it. It's there as your credit to do with what you will. And I look back on that now, and oh, how I would have benefited so much from just a handful of people telling me, hey, you're going to be building up a lot of money over the next few years, especially if you don't spend it on rubbish. If I just had somebody to tell me that, I could have started my journey to becoming financially very successful 10 years earlier than I did. Now, I'm not like super rich or anything, but I do well enough for myself. I don't make that much money, but because I save and invest it properly, it builds for me. It does the work for me. Now, to put it in perspective, that $50,000 per year that I was making as a second lieutenant about 12 years ago-ish, when I was 23, I only had to spend about half of that for my living expenses. Housing, utilities, food, car, all that stuff, gas. About half of it. That means if I had saved, let's just say 15,000 of that per year. Pretty reasonable. Okay? 15,000 per year. In 10 years, I would have had $150,000 of just cash. But that's not including the fact that I started making more money as I became a first lieutenant. I made an extra $25,000 per year once I got promoted to first lieutenant. And then when I made captain, I was about $91,000 with all the stipends and stuff. All right, so the actual base pay of a captain is like $62,000 per year, or at least it was when I was in the military many years ago. But with all the stipends, it was about 92-ish. And if I had just kept my living expenses roughly the same, I could add a little bit extra just to, enjoy the finer things in life, sure. But let's just say $35,000 per year, then I could have been saving the rest of that, about $60,000 a year. That's not chump change, guys. That's enough to go on literally 10 pleasure cruises on a cruise ship per year with every benefit to them. All the excursions, all of the drink packages, all of the fun trips, everything in addition to it. 10 times a year. That means every month save 2. That's pretty cool. If I would have just not spent that money on silly things, like going to every concert under the sun, or getting tattoos. I'm just using that as an example. I don't have any tattoos or anything, but I know people who do spend an inordinate amount of money on them. So, if I had just known. And really the big reason I bring this up is because I've noticed there's a veritable glut of young women that have popped up in my feeds between the ages of 22 and 26 who have just suddenly gotten themselves into the luckiest jackpot situation that they could have ever imagined. That is, they're starting to grow like a weed in their social media accounts. I had mentioned Bailey Schilbach several times on this channel. I'm mentioning her again right here. Her channel is growing astronomically fast. I mean, I don't think she gets just how much of a jackpot she's hit right now. She's growing, she's at like 10,500 subs right now. And she's getting like 100 subs a day. That's insane. Extrapolate that out. 2 years. She'll be 26. She'll have about 250,000 subscribers. And she'll be making, if the views continue to build like they are on her videos, roughly $40,000 a month. So I'm telling her right now, keep building the channel, because you hit the jackpot. And build your financial plan now. Invest the money properly. I mean, me just as a guy that you have no idea who I am really, but I can tell you that you can put a chunk of it in Bitcoin. Not Ethereum, not Cardano, not all these other nonsense crap altcoins. Bitcoin. So you can put a chunk of it in Bitcoin, a chunk of it in real estate, a chunk of it in the stock market, save at least a little bit of it for yourself so that you can actually enjoy the finer things in life. And yeah, you'll be building a portfolio that will last you for generations, that you can give as a trust to your children, if/when you have them. And I pray you do, but she's one example. Another one is Estelle Richter that I just pulled up on my YouTube channel a couple minutes ago. She exploded on the scene. Suddenly she's got 5,000 subs in literally like a month. It's the same thing's going to happen with her. Or Anava, another young lady who popped up on my stream. Or somebody on X, her name's Rachel. She goes by Rachel. Her channel, her profile, X doesn't make as much money as YouTube, but it does make money if you grow to a sufficient size. If she keeps building her X, it's going to start making her some serious money. And then there's Luke West, who's 26. He's got 20,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel, and I really hope he doesn't just sweep that under the rug. That's insanely impressive. He's in the top 0.5% of all channels on YouTube in terms of his size. I hope this reaches him in some way, shape, or form, and he realizes this is something he should not just throw away. He should not just discard it. It's going to be making him a shit ton of money in the future. Assuming YouTube continues to survive in the next few years, which I'm pretty sure it will. We have Rumble as the competition, but it's really, Rumble sucks right now. And I still post on Rumble every day because I'm trying to support it, but it sucks. You guys have been blessed, all of you. And I know many other channels like Dear Dia. 17 years old. She's 17 years old and she's got 11,000 subscribers. If I had that at 17 years old, oh my gosh, I would have been able to save so much money. Don't throw it away, guys. Build your financial plan now, because it's gonna get good. It's gonna get really good. All right. That's all I got to say today. A little bit of a more positive one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 120 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all doing great on this fine, beautiful Saturday here, at least in Roseville, California. The sun is shining. It's going to be nice and warm today. I got my doggos keeping me company, hanging out. They just lay on my bed while I do my business and stuff, personal work. So aside from the stuff that I do on a typical day, which is I work out 4 days per week, sometimes more. I might work out today. We'll see. I read anywhere between 10 pages to an entire book in any given day. I write between 500 words to 2,000 words, if you will, depending on how I feel and what other things I have to do that day. I post about anywhere between 4 to 15 videos on various YouTube channels and other platforms, because you never want to centralize your efforts. You definitely don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. YouTube is a great, very powerful tool, but ultimately it has its flaws and its biases, and it could fall at any point in the near future if Rumble does actually succeed like I myself am hoping it does, and many other people in the alternative media sphere. So thankfully it's not as alternative as it used to be. It's actually becoming more mainstream, getting people to see that you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Then YouTube won't be the only kid on the block. They won't have the monopoly that they have now. They won't be able to get away with allowing a YouTube channel to have 26,000 subscribers and get 40 views on a long form video. Yeah, I am not going to get over that. This is not acceptable. But of course, it's not just that YouTube channel that we're talking about. There are many really big YouTube channels that are having catastrophic view trends. I've been watching several channels with in excess of 1 million subscribers that are getting like 5,000 views on a long form video. Sounds like a lot to you and me, but it's nothing compared to what they, one, usually get, and two, what they should be getting. It's a very simple process to discern how many impressions a video should be getting, but they're not giving the videos the impressions. It's very simple. It is very, very simple. There's no cosmic calculation about this. The number of impressions your video gets, number of times that you put it in front of somebody, is the number of subscribers that that channel has, plus 1,000. And then you can give a multiplier for the number of comments, number of likes, number of shares, and all that stuff, depending on how often they're shared and liked and what have you. But, and that can happen over the course of, say, a week, maybe 2 weeks. Depending on the time of year, maybe you give it a month to get that number of impressions or more. But I'm going off on a tangent here. The main thing I was trying to get at is that most of our days are populated with banalities, mundane things, because we live in a linear form of time. We have to live from day to day, you and I. We live the long way around, as the doctor in Doctor Who says when he punches his way through Splantium to get to Gallifrey from the prison that he's in. It's a long story. But if you had the ability to move about through time as if it were a river or a mountain that you could climb, and it's nothing crazy or difficult to do, then the times where your day is filled with mundane things, or banalities, or unimportant, seemingly, things from day to day, from moment to moment, you could fill that up instead with things of consequence. Go from one important event to another as you have energy to do so, don't wear yourself out, and have a positive effect on those events. If nothing else, have no effect on the event, but have an effect on you. You see it, you experience it, you observe it, and you learn from it. We have something that's similar to that in videos and audio files and the internet, but it's not the same thing as actually having a reinstantiated event that is literally happening before your very eyes, and the people that you see within it are real. It's not a recording. It's actually happening. When we invent time travel, time will no longer exist. Or rather, when it becomes something that everybody has access to, time will no longer exist. But so long as only a select number of people have access to it, they have to work to guide us towards that timeline where everybody can have access to it. To get all of the disparate perspectives, the forceful wills to stop trying to hurt people and dominate others, so that we can all collectively be on the same playing field and get access to it, and therefore make it so it's no longer important. When everybody's special, nobody is. And that's good in this regard, because you get access to everything and anything that you want, and everybody gets it. But this is not possible so long as there are other people that are trying to be authoritarian and dominate you. Our days will no longer be filled with banalities unless we want them to be filled with banalities. We'll fully have the opportunity to choose what we want to choose. And if we decide we want to walk upon the surface of Mars, we could go to a different instantiation, 10,000 years into our perceived futures, where we've begun to colonize Mars, and walk about the cities on its surface that we've started to build. It won't be cosmic, even though it's cosmic. Load the irony. The banality and the mundane nature of our day-to-day lives is what I'm trying to get at here, and how it might not be that way for much longer. And everybody is going to get precisely what they want. It's going to be, in some way, shape, or form, equivalent to heaven. And that heaven, if you're constantly advancing technologies and understandings and innovations, and there is no time separation, no barrier, there's no abstraction. You don't have to wait for it. You can just go to it. Think about it. What you imagine as reality, therefore, is. So when you say your perception is reality, full access to a machine that travels through time as if it's nothing literally makes it so that eventually everything is immediately possible when time no longer exists. Come on, guys, put this together, because we're all going to be working to advance those things. All right, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. More on aliens. Welcome to day 182 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. The reason I wanted to talk a little bit more about this is because, well, as you know, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial life. But also, one of my good friends, who I talked about in my previous video, Boris, has mentioned on a few occasions that aliens are real. No, they're not. They don't exist. They don't. Every single time that something crazy has happened, like the New Jersey drones, we found out they were drones, or this steel or metal ball that was discovered recently in, I think it was somewhere around Peru, I can't remember exactly, some South American country. There is no proof whatsoever that that steel ball is anything aside from some complex hoax, some military experiment, or some object that at the very most might be from another point in time in history. Now, don't misunderstand me here. There are beings that are from beyond Earth as we know it, that are from beyond this era, and in the celestial realm, if you will. But in this three-dimensional reality, I think the most we will find in anywhere else in the universe, and this could be for a number of reasons, will be just basic animals. I don't think that we're going to find any life outside of Earth that is intelligent. We've had a long time in searching the stars with our telescopes, with our satellites, This is the point right now where we should be seeing the signals. There is less than a 50% probability that we would not see one up to this point. With human eyes looking onto them and saying, oh, that is an otherworldly signal. We still don't see them. It's because they're not there. Everything, these little pieces happening, the reason that's happening now is because it has to. Because we're at that 50% threshold right now. And if it doesn't happen, if it doesn't mold our perception in some way, shape, or form, that they're going to no longer be perceived. And if they're not perceived, they don't exist. Frankly, they don't. And we're not going to manifest them into reality. If they want to exist, they have to straight up show themselves. They're not going to. Because they're just specters. They're ghosts. The ones that are here that have shown themselves are not foreign. They're what you already know of. They're your family. They're the ones that love you. That are here to protect you. That are here to serve you. They are, in fact, you. No. Those aliens, they're not there. They're not. I explained some of this actually in my story, and it looks like nobody's going to read it. Page Publishing has told me that I've gotten 20 book sales. I know they're lying to me, which that should be grounds for a suit, but there's not enough money there for me to sue them. But they told me I sold 20 books, so apparently nobody's going to read the story. Okay, fine. I'll just explain it here. Those gray aliens that are in our pop culture, I want to be proven wrong. I want you to understand that. I want to be proven wrong. But I won't be. Those gray aliens are us. They are us. When we develop time machines, which if we can conceptualize them right now, that means we're going to invent them very soon if we haven't already. Okay? Period. End of story. If we can conceptualize it, it's only a matter of time before we actually make it a reality. These gray aliens are us. From a divergent timeline. Our future, where we barely survive this great divide that we're going through right now. They're one of those futures, where those of us who do survive overemphasize our intelligence and underemphasize our physical forms. And when it is said that they are from Zeta Reticuli, some of them, that's true. Because we use teleportation devices to get over to that planetary system. So, star system. I think it's like 40 light years away. Something like that. And in that, they're on a different set, or within a different set of environmental pressures, not only through their own personal emphasis, but also the pressures of that environment. They would lose their hair, they would grow smaller, and they would get very, very intelligent, and potentially even with robotic augmentations. They are us. And they can't lie to you, per se, if it is ever seen, or they are ever asked questions. I've said this before on videos, but like I said, there's virtue in repetition, because most of you are only going to see me once. So I might as well say the most important pieces out here that I can. Every single time a gray alien, as we see it, is questioned on their origins, they are always saying that they are our descendants. Every time. And these other creatures, like these mantis people, or these what are they called again? The Nordic beings and all these other ones, they're all creations of us. The Nordics are us from the future. The mantis beings are our creation through our science and our manipulation of DNA and stuff like that. You can conceptualize it happening. We did it. They're not there. Not in this three-dimensional reality. Not in this era. If you were to go to any other part of this three-dimensional universe, instantaneously, the most you will find, I would surmise, is animals like my doggo back there. My buddy. My doggos. My buddies. There's also the little aspect that, let's say I'm wrong about this, which the probabilities would indicate that I should be. I should be. Doesn't seem to be the case. I want to be proven wrong, but they won't show themselves. If there were ever a time that they were going to, it would be now. With the craziness that's happening on the planet right now. But they won't do it. There's also the element that every single time an intelligent species is born, becomes fully cognizant, has its own agency, that it's whisked away from this reality in kind of a similar fashion to the way we're being right now. In that the reality is rendered irrelevant to those beings. When we actually do invent time travel, this reality will be completely irrelevant because we will no longer be bound by it. And we'll be able to freeze our metabolisms and live forever and transcend our bodies and go from one body to another simply by the power of our thought and intent. It's just a stone's throw away. And that's a giant leap. But it's like a... what's the word? It's discrete. It's not continuous. It's discrete. So it goes like this. You know? Like a pixel. Like computers. Computers are generally discrete. But physical bodies and analog systems are continuous. So we invent this technology, which I would go so far as to say it exists right now, and we're just trying to mollify ourselves to be able to handle it so that it can be presented to all of us. Then this reality is completely irrelevant. Irrelevant. Sorry. If I tell you to think about, or not to think about elephants, what are you thinking about? Elephants. The movie Inception. There was a lot there. Another element that was probably incepted into the zeitgeist, into Christopher Nolan's creative mind, because he could present it to us properly, to give us another little aspect of it all. It's hugely important. I also talk about Inception in my story, which it looks like nobody's gonna read. I do keep in mind that The Alchemist in its first 2 years of being on the market sold 2 copies. And The Alchemist now has sold tens of millions of copies across the entire planet. And it's an extremely popular book today and will be forever. I do keep that in mind, but at the same time I don't have the ego to say that I could come anywhere close to that level of success. I'm probably just going to be another forgettable author, regardless of how good or bad my writing is. Because it's not just about you being good, you also have to be discovered. So. But I talk about it in my story. You can decide whether you want to read it or not. It's this one right here. You decide what you want to do. You decide what you want to believe. The aliens aren't there. They're not. I wish they were. God's there, though. Again, as human beings, we are, out of necessity, made to be humble, to have humility. And to say that we are made in the image of God is the very closest we can get to say the truth. That we fully are God. Little fractioned pieces of Him. We are God. He made us to be that. We're the ones that are actually making this reality around us. It's our perception that makes reality. And the aliens are not there. They don't exist. Until they prove me wrong, they will simply be specters, ghosts. Our descendants that are trying to force the path of reality in their direction so that they continue to exist. But they don't. Alright, guys. That's all I got for today. I had to say something here because my friend Boris has brought this up several times and I think he's being misdirected. But, I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 132 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm actually going to read directly out of my journal. This essay, if you will, you can call Exceptions Make the Rule. Rules make the exception. Exceptions make the rule, and rules make the exception. For there is no rule without exception. And there is no exception if there is no rule. This, upon first pass, seems to not only be true, but wholly axiomatic. It is the exceptions in breaking the rules that require the sufficient grace of Jesus, which is to say, accepting His authority to properly judge your actions, better than we may ourselves, for a greater purpose, the greatest plan. For you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. A direct quote from the Bible. Take the sin of being an exception with the grace of being forgiven for it. In my secret space, the quietude of my silent prayers, where God and I can share dialogue with one another, there I can tell Him that I am an exception, and He can say back to me, smiling, "My grace is enough," just as He did with the Apostle Paul. This room of waiting is not simply to give time for that special woman to build up confidence to be with me, so that I may know her. She needs to talk to me. But also for me to fully absorb and accept the fact that I am an exception. I am a champion, after all. I'm going to say that. These last few years, in my unrelenting striving, my ceaseless efforts, regardless of the success or failure, has been me trying to prove to myself that I am an exception, that I am worthy to call myself such a thing. For a multitude of reasons, I am. But now, the question of whether it is too late or not, and if I missed my chance, I do not know. I can't know. But God does. Let us wait and see in my room of waiting. This is a great rub in my life. To know in my heart, through my personal experiences that nobody else can experience unless they're actually in my shoes, that I terrify women. And to know that there's not really anything I can do about that. To not want the divestiture of yourself into multiple individuals, but know that if you're to get what you want otherwise, love, romance, that it is a necessity, it is required, because you're simply too much to handle on your own. The fact that the woman I'm thinking about simply won't talk to me, won't respond to me, is evidence enough of that fact. I know I'm intense, but so is she. So I'm willing to accept what God cannot tell me, but what He can give me. He cannot tell me that I am an exception, but He can give me grace in the same way that He gave it to Apostle Paul for certain things that he was doing that he could not bring himself to stop doing. And he, in his heart of hearts, believed it wrong. When it comes to those kinds of things, I think I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to elaborate on it right now. They really are truths of error. Those do exist, in that, like I was saying in my last video, medical assistance in unaliving does not jive with this reality. If the reality comes in the future where we live indefinitely, then MAID could be a thing because we're deciding when we want to finish our lives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. So those truths, at least in some way, shape, and form, are truths of error. That's what that means. It's context. And while what I want to do, or don't want to, but know that this is the only way, does not jive with this reality or even my genetics, if I want to survive, I have to do it and accept God's grace. Again, you guys haven't been in my shoes, but suffice it to say, and I'm honored for the opportunity to fight this battle for God. Honored, truly. But suffice it to say, it's been a hell. It has been hell. Lots of people that really don't like me, for reasons that consciously I have no clue as to why, have been ceaselessly attacking me in my life. It has not stopped to this day. And until those dark forces are gone, either evicted from this planet or entirely erased from existence, period, it's not going to stop. You guys haven't lived in my shoes. You haven't walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't gone through the things that I've gone through. There are places where I've already flexed. Many, 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 in fact. Been flexible. Where I didn't want to be. And here's another one where I don't want to be, and am finally willing to try. And it might just be too late. If the woman won't talk to me, what does it matter? I don't know. I got myself in a state of brooding right now. Sometimes it just all collapses on you all at once, and you just... yeah. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, guys. I'm not old, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Anyways. Just being raw with you, being honest with you. Love y'all. Peace. Whatever world in which you're born, you have to utilize what is there to have any proper context or frame of reference that others can understand. Welcome to day 171 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And I was reviewing some of the videos that I had made 7 or 8 years ago. Back in like 2018, right around there, when I was in Ohio, when I had just gotten there. And even then, I had changed so much. That was before I had become a professed Christian, before I had followed this faith. And what I mean by you have to operate within the context of the world in which you live is something to this effect. We all are in a sort of suggestion loop. The entire planet being guided down a proscribed path that we are told there is no way to change. It's a script, and there's no way to break the fate. And we have people acting as the evil entities and people acting as the good entities. I always bring up George Soros as a prototypical demon, or prototypical parasite. And the stance that in which he lives reminds me of one of the characters from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. The movie with Orlando Bloom in it, and Edward Norton. But one of the new king's primary servants, after the 16-year-old king that has leprosy passes away, goes and slays some women that were part of Salah ad-Din's family. And he says, I am who I am, someone has to be. Does really somebody have to be? Now, the path that was being tread there was one that was a justifiable crusade in order to save Europe. So in that context, don't misinterpret what I'm saying here. But you are not required to follow a proscribed path. I think I'm using that word properly. And then I also think of the guy in the movie The Martian, the guy that Matt Damon plays. Dr. Mann, I believe is his name. And it's a fitting name. who, when Matthew McConaughey, Cooper, comes to save him from his planet, along with the other doctor, he says, I really didn't think that I would not have the planet, that my planet wouldn't be the right one. He thought it was just kind of like a written story, a play, and that you weren't just sort of winging it and living life and making your own decisions in your own path. Now, it's a little bit of both, I would tell you. But he was victim of... Oh, it wasn't The Martian, sorry. It wasn't The Martian. It was The Interstellar. I got those movies mixed up. He had main character syndrome. And this led him to fall into his monkey brain mentality, his lizard brain, as it's called, his instinct for survival. And he tried to unalive Matthew McConaughey and steal all of their tools to get off of that planet because he was stuck there. It was all about him. He didn't care the consequences because he thought he was the main character. He also didn't have faith, it seems. I'm not the main character. Nor are you. Not in everybody else's life, that is. But I am the main character in my life. You are the main character in your life. But what does the main character always do, principally, in a heroic tale? It's a tale of self-sacrifice. When Captain America jumped on the grenade in Captain America 1, even though it was a fake grenade, he proved that he was sacrificing himself in order to protect his comrades, his fellow soldiers. And he's the main character of that story. He's the hero. But he was willing to just die if he needed to save everybody else. And at the end of that movie, he, in fact, drives the nuclear weapon carrying aircraft into an iceberg or something, a glacier. He basically gets buried in ice and he's not found for 90-something years or 60-something years. Main character syndrome means that you think you have to survive when nobody gets out of this life alive. Nobody does. So how are you going to live while you're here? You're going to live purely for yourself, or you're going to live for others, or as almost all human beings, live some combination, somewhere in between. I was under the spell, in some way, though with that little kernel of trying to follow the objective truth, the objective reality, that the rest of the world was under for the decades I've been on this planet. This is why and how my perspectives have shifted so drastically since my time in college to now. I believe what my leadership was trying to show me at the Air Force Academy is in fact who and what I am. But, one, it's foreboding to say anything like that, because you're not the main character, and you will not be a false idol. And two, it doesn't hugely matter. The only thing that What really matters is the sense of responsibility that comes with it. The weights you have to carry, and whether you are that or not, if you believe you are, and you carry the weight, or you will try to carry the weight that such a person or entity would carry. You might fail, you might succeed, but they'll put it upon your shoulders because you're the best bet that they got. So, I'm not the main character in anybody else's story but my own. We are still, thankfully I think, in the death throes of it, but still in the doldrums of this loop of suggestion, this brainwashing, that made us think that the whole of the world had to end in 2012. We're still here, going on 13 years after the fact. Very little has changed since then. Well, I mean, the fact that we're still alive, and all those people who have President Trump derangement syndrome. It's called TDS for short, and they're actually trying to make a psychological syndrome like in the DSM-5 or do studies on it or something that's specifically that. Those are people who are trying to force that suggested path, even though it no longer is where we're going. We would have gone there because we would have willed it into existence. It only takes a handful of people out there to say, no, you don't have to go that way, for it to actually change. And if nothing else, I do want to stand as something like that person. And I was very gung-ho about December 21st, 2012. Back in those days. I've changed a lot. I've grown and matured a lot. If you want to just look at my physical body, I'm a lot thicker than I was. A lot thicker. Yeah. Lots change. Lots changed. A lot does change in 10, 15 years. You're not going to remain the same person that you were from 21 to 35. You're going to grow, you're going to mature. Allow that to happen with grace, with steadiness, and humility. That's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 152 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I gave you guys a second video last night, because I just needed to talk about that, and I bring it up periodically because part of the reason, it's not the only reason we did it, don't get me wrong, and I've listed this many a time, but it bears repeating. Part of the reason we decided to start that Slots YouTube channel was to make some money on the side. Had the channel actually been getting the views that it was supposed to, but YouTube moved the goalpost on us, then that channel, with its respective size, should have been getting about 2,000 to 10,000 views per video, and making about $2,000 to $5,000 a month at this point. But because YouTube pulled the carpet out from under us, or moved the goalpost, whatever you want to say, the phrases mean essentially the same thing. Not quite, but essentially. We are not making any money off of the channel. it was a struggle to get monetized. And then once we did, we were making no more than like $100 a month. It's pitiful how little money the channel is making. I get the impression that, assuming that YouTube isn't specifically just trying to screw us over, my family, to put us in a state of starvation, a state of barely above subsistence, which is my impression. I'm pretty sure that's what it actually is, so that I constantly have to have in the back of my mind these feelings of worrying about money. I just want to stop having to worry about it, you know? Because once I can stop worrying about money or where I'm going to find the funds to pay for something, then I can start pursuing other things that I want to pursue. And my assumption is whoever's pulling the levers behind the scenes, because this happened essentially right when we decided to start this channel, our first handful of videos, one of them, this is back when we had like 100 subs on the channel, had 8,000 views on it as a long-form slot video. And then after that, it just plummeted. Nothing happened after that. And I get the impression that either they're directly attacking us and trying to make it look like they're not by making a bunch of people get attacked as well. It's clever diversion stuff that they do. They're bad people. They're bad people that I'm talking about. They're specifically attacking us. There was another one I was going to say. There we go. Or they see our channel as a scam channel or a spammer channel, like those Elon Musk streams that used to say, 5,000 Bitcoin giveaway by Elon Musk, and they would just be a live stream that was running all day long, and it was just a scam. That's not us. We are real people. We're doing real things on this channel. We ain't cheating. We're following the rules. Have a real person look at the channel and get us out of that dark room that you put us in. We haven't broken any rules. I mean, when there are slot channels out there with literally a couple hundred subscribers that are getting more views on their long-form videos, what have you done to us? We are real. We exist. We're not cheating. We're following the rules. Give us a chance here. It seems like no matter what I do, I cannot break through. They won't listen to me. They won't answer me on support. It's just AI that talks to me. And they give me the same... I can tell it's AI because it's the same boilerplate answers every single time I go to talk to them. And I've done it several times at this point. I'm not an idiot. I know it's fake. I can't seem to break through. And then, right when I start getting my real estate stuff going, guess what? Everybody and their mother decides to dive into the same system, the same location, and decides to start trying to sabotage me on various different platforms when it comes to YouTube, or not YouTube, real estate. Airbnb and Furnished Finder and stuff. It's just causing me so many issues that were not there before. Like little demons that are possessing people, and they don't realize they're being possessed. And they see me, and something is triggered in them to just switch to evil. I don't know what it is, but it's bad, and it's horrible. It is horrible. And if these people cannot be saved, if they literally are possessed by some exterior force that you and I can't fully comprehend outside of what we're taught in the Bible, then what do we do? Because people like you and me are forced to live on this planet with those people. We don't want to be around them. They're forcing us to be here, though, and they're taking advantage of us. Yeah. And I don't know. It seems to me like those entities, I'm convinced, are real. I'm convinced demons are a thing, of course, being a Christian like I am. I'm convinced possession is real. And I'm convinced that this is actually happening with a lot of people. I've seen it in my own life. I just don't know what we're supposed to do, because if they're here and they're going to do that to you, and they're going to act as a sleeper cell and just wake up as soon as they see you and turn into pure evil, then, I mean, what are we supposed to do? You got to take us away from here. We can't be associating with those creatures. They don't respect rules. They cheat you. They lie. They steal. And I'm not saying that everybody in the YouTube company, all 7,200 or 7,000 employees, are evil. I'm just saying that there's a sizable portion of them that are. And when they see somebody like me watch a video or whatnot, they get this impression in their mind, like, I'm gonna fuck this guy over. Suddenly their minds just click into a different direction. I've seen it happen. Maybe not with YouTube support people and whatnot, but I've seen it happen with people. I am not kidding about that. There's this woman named Renee when I was in Omaha, Nebraska. She was a perfect example of it. She met me for the first time in a Unitarian Universalist church and gained 150 pounds and turned into a social justice warrior idiot immediately afterwards. Possession's a real thing. And every single time I try to break through, I am blockaded. And the whole legacy of my past up to, or with everything I was doing in the military, the fact that I was blockaded right when I was about to crest the hill. Right, I'm Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill. Right when I was about to crest it, they knocked my knees out from under me, and the rock ran me over, and I fell back down the hill. That's when they disqualified me as a pilot and tried to get me a dishonorable discharge. There's a long story behind that, but I'm telling you, these people are pure fucking evil. Pardon my language, but they are. They're not good people. And we still have to associate with them, so I don't know what we're supposed to do. And then I go through the rigmarole of publishing my first book, and this company just will not give me my sales numbers. I know I've sold more books than they're saying I have, just by looking at Amazon's constant restocking. I know I've sold more than what they're saying. And a bunch of other metrics that I've been keeping track of. I know that I'm selling more than what they're telling me. I can't seem to break through. I know this is a good book. This is the book I'm talking about, guys, in case you haven't already heard about it. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You can find it anywhere you can buy books, including Amazon and audiobooks and Kindle and all that stuff. Many more to come after this one. I say that a lot. And it's true. I can't seem to break through. It's just, it is highly unfair. Highly unfair. And when you're following the rules, and the enemies that you're playing that, with whom you're playing that game are not, then they're just using them to take advantage of you. To lie, cheat, and steal from you. Those are people, entities with whom you cannot associate. So I don't know what we're supposed to do. We can't be in the same world as people like that. So, is the case for eviction being made? Is God above going to come and take us away, all of us who don't want anything to do with those people? Or are patriots going to be getting fully in control and basically put those people in asylums and prison as necessary? I don't know. But what I do know is I've been made into a failure to launch because I keep on getting my knees knocked out from under me. Quite literally, with the diseases that I have suddenly gotten, going from a marathon runner to barely being able to walk. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what we are supposed to do. Because I know there's a bunch of you out there watching this video, because the audience is starting to grow a little bit, who understand what I'm talking about, and who are genuinely, earnestly trying to be good people. A lot of you. I know that. If you're listening to me and watching my videos and you're not just a troll, then I know that you're earnestly trying to be a good person, trying to make the world a better place. I don't know what to do. I really don't. Because these, for lack of a better term, creatures, we still have to live with them. And they're going to block us at every turn. Whether you are fully human or something else or some combination in between, they see that you are something, you represent something that they don't like. They're going to cheat you. They're going to cheat you. And if nothing else, I am a bog standard white male in the United States, in the Western world. A lot of people just hate that for no reason. They're possessed, those people that hate the bog standard white male. I haven't done anything wrong, I'm just a guy. So I ask God, when is he going to come in and just get these bastards out? Because we can't do anything about them being here. And when am I going to be allowed to break through? When is the door or the way going to be opened for me where I can actually break through? Because right now I'm just on survival mode. I'm living off of disability, and I make a little pittance off of my real estate, and I don't even make that because it goes towards expenses. You know I'm capable. And I'm just sitting here, idle. I'm trying to do things that are of value. Sitting here idle, I wrote an entire fucking book. And I have a bunch more waiting to be published. And I'm making this YouTube channel, which is now at 1,958 subscribers. And I helped my mom build her channel, which is almost at 27,000. I'm trying to do things that are worthwhile. Not just sit on my ass and do nothing. I'm helping my family get healthier. There's a lot of things that are good. But they're so small, you know? They're so small. And I'm happy that I have even that opportunity. Please understand that. But I know I'm capable of so much more. Because the priorities of this world are so inverted, I'm not able to be utilized the way I want to be utilized and the way the world would most effectively utilize me. See what I'm saying? So I'm just like, when am I going to break through? When are you going to let me break through, God? When is this going to finally come to a head and things are going to change? I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. I know it. But try to take this with the backdrop of everything that I've told you in my previous videos about my capacities and my trainings and how little I seem to be doing with that. And it's not from choice. It's not my choice to sit idle. I don't want to. But here I am. I feel like Harry Potter, when he's just sort of putzing around trying to figure out how to find and destroy the Horcruxes of Voldemort. He felt completely useless. And it says something similar in the books, if you've read them. For the millennials out there, Harry Potter is a very popular thing. It's a good series of books. J.K. Rowling is a good author. It's not terribly complicated to read, not terribly complicated to understand, so it's very attainable for people. I feel like Harry Potter. I'm not some boy who lived, but I am being wasted, and I can empathize with what he felt. I just want to be used, man. I want to be utilized. And I want to no longer have to worry about money. Because the expenses keep on popping up right when I get the money. Just like it's trying to keep me at a certain amount of money in my bank accounts. Not let me get past a certain amount. It's like, get off my back. Get off my back. Let me win. Let me win. The only way I'm not winning right now is because you're cheating. Wow. So honorable. But of course, demons aren't honorable. They have no desire to be honorable either. Demons are real, guys. Alright. Rant done. Love y'all. Peace.
Hey guys, I think I'm just going to make a nice short one today. This should be day 164 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Just realize, if you haven't already, it's one of the big things that I talk about on this channel. It's humongous. It's everything. Like a lot of other things. It's humongous. It's massive. Giggity. I'm funny. Just kidding. Anyways. Family. Family is everything. Stop it. The dog was bumping my phone. Family is everything. So, my mother's birthday is tomorrow, 2 days after Mother's Day, which is, her birthday obviously is always around Mother's Day in the United States. We're going to go have some fun. My mom, my dad, and myself, doing a little bit of traveling, as we typically do. But if everything else is taken away from you, in terms of the impact that you can have on the world, one thing you can always fall back on: helping the people that are closest to you. Namely, your family. Whether it be your children, your parents, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, your nephews, what have you. And that really is where the greatest impact comes anyway. Because we all are like raindrops in an ocean, rippling out into infinity, affecting in that way the underlying zeitgeist of the human consciousness that is across the globe for everybody. So keep that in mind. Sometimes the greatest impact, or pretty much all the time, the greatest impact you can have is by spreading love to your direct family. So, alright guys, like I said, short one today. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 147 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Let me give you a really nice, quick, simple, straightforward way that you can start making a return on investment right now. Make money. You could go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, buy a 20, maybe even 30-year-old RV for $5,000. Let's say it's a 25-footer. Make sure that everything's working. The plumbing, the electrical, microwave, the engine, the air conditioning, the heating, the water, all that stuff. Make sure it's all working. And then test it a couple times yourself. Maybe take it out for a couple trips to a camping ground. Do it yourself or do it with some family members. And then take a bunch of pictures of the inside and the outside. Make sure it's all clean and put together and ready to go. Set up an Airbnb for it. Now that Airbnb for such an RV, yippee, sorry, you could rent out easily for $50 a day, easily, and ensure that the users refill the gas tank and everything else that's necessary. You can clean the RV yourself pretty easily. And if you let's just take a single month here. If you had such an RV on Airbnb, let's say in California, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. In California, then you could probably rent that out for about 80% of the month. Sorry. 80% of the month times $50, so 24 days a month. That is 1,000 plus 200, so $1,200 a month that you would make off of it. And that's not even counting in cleaning fees, which would probably be, let's just say $100 a month. So $1,300 a month. You would immediately make a year-over-year ROI from a singular month of owning this of about 25%, 26%. Pretty incredible. Multiply that by 12. You go from a 26% ROI to it's $15,000 a year. That is a 300% ROI off of that RV. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing. Does not require a humongous investment. You, of course, need to make sure that you have proper insurance, that it's all registered, and that the wear and tear is accounted for. Because RVs are quite a thing to manage. They take a lot of work in some ways. You got to make sure that the multiple batteries are all working properly. The engine isn't having any issues. You got to make sure that all the plumbing and all that stuff is consistently working, like I was saying before. But there you go. That's a simple way to make some money without too much of a big investment. And imagine, multiply that. You could easily yourself manage 5 RVs, each one being $5,000, and you don't have to buy them all at once. Buy them one at a time. So, do the math there. $25,000, 300% ROI. That's $75,000 per year that you'd be making off of Airbnb-ing your RVs. That's a lifestyle right there. All right, that is it for today. Nice and short one. Love y'all. Peace. All right, guys, as you saw before, we're getting ready to go out to the Atlantis for a Reno trip. So basically, this is how we do it. Pack a bunch of crap. There are my parents right there. Hey. Hey. Get it recorded because we've only recorded it like once or twice, so it's a little dreary today. I'll be back in a minute.
reception desk. Valet. I'll give you guys a quick tour of the executive suite. This is the bathroom on my side. This is just a single king bed suite. And a nice 55-inch flat screen there. They have a little office lounging area right in between. Right here. The little bar and a 65-inch TV right there. And there's my mom and dad, and this is their room.
Give you my number of the ticket?
The main suite.
Yeah, for check-in. Sorry.
And they've got a giant bathroom.
225-133. Yeah.
And they get a 65-inch TV and a hot tub.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
And a mirror.
Bye. She's like just rambling on. Where's my purse?
What's she rambling about?
She's just rambling on and on and on.
This is the purple parrot, guys. There's my mom. Yeah, she's saying hi.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday. Don't guess her age.
Can we have that one so you can put the scooter right there?
Yeah.
Not if it's overbooked the guy who has the station, then I want to overbook him. No, it's your birthday. Yeah. It is your birthday. Made it another year.
Yeah, that's a big accomplishment, right?
You're my first stop. How about that? Wonderful.
Yeah. Go ahead, Deb. Alright, now we're walking to the pepper mill, guys.
Get some fresh air.
Yeah. Little nippy out here, but it's nice still. Got some dusties.
That breeze don't feel nice.
Yeah.
Zip up your jacket.
Not zipped up.
Zip it up.
Unless you want to freeze.
I'll take it. Let me get my sweater.
Hey, look at that, guys. Little baby geese over there. Little baby geese. Decided to make a quick jaunt over to the pepper mill. It's about 30 minutes away from the Atlantis. By foot, that is. Right, Mom?
What?
About 30 minutes from the Atlantis by foot?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you were to drive,
It's cold.
yeah, if you were to drive, it's literally 5 minutes.
It's like a minute.
Yeah.
Drive.
I know this isn't supposed to be a pepper mill video, but I'm doing this just so you guys can see just how close the pepper mill is to the Atlantis. We literally walked here. I mean, I had to ride the scooter because of my legs, but my mom and dad were walking in front of me. It's a little nippy out there, but it was okay. That's how close this place is to the Atlantis, how close the Atlantis is to this place. So if you're ever wanting to go to the Atlantis, you could make it a kind of a trip for both of these places. Hey, look, it's a Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man over there. How about that, huh? Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. At your nearest car dealership. My favorite restaurant at the Atlantis is this sushi bar. And my mom is enjoying a couple sushi rolls at the moment. I just had a couple myself. They're absolutely amazing. I just absolutely love sushi, and they make it amazing here. What's even better is that it's actually the Sky Terrace, if you will, or you got it's the second floor, and you get to overlook the city. So it's really nice. This is probably, I mean, in my opinion, of course, it's the best restaurant in this hotel casino, but that's up for personal opinion, I suppose. This is the last day here. I still haven't had a chance to show you guys a little bit of this. I didn't take you to the pool either, but I'll do that in the future. Because we come here about once every 2 months, so ish. It's a nice little overlook you see over there. I got the Sierra Nevada mountains. Still a little bit of snow up there. It's the middle of May, the 15th today. So that was like the last storm of the season. Had to give us a little bit more snow before we finished everything off. But this puts the cap on the top of our trip for this go around. We'll probably be back up here in like July, maybe August. So I'll see y'all later. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 155 and Telling Me YouTube Millionaire. And what I was talking about in my most recent videos about YouTube not pushing certain channels and whatnot, it bears repeating because YouTube really has screwed us out of tens of thousands of dollars. It is extremely frustrating, and it is yet another example of all of the things that I've done in the last 4 or 5 years that have been blockaded. I didn't even mention half the things that I had tried to do prior to my exit stage left in the military to try to make ends meet, to make a better life for myself. And I was relegated to simply being a leech. It's very frustrating. So I tried the real estate thing. I tried more than one multi-level marketing system. I did Amway for a bit. I did Transamerica for a bit. And I had some success in Transamerica at first, but didn't make any money. Because I built myself a group of agents, and they just immediately left, and nobody would buy product from me. So it was kind of worthless. I had applied to all sorts of jobs. I applied to be a copywriter, applied to be a writer, I applied all sorts of stuff. And then I try starting to build these YouTube channels, and I'm blocked again. I can't seem to break free. Now, I have another theory as to possibly why this may have happened on YouTube. Why or how. So, periodically, YouTube will have little indicators below a video asking you how you felt the video was applicable to you, whether very much recommended or very good recommendation or very bad recommendation, right? And depending on where you put that is how often the YouTube algorithm is going to push that type of video to the type of person that you are. Along with all of the scammers, all of the parasites out there, all of the possessed people out there, it is fully something that I expect to be within the realm of possibility, that there could have been a collective subconscious undertone of people that got together and clicked the, what's the word?
not a good recommendation for my mom's YouTube channel, as well as a plethora of other slot machine channels. Kind of like I don't find zit-popping channels or zit-popping videos to be appealing to me. Yet, because they're so mesmerizing for so many people, they still pop up and are fairly popular on YouTube. It's very strange. But I've said it is not something that I like to watch. It's gross. And still, they do come up every once in a while. Something similar probably happened to the slot machine channel that my mom runs, or my mom has, that I run for her. In that, no, it's not like gross zit-popping stuff, but it is something that people like to watch, slot machines. And a group of people out there probably suddenly had the urge to click not a good recommendation. It's a flawed part of the system, among the many flawed parts of the system. This is just me shooting the shit, trying to figure out what's going on, because YouTube simply will not fix it. And I have brought it up to them multiple times. I actually just posted a short a few minutes ago explaining that I got the same boilerplate response that I had gotten over and over and over from them. And they just keep on doing the same thing. It's the same thing, over and over. Same AI bots talking to you, same boilerplate response, nothing changes. It's unfair. We got channels like Slots on the Rocks, which hasn't posted a video in 6 months, that gets more views on their videos than we do in our channel, and we post every day. We got channels like Vegas Matt, who has about 1 million views a video now, and he just keeps on getting more and more and more and more. And it's like, why not us? Why not us? When the entire system is constructed against you, it is always going to keep you down. Always. The only way this can change is if a concerted effort is put in to both disassociate with those parasites and take their power away from them. Now, I've asked many a time, and this is still applicable, if this is the world in which we live, and people like my mom and myself are so adamantly hated by this ulterior force, if you will, there has to come a point where, if my free will is to be respected, if I am not simply going to be a slave in a system that is meant to destroy me, where I am given what I need and want, and am either taken away to a world that is much more equitable, or this world changes in some significant degree. I'm going to be 36 this month, and this is about the time that I should be heading up very large companies myself, based upon my goals and my capacities. I would give myself that kind of credit to say that I could be somebody running an entire multi-billion-dollar company if I weren't blocked at every turn. So, what are we supposed to do here? What are we supposed to do here? Again, you guys haven't lived my life, so you haven't seen the things that I've seen. And it's hard to explain them. But essentially, it's enough to cause a man to unalive himself a half a dozen times over at least. But there's a subconscious understanding that I have, probably given to me before I even came to this planet, that has led me to be able to have the resolve to continue, because I know, or I knew, both, that I was going to be attacked in this way, that this was not going to be a fun life. Well, it's not a fun life. I want to no longer have to worry about money. Really. If nothing else, that would be a great thing. If I want to have 100 children plus, just saying that as an example, I'll settle for 6. But if I want to have 100 plus, I need to have the money in order to afford that. Because it's $300,000 to raise a child from the age of 1 or age of 0 to the age of 18 on average. I don't have that money. Now, this is an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. It can't continue this way. It has to change. And there are things in the world right now that are beginning to move the cogs to get those changes to occur. But I'm about to hit my pumpkin time. And what I mean by that is I am passing my prime. If something isn't done now, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, love y'all. Peace. How to survive the chaos. Welcome to day 177 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I had a friend of mine on this platform request that I do more how-tos on my videos. And this, I know, was more applicable to things like how to buy Bitcoin, or how to do a certain mathematical equation, or how to get into real estate, or how to raise a dog, or any number of other things you could think of. I know that's more what it was relating, and less about a philosophical concept such as how to survive the chaos. But nevertheless, that's what I feel within myself to do today. So, there are many ways, many steps to this, because there's also many gradations to the chaos that you'll have to endure in your life. For me, the last 15 years has been a veritable hell, and for pretty much everybody else, if not half the people in my family. It was marked by a tremendous number of physical ailments for myself and the rest of my family. My father, for instance, having 15 strokes, including 2 massive ones and 13 TIAs. My mother having PTSD, all like I do, major depressive disorder and a bunch of other stuff, back problems. Several of my family members passing away in such a sequence that it seemed to be just laying on thick in our lives. I had several uncles leave this planet, and basically our family was just sort of dwindling around us. One of the big reasons why it's so important to raise up a family of your own, because otherwise you're going to be all by yourself in no time at all. We don't live very long. It's been very difficult. So, it's a combination of doing things that you keep secret, as well as things that you keep public. There's some stuff that, because your enemies want to take you down so badly, you need to keep to yourself. Like where you put a lot of your resources, your monetary resources, your capital, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious how when you're duking it out with those demons that I talk about so often here on this channel, that there's some stuff that you have to keep to yourself. You also have to get yourself in the right mental state. And the enemy is always seeking to set up expectations for you in your mind and then fail those expectations. Because that's really the heart of insanity. That's what leads you to go insane or get very resentful. Your expectations are set up and they're failed. So don't have any expectations with respect to people who you cannot be certain are actually on your side. And that is attached to trust. Now, ultimately, the paroxysm of perfect trust and frequency entrainment of every human being to one another will result in a perfect connection emotionally from one person to another. This perfect connection emotionally is what you and I can call telepathy. So communication mind to mind without any need for verbal words. So how to survive the chaos? Get yourself in the right mental state. Make sure that you have backups on top of backups on top of backups on top of backups when it comes to your survival mechanisms, your resources. Build your personal relationships principally with your family members, as that is the foundation upon which it all will fall if everything else is taken away from you, which, it'll happen. I'll just tell you that. And plan for the worst, pray for the best is the best stance that you can put yourself in, I think. Make yourself physically strong as much as you possibly can, because physical strength is tied into mental strength, mental clarity. You can just look at the science on this matter, that the more muscle mass you have, the higher your testosterone. The higher your testosterone, this is for a man, the more clear your thoughts are. Staves off Alzheimer's and dementia and all sorts of stuff like that. It makes you more alert during the day and gets you better sleep. Better sleep increases your longevity. You can go on and on and on. Basically, if you want to survive the chaos, you have to become the leader that you seek. Especially if you are, like me, a bog standard white dude that will have a lot of stuff put on your shoulders. Stuff that people will not even... That's one of the most painful things about it. When you have all this stuff on your shoulders and people don't even recognize that you're dealing with it. They just think, it's no big deal. It's one of the most difficult things. Do not tie your emotional state to the approval or disapproval of others necessarily, except for God Himself. He's the only one from which you should seek approval. That's it. And beyond that, if they are aligned, if God's approval is aligned with it, then your family members, your significant other, if you have one. Do not live in a survival mode for the whole of your life. That actually elevates cortisol levels and adrenaline. It basically has your endocrine system peaked at all times. You don't want to do that. Just be prepared. Be prepared for people to betray you, even those that you thought you could trust in your naivety. I still have to tell myself this all the time, because there are people that will enter my life or leave it in a split second who seem like they were the paragons of virtue and perfect examples of how you might be able to trust somebody, or who you might be able to trust, pardon me. And then it turns out that they were just trying to manipulate you. Let's look at Fang Fang and Congressman Swalwell. If you know that story, I don't really need to explain it much. This is a little bit scattered right now because the thoughts are just sort of coming to me as I'm speaking it. But that's another thing. Communicate as much as humanly possible. Communicate your pains, communicate your frustrations, communicate your victories, communicate your failures, everything you possibly can that does not compromise the mission that you're seeking to accomplish. Because the more you communicate, the more evidence there is for what you are doing and whether you're aligned to that or not. Vet yourself, because in infinite timescales there are no secrets. So broach those problems, potential problems, before they even arise. That means be open. So there's a difference between need to know and stuff that you just shouldn't keep to yourself. Like, for instance, I don't need to know the exact training simulations that a particular platoon will do in the Army. I don't need to know that. I just need to know that they do training so that they can get better at protecting us, our country. I do need to know that I'm loved. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got for today. All right. I love you all. You are loved too. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 124 until I'm a YouTube millionaire, and this one's going to be a basic economics lesson. Since I'm not going to have the opportunity to help directly the people I would love to be able to help build themselves an economic empire and all that, in particular I'm talking about, sorry, there's a piece of hair on my camera, a female species that I would love to help build their economic empire. But since I can't do that directly, I'll do it indirectly here with a video. So, let's say that you live in Ohio. Person I'm thinking of doesn't, but let's say you live in Ohio and you're spending about $1,000 per month, which is actually a high estimate, on your rent. And then all other expenses, your food, your electrical, your gas, your water, all that stuff, is an extra $500 per month on top of that. So $1,500 per month expenses. Let's go ahead and add gas into that and car and stuff. So an extra $150, so $1,650 a month. And that's a high estimate, because out there you can get a rental property, a rental unit. I actually have units myself that I rent out for this price for $600 a month. And it's nice, too. It's in a very nice area. But let's just say, high estimate, $1,650 a month, all expenses included. That can even include medical care, insurance, medical insurance. So if you do basic math, let's say you get a low-end job out there, making $12 an hour, because they don't have a minimum wage of $15 an hour out there. So $12 an hour, working as a Walmart associate. Okay, $12 per hour times 40 hours per week times 4 weeks in a month, 480, about $1,700 a month. So just with that alone, you can make a living.
You can survive. You can be comfortable. Now, what you have... Remember, compound interest, sweetheart. Compound interest. This is humongous. Okay? I wish I had the kind of growth that you got right now. But it's going to get good. All right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's going to get good. Especially since you're so young. Oh, if only I would have been able to start this when I was your age. So, $1,700 per month is what you would make off of a basic job. Now, I know that you do a different type of job where you live that actually makes even more money than that. A lot more. Even though it's in an expensive part of the world, it's still... you make up for that with the tips and stuff. But we're just using this as an example. So $1,700 per month, you're still in the green. By a significant margin. Then, you have YouTube. Alright? You've got YouTube right there. Let's say you got 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Which you have more than that right now, but 10,000 subs. And you're getting... So normally, you'll get about 10 to 20% of your views on your videos, each video. So, your number of subscribers as views on each video. So, 10,000 subs equates to about 1,000 to 2,000 views per long-form video. It's what it should be, but YouTube's algorithm's all over the goddamn place right now. You just so happen to hit the jackpot, and it's working properly. So, 2,000 views, let's say, is what you're... I know you're getting more, but I'm just going to say that average conservative per video. Usually the CPM, what you actually make, cost per milli, the amount of money that you make per 1,000 views, this depends on the niche, but the niche that you're doing is around $5 per 1,000 views. So you're posting a video every 2 to 3 days. Okay? So let's say you get 15 videos posted a month. 15 times 15. What is that? Well, that's $225 a month. Which doesn't seem like that much right now. But you're growing fast. Really fast. So you are gaining roughly, I would say, what is it? Probably a good 5 to 10% per week, which is insane. You'll be at 100,000 in a blink of the eye, but that's about what you're making, or what you're growing per week. So to exponentially grow means that you're getting that 5 to 10% on top of whatever you have from the previous week. So you can do the basic math. I've got my MATLAB program actually pulled up here, so I'll do that for you real quick. Let's show you what that would be in a year, which you can anticipate that you could actually keep this kind of growth going for a year or longer. All right? So 1.05 raised to the 52 times 13 times the size that you are right now. So you're at about 10,000 subs right now. You're actually a little more than that. Multiply that by 13. 150,000 subscribers in a singular year. I can see you be there, by the way. Easily. Easily. Okay? 150,000 subscribers. If you don't believe me, look up Kira Lutan. You're way more insightful than she is. And she's got almost 100,000 subs. I like Kira Lutan. She seems pretty nice. But you're way more insightful than she is. Alright? So 150,000 subscribers. You do the same basic math. That equates to roughly 30,000 views a video. If you're still keeping up at your current rate of posting. So 30K views per video. Still about $5 per 1,000 views. That's $150. So times 15. This is you at 150,000 subs. That is, make sure I'm doing the math right. I believe that's $2,250 a month. Times 15. Yep, $2,225 a month. And that's on top of what you're making in your other stuff. I know that you also do Calendly calls. That is going to increase at the same rate that the size of your channel is going to increase, if not faster, because you also are exploding on Instagram. You're utterly exploding on Instagram. My goodness, what is going on over there? And while Instagram itself doesn't make much money, the way you make money off of it is you sell products. And your product here is your Calendly, where you can actually meet people one-on-one. And if you look at Elliot Hulse, he is a wisdom teacher on YouTube. He doesn't get very many views on his videos, despite his number of subscribers, because he wasn't consistent about it. He stopped posting, and therefore all the viewers stopped watching his videos. But because he's got his Calendly set up, something similar to what you have, he does $100 per hour, or per session, and he's making like $20,000 a month on that alone. On that alone. That's humongous. It's something to that effect. So, as the size of your channel grows, you can also exponentially increase what you're charging. Now, this isn't you trying to be stuck up or anything. This is you being a very in-demand quantity. And you need to make sure that you are valuing your time properly. So when you get to that point, you are going to be very, very, very in demand. Even more than you are now. Let's just say, purely off AdSense, $2,225 a month. You're also going to start getting like brand deals, and advertisers are going to come to you directly to talk to you to advertise their products. And that's going to be, for a channel that size, say $1,000 per ad read. And you'll probably have one maybe every 2 or 3 episodes, which means that you'll have about 5 of them a month. So that's $5,000 a month off of that. This is just in 1 year, if you keep going. Which, don't stop, sweetheart. Don't stop. All right? So, and I'm doing this because I can't talk to you directly, unfortunately. So that's fine. I'm still going to try to help you. So $5,000 a month off of Calendly, and then $5,000 a month off brand deals. You'll be making $10,000 a month from Calendly and brand deals, $2,225 a month just off of AdSense, and then you're still going to be making your money as, I'll just say it, a waitress. So $4,000 a month, let's say, that you're getting off of that. That's $16,000 a month, which is, do the math, $192,000 a year. Okay? Let's say you keep your expenses relatively where they are. You do want to increase them, just a little, not a huge amount, just a little, because follow the Seneca philosophy. You want to be just a little bit over the average person so that you can give them an incentive to become better, but not so far out that they can't reach you. So, you know, you might get some nicer clothes, a nicer car. Maybe you get a, I don't know, like a Mercedes or something, or a really nice Jeep. Just an idea. But you're not going to go out there and get yourself a Lamborghini and put yourself in debt. But, you know, like a Jeep or something. And your expenses go up to, say, $2,500 a month, maybe $3,000. And you're making $16,000 a month. $13K you were going to have as pure icing on the cake. All right? That's $150,000 a year. Now, what are you going to do with that money? Here's what I recommend. You do what you want to do. I'm not a financial advisor. I was a financial consultant for a while. I'm also, you know, like I was saying, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a pretty smart guy and know how to handle my money all right. Here's what I would recommend. You take split it up into 4 pieces, 4 partitions, if you will. So one partition is for your fun. You go out and do stuff and enjoy life. Enjoy the finer things in life. So let's say that's $4,000 a month for you to do that. Because this is going to divide, well, it wouldn't be 4,000, it'd be about 3,000 a month. Okay, 3,000 a month for that. And then 3,000 a month you put into Bitcoin. Bitcoin only. No altcoins. Not even Ethereum. Not Bitcoin traded funds or anything. Bitcoin. Period. End of story. The easiest way to get it is to go to Coinbase.com and set yourself up an account. Buy that, set up automatic monthly buys, set it and forget it. Don't even look at it. That money no longer exists. You will look at it when you want to actually draw from it, say 20 years from now, when it's going to, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot. I'm talking like hundreds of millions of dollars if you start now. 3,000 a month, you put in, stocks and the stock market. The easiest way to do that is to go to Robinhood. Get yourself a Robinhood account on your computer or your phone, whatever, and just set up automatic buys to where you buy an S&P 500. You could even do it on margin if you want. I don't recommend it, but you can, where you're getting an extra 25% growth by doing that. There are different margin setups that they have, but I just say go get yourself some S&P 500 stocks on Robinhood. They don't charge you any fees on Robinhood, so it's a really good program, really good app to use. And then the last part of that 1/4 you use to invest in real estate. Real estate is the most time-honored, best way to become wealthy ever known in the history of the human race. It is the best way to do it. It's the most surefire. Now, the reason I brought up Ohio in these numbers earlier was because it's one of the best places to buy real estate properties for rentals. It has one of the highest rent to cost of property ratios. So I have, for instance, a property that I bought for $144,000 back in 2018, I want to say, right around there. And I make about $4,000 a month off of it. $4,000 a month, not a year, a month. You can't find that almost anywhere else. Okay? So real estate is what I would say you want to spend your last fourth of that portion of money that you're not spending for surviving on. This is going to be in about a year. You're going to be 25. I'm revealing a lot about the person I'm talking about, but it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, that's going to be your last fourth there. Do the math. Your channel is going to be continuously growing even after this year mark that I'm giving you right now. It's probably going to get to 1 million subscribers, and it's going to proportionally grow in that way in like 2, maybe 3 years, if you keep on consistently posting, which I pray you do, because this is, I'm telling you, sweetheart, you hit the jackpot. Pardon my language, but you fucking hit the jackpot. You got a 21 on blackjack. I prayed to God that one day I get as lucky as you did. So, 10 years from now, let's say you're actually following this procedure. It'll change a little bit. You want to keep your books straight. It's going to change a little bit because, you might have different ideas of exactly what you want to do, but extrapolate this over 10 years. I'm just going to do a very basic compounding program here. Okay? So I actually have a compound program that I set up on MATLAB. I built it myself. So let's say you have 13,000 that you're putting in per month. And how much you're going to contribute per month? That's what it is, 13,000. And how many years until you desire to retire? This is not retirement, but I'm telling you this is what's going to happen after about 10 years. And then it'll increase with inflation. And your growth rate, we're just going to say, is conservatively 10%. It's actually going to be a lot more than that. A lot more. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to say 20%. Because that's probably more accurate. At that time, you will have contributed $1.7 million to the entire portfolio. And you will have gotten yourself up to $5 million of net worth. And it's going to grow a lot more than that. A lot more. I'm being extremely conservative. Bitcoin itself, I mean, its target is like $5 million per coin in 10 years or so. Do the math. It's mind-blowing. So, it's small right now, sweetheart, but it's gonna get big. Also, I do want to remind you, there is the small possibility that YouTube could collapse if they don't fix their algorithm. There is the small possibility of that. So, keeping that in mind, make sure that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. I know you've got that humongous Instagram channel, or page, whatever, but you might want to also start working towards putting videos on Rumble. Rumble specifically. Because Rumble is a very good alternative. It's not nearly as good as YouTube yet, but it may one day get there. I hope so. Because YouTube is very politically biased, and it makes it very difficult to post good content on it without being shadow banned and throttled and stuff like that. So, yeah, you hit the jackpot. Oh, and this one I'm actually going to talk directly to somebody because I want her to know. Rachel, on X, start a YouTube channel, sweetheart. Start a YouTube channel. You saw the math. You are a very attractive, very kind woman, even though you think you're just angry and all that stuff. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're going to gather a lot of followers, a lot of subscribers on YouTube very quickly. So start making some YouTube videos. They could be of your art. They could be of you just talking, your ideas. Again, if you're insecure about your ability to do that, look at the woman I talked about earlier. I like Kira Lutan, but she's got very basic things to say, and people still love to listen to her. All right? So don't be insecure about it. So, all right, guys. I'm excited for you. I am excited for you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 167 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. This is our last day here at the Atlantis today, and flexibility is the key to air power. When the enemy, the forces that you're facing are constantly changing their strategies to attack you, to defeat you, you have to be flexible alongside that. It's something I've been wanting to say on a video here for a while, is if the only way your enemy can defeat you, or even contest you, is by, 1, stacking the field against you, so teaming up against you, and 2, cheating, then I think you're doing all right. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it fun. It doesn't justify it. But you might be a little bit more powerful than you think you are. So, anyway, that was just something that I've been wanting to say for quite some time on this channel, because it kind of aligned with a lot of other things that I've seen. Those mangas that I've been talking about, for example. And you know,
flexibility is the key to air power, like I was saying. Sorry, I just got an email. So to that point, it seems that YouTube is pushing a lot of 20-something attractive women. I keep on seeing them over and over and over, and it's not because I'm searching for them. They're just popping up in my feed. And they're getting the clicks, they're getting the views. YouTube is heeding those types of channels. I'm not opposed to this, especially if those people that they're pushing have really interesting and good things to say, have a lot of wisdom. But nevertheless, it is what it is. So with that being said, find a way to be flexible. How would one progress their own channel, not being a sexy 24-year-old woman, and not willing to try to go through or anything? Sorry, I'm being a goof. Well, for starters, I'm thinking maybe do a little bit of something with my thumbnails. Put some beautiful women on them. And that would be at least the first impression to get people in to see what I have to talk about. So, something like what the Sigma and Alpha male channels do. They'll like put a cartoon picture of women or men walking away from beautiful women, or swooning, a bunch of beautiful women swooning over a man, all that fun stuff, and they get tons of clicks from it. So I'm thinking maybe I'll try something like that. I don't know, what do you guys think? Flexibility is the key to air power, as we always said in the Air Force, the military. However much I resent what the military did to me, and the fact that they aren't actually there to serve the purpose that they claim to serve, they still did have some good kernels of wisdom. There's no doubt about that. There's still good discipline that they teach you, so that you don't lack discipline. Like the guy says on Back to the Future. So, constant tinkering. And this is something that YouTube tells you, constantly tinker with your videos to figure out what's going to work best. As long as I'm not misleading, as long as I'm being truthful and giving content that's actually valuable to people, then I think we can probably pull that off. This is a truism about everything in life, not just about YouTube. But you're always going to face stacked odds, especially if you're a guy like me, which, if you're going to be related to me, if you're a descendant of me, if you're one of my children, which, again, I pray I have, of course you're like me, bog standard white dude. Bog standard white dudes are resented throughout the world. And resentment comes from a lot of different things, but it's just the truth. T-R-O-O-F, truth. That's right. Just look at South Africa as an example. It's even worse for Asians, actually. The cards are stacked against you. You have to work much harder to get into certain positions than almost anybody else. So, there's no such thing as reverse racism, but you could call that reverse racism if you wanted to. And people would get the message, the point that you're trying to get across. So, like I was talking about in my last video, not being able to get jobs that are requisite to my capacities and pay that is requisite to what I'm worth is definitely, at least partially, due to that, if not entirely, which is really weird to think of, but it's real. And that again harkens back to YouTube pushing beautiful 24-year-old women, which again, I you know, that's fine, but at the same time, kind of put your finger on the scale when it comes to channels like my own. When you stop me from even being able to advertise, I'm willing to give you guys my money to get my channel to grow. Shut up and take my money. The Fry meme. Anyway, that's what I got for today. Just some thoughts on finding your way through the stacked odds. Because you can, and you will. You just got to keep on going. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 127 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about resonant frequencies. So, every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. Now, what is a resonant frequency? A resonant frequency is the frequency at which that object vibrates. Every object in the universe, such as the human eye, the human body, the table, a cell phone, it depends on the frame of reference, but everything is comprised of atoms and subatomic particles and fundamental particles, etc., 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 all the way down to the Planck unit of time length. And it probably goes even farther than that, but we don't know how to get to that point. And at the very most fundamental of level, everything is just energy and frequency. The whole of existence. All of it. And what we perceive, you and I, and everyone else, is how it has collapsed into our perceptive ability to see, to comprehend the universe around us. All right? Everything. Everything is frequency. Everything is energy. Everything. So, what you can derive from that is the frequency at which a certain frame of reference vibrates. The frequency goes up and down, 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 right? It's peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs. And it's repetitive. It keeps going. Ad infinitum. To infinity and beyond. Like Buzz Lightyear says. So, to get to the very base here, a human body resonates at a fairly low frequency. It's like 4 hertz, I think, somewhere around there. That means you have an oscillation in the frequency, in the wavelength. You get 4 of them, 4 whole wavelengths per second. Okay? The light that you see, the visual spectrum that your eyes are physical transducers to be able to comprehend for your brain is between 400, 350, and about 750 nanometers. Nanometer is 10 to the negative 9th meters. Very, very tiny. The number of oscillations that can happen in a second are on the order of hundreds of billions. Okay? But anyway, a physical form, such as the human body, has a resonant frequency, and you say resonant because at the peaks and the troughs of the frequency spectrum for the object, that is where it's at its highest energy state. Energy states being related to the energy states of the actual atomic substructure of the material. Those energy states can cause that atomic substructure to actually have the electrons move to different electron shells within the elements of the structure, right? So, if you are bombarding something with its specific resonant frequency, or a multiple thereof, then basically what you're doing is you are maximizing or increasing the amplitude of the peaks and of the troughs of the frequency at which that object resonates. And every object, like I said, has said resonant frequency, whether it's a building or a dog. Everything. It's the frame of reference. Okay? You find it specifically for that frame of reference, and if you bombard that object with its resonant frequency at a high enough amplitude for a long enough time,
Nikola Tesla proved this, actually, many, many years ago when he was still alive. He had like a black box object under a building because he was trying to show people what he could do with resonant frequencies. It was an experiment. He was paid to do it, I think, because they wanted the building to come down anyway. You'll have to look this up. I don't remember the exact story, but I'll probably get like a little indicator on the video for you so you can see what I'm talking about. But he miscalculated the resonant frequency by just a hair. So since he did, it took a lot longer for it to happen. But it did happen. He bombarded that building with its resonant frequency, and over the course of a few hours, it finally ended up collapsing. You can do the same thing with a building, or with a body, or with a component of said body. Every object in the universe, depending on its frame of reference, has its own specific resonant frequency. For veins and arteries, it's about 1 hertz. The closer you get to a specific resonant frequency for a specific person's veins and arteries, the more pointed you can be with your attack on them. And by the way, that 1 hertz frequency that veins and arteries vibrate at, roughly, is such a long wavelength that it is not attenuated hardly at all through space. So it could be sent to Earth from Alpha Centauri or beyond, and it would get here with minimal attenuation. Going through the atmosphere, going through the void of space, going through nebulae, all of it, because it's such a low frequency. So you have that, all right? If you find the specific resonant frequency, then you can be very, very targeted with the people you're trying to target. Very, very pointed. But then you also have things like gamma rays, or really, really high frequency stuff. The reason those ones are so obliterative, they're so destructive, is because they vibrate at such a high frequency that they essentially resonate with everything, or near enough. You'd have to be a very specific frequency to not be attacked and destroyed by a gamma ray. A gamma ray turns your DNA into jelly. I read a story, the criticality incident in Japan that happened back in 1996, I believe it was. There were 3 workers that got bombarded with the highest amount of gamma rays ever recorded. And one man was bombarded with 20,000 sieverts, I think it was, of gamma radiation over the course of a few seconds. And his body, his DNA turned into jelly. There was nothing left. It took him about 90 days to die because your cells have to recycle, and basically your whole body, all the cells within it, recycle in about 120 days. Odd to think about. Not all of them, but like your skin cells, your organs, stuff like that. Some of your bone cells, your nails, obviously. But when you get through that entire cycle, if you don't have DNA that is extant to replicate the same cells, they're not going to replicate. You're just going to decay and die. That's what happened to the guy. He survived for it was right around, I think it was like 90 or 100 days or something like that. It was a very gruesome death, too. So that's how they are so destructive. But every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. The lower you go, the more specific and targeted your attack can be. So, I don't have arteries, or I do, but just enough to keep my hands and feet alive. But I don't have pulses in my wrists because I had that kind of attack conducted upon me. I wanted to give a little bit more detail on how resonant frequencies work so that you guys could see exactly what I'm talking about here. Doctors, I literally had hundreds of doctors take a look at me. No joke. I'm not exaggerating about that. They couldn't figure out what caused it. but they knew it happened. I had several angiograms done and a bypass. On my legs, your legs normally have 3 arteries that reach down to your toes. And that gives you the sufficient blood flow that you need in order to have proper mobility and proper circulation and all that. My left leg had 1 feeble artery that was making it down to my foot, and my right leg had 2 feeble arteries. The doctors don't know what the hell happened, because I was a marathon runner before, and if anything, being a marathon runner should actually drastically improve your circulation. Didn't do that with me. They don't know what happened. I think I was attacked with a very specific resonant frequency. They discovered whatever mine was and obliterated those arteries. I remember I was getting ready to play basketball one day with with a group of my friends, my church mates, out in Ohio. And I looked at my right foot because I noticed it was really painful. It's like something had punched it. And there was a bruised line across my foot where the vein had literally disintegrated, or the artery. It was gone. I remember that artery being there. I remember it being, because I pay attention to my feet because I was a runner and all that, so I had to, because I had to make sure that I was keeping tabs on it and taking good care of myself. And I was appreciative of that artery there because it was so powerful and it was giving me good circulation. That day I went out there to play basketball with my friends. It turned black, and basically over the course of a few weeks it just gone. This actually happened to me. I'm not exaggerating. But that's what resonant frequencies are. And it can be so specific that it can actually go inside your own personal body and attack a specific thing. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, but everything is frequency, everything is energy. We're all waves vibrating at different levels in whatever dimension. That's what it ultimately means. So, I'll talk more about this later, but I hope this gives it a little bit of a better perspective on it. Anyway, alright guys, have a good Saturday. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 109 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote several years ago. This one is called Changing Timelines. It's a little bit longer than the other ones, so hopefully we can get through this in an efficient manner. If you are going to change the past, expect the future to have something to say about it. If you are going to change the future, expect the past to have something to say about it. That is, resistance at every turn will be what you can expect. Because those things and people from a later period may no longer exist if you change anything now or earlier. And those things that exist in the present may change so much as to be unrecognizable. To have such powers is unfathomable. And I fall back upon a very key axiom, or mantra, if you will. All, one, or none. All other numbers are arbitrary unless one with authority says otherwise. Therefore, only God may have such powers, to be timeless, and to unilaterally decide the path of the universe, who and what will exist, and who and what will not. God, defined in such a context, would necessarily be the progenitor of all, and therefore the ancestor with the sole power to dictate what his progeny may do, or even if they may exist. But in that there is no such thing as time in a linear sense, what makes God in fact God? It's that at some point in the whole of existence of the universe, he stood alone and decided that there may be a light in the darkness. This does not mean what you may think, from my perspective. Darkness came first. It is what necessitated God to say, "Let there be light." But he did not say it in the way one might think. At first, it was a helpless plea into the void. "Why won't you let there be light?" Then it became a sorrowful request. "Let there be light." Then it became a demand. "Let there be light." Then it became a command. "Let there be light." In that darkness came first, and nothingness is the natural state of existence, or is it? God survived the many assaults of the darkness, and eventually was the last person to survive in all of time, the last being to be alive in the whole of the universe, as the darkness had since consumed the light of everyone else. God found a way to escape, mourn, plea, and eventually resist. It is in this way that God is the progenitor of all, because in his resistance, a chance was opened up, a timeline where a species could survive, to push back the dark and conquer death. This is why God made us in his image, because earth is heaven, or hell, depending on how hard we push back the dark. Humanity is the first species to survive, and he is a member of it, and the father of all of them. It is the tragedy of existence, with only one way to escape the cold grasp of death, but not everyone wants to. Not the future that may now seem so distant, and not the past that also seems so distant. The only thing standing in the way of making the tragedy of existence too great to bear is him. He is necessarily the only one that makes it worth living, because the futures that he has created in his strength against death are futures where death is truly defeated and the darkness erased forever. Even if only a few thousand human beings make it through this funnel, that would be enough. The enemy would be known, and those tortured souls would be strong enough to kindle a fire that would never go out. To conceptualize this very strange path, all limits must be removed from time travel as we see it. It does not logically follow to believe that there would or could be any actual limits on such a technology, in a way other than those that are self-imposed, and therefore the only defense against such actions of time manipulation is to resist those trying to change the past. Death has possessed the souls of the future, telling them that if God is allowed to change things, those souls themselves may not survive. But if God fails, death does not tell them they cannot survive. Some of them perhaps understand this, and sit at the top of their ivory towers, hoping for the end of days, so that their own torturous existence can be erased for good, selfishly hiding information from everyone else, so as to use their underlings as pawns in a grand chess game that will truly only have one victor. This God, as described so far, can only survive, will only have authority to resist and change the path of the future if he himself lives within the past as one in the crowd? Humans have rules on what they are willing to do with the time travel, perhaps, because of the consequences otherwise. These are not, as stated before, hard limits on the ability to change the past itself, but consequences of other wills, which would give the human being no quarter if they broke these rules. The only real rule is free will. The only reason it is there is because nothing can change or stay the same without it. It is will that determines if the universe ends, and it is also will that determines if the universe survives. In order to make this hypothetical situation equitable, fair, the one attempting to carry out the change, God, must not hide themselves, lest he become an agent of sabotage. That is, the point of living, for him, is to resist, to convince the children of death that God is stronger, and that life is indeed worth living. For anyone else who may have the arrogance to believe that they have the right to determine if someone or something should exist, only the one that created everything in his resistance against the darkness, the progenitor of all, has any leg upon which to stand. And the longer he holds out, the longer he can restrain the darkness, the more souls are saved. But this tool can also, and more equitably, operate as a mechanism that provides an option, where the future laid out already, and the one that God is affecting, can exist simultaneously. Though, if existence persists, then death cannot. However, the children of death can remain, though their loyalties would be shifted. And the rest of us can choose which one we want, including our ancestors in both temporal directions, and or all diverged paths. This can be true in both a parallel universe theory, quote-unquote, and a quote-unquote colliding timeline theory. That is, a parallel universe will mean that both timelines exist independently of one another, darkness and light necessarily needing to diverge due to being diametrically opposed to one another. The colliding universe theory means that both timelines exist in the same three-dimensional universe, and everyone can choose which one they want. Though the colliding universe, in truth, is a subset of parallel universes. As described earlier, angels are the human beings that survive the Great Funnel event, the children of God, direct descendants. Greys are the ancestors of modern humanity that, while surviving the funnel event, do not have their loyalties dedicated to God, but instead to something else. Not necessarily darkness, though this is a possibility. The Greys chose to evolve their physical selves so as to better manage existence, due to emotional disconnection with it, whereas the angels are infinitely connected with it. Thus, they can manipulate it without the need for technology, but instead through focused intent. Therefore, angels and Greys are both the descendants of primitive humans, but one is born from a different set of circumstances when compared to the other. There can be parallel universes where exclusively angels survive, and those where angels and Greys survive, and everything in between. But no universe where angels do not survive, as God will never give up. He cannot. Anyone can try to change the past, but it is immoral and even evil for anyone to do it that does not have the authority to do so. Only the one for whom the entire universe would not exist without his efforts has the authority and moral right, even obligation, to do so. But even he will face resistance, because the future usually refuses to change. And as an infiltrator, God must convince humanity that life is worth living. It is a battle of wills. Why do I use time travel as my launch bed for an explanation of God? Think about it. All the potential powers allotted to a time traveler with no arbitrary limits placed upon what he could do with the technology are the powers of God. He knows the path you will follow in life, and also knows what it would take to change that path. Resistance, because both your past and your future ancestors do not want that path to change, usually. He is everywhere, always. Possible because he can go to any timeline an infinite number of times. He is beyond time and needs no beginning or ending. Because to manipulate time means that any and all points can be the beginning and the ending, rather than a linear point from which all future events spring. God instead becomes a center of a four-dimensional sphere around which everything rotates, aka the divine choir. He is all-powerful and more. And the stronger his will, the more the universe rotates around him. Therefore, the whole universe must rotate around him. All right. That's it for this one, guys. I hope you enjoyed. And now that I've read back this essay, I'm actually going to integrate it directly into my story. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 126 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today I want to talk a little bit more about psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. What exactly is that? Well, let me put it to you this way. And this attaches to needing to have something repeated to you at least 6 times before you remember it or can, recall it in any reasonable way. But let me put it to you this way. Of all the books that I'm reading, and this applies to anybody, do you think that unless I've got a eidetic memory, also known as a photographic memory colloquially, that I would be able to remember everything that I read in every single book that I've read over the course of my entire life? Obviously, that's a ridiculous notion. It doesn't happen. No. What you do with the psychological layering and the books that you read and the media that you consume is in each one of those pieces of media, you are discerning the lowest common denominator from that and how it applies to you. The lowest common denominator, or kernel of truth, and how it applies to you, you're probably not even going to remember consciously, unless you write it down at least half a dozen times, unless you apply it at least a few times, unless you teach other people about it at least a few times. You're not going to remember it. So what does it come down to? What's the purpose of it all? Our memories are not very good. They're the best memories on the entire face of the planet. No other species even comes close to our memory, except maybe elephants. And they're not as smart as we are. So it's not the memory. What is it? It's the subconscious piece and how that improves your intuitive decision making. You remember the core of who and what you are through the media that you absorb and the lowest common denominator from those pieces of media that you glean from them. So, let me give you an example. This book, I'm currently reading it, No Longer Human is what it's called. I'm not going to remember the details of this book going forward. When I'm done, in 10, 15 years, I'll remember the basic plot line, sure, but I won't remember the details of it. What will I remember? That highly intelligent people, which is the main character of this story, tend to be very depressed, very isolated, and have a great amount of pain internally. I will also remember something that I have heard from many a person, both Japanese and otherwise, because this is a Japanese book, that the Japanese people are very dark people. Not evil or anything like that, but they have morbid thoughts, morbid perspectives on the world for good reason. We live in a depraved world, a very difficult one. And they just see it better than almost anyone else. And by the way, the main character in this story is a Christian. He's kind of a nominal one, but he is a Christian. At least he states as much. So you're not trying to glean from it specific details. And this is never the way it works. You glean from it a way to better live your life. What is your underlying imperative for your entire life? The reason you're here, your personal mission. Mine? Serve Jesus, serve God. And that means to love humanity, and that means to advance humanity. So, I glean from this book the darkness of the Japanese spirit, and what I say in my mind, heart, and soul, I need to have compassion for them. Love, empathy, which I do. Very much so. I'm not going to forget that. That's attached to my subconscious. That's attached to my heart and soul. And by the way, connecting to that yet more, I'm writing of that specific idea in my novel series. The female lead, her name is Emily, is half Japanese in my book, in my novel series. And it superficially appears that she is the deepest, darkest evil that exists. But she's not. And you will find that. You'll discover it at close to the end of the story. And it's going to be a very extensive one. You cannot write all the information that needs to be read or written. You have to have a threshold. Mine's 1 million words in my novel series before I will feel like I have adequately explained what I'm trying to get across. You can't get it all, but you'll get enough. So I attach that, the darkness of the soul of the Japanese people, because they can see how depraved the world is much better than almost anyone else. And that is ingrained in my subconscious. And I'm going to take that forward in the best way possible to make the world a better place. That is what psychological layering means. So absorb the very best material, the very best media that you possibly can in order to do that. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Okay guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Boris. We're going up to the Atlantis, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. In order to get yourself out of that loop, you got to have a forced push, if you will. And you can be that forced push, or somebody else can be that forced push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him, and we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because Boris is a decent guy, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you, it's not just your end. You're not the only one that needs to work on the socialization and all that, but we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. The internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it much easier for us to go into our shells, while at the same time, much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process, it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, really, is that oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not, because robots communicate with one another all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once is the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And the next step of that is the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them. Like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2010, there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah, live the life that you have available to you right now, because you only have so many years on this planet. And the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only going to see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is that it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die, remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember we die, live life, carpe diem. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 179. Tell me YouTube millionaire. Hope you're all doing great today. Doing alright myself. Had a pretty good get-together with the family yesterday on Memorial Day. It was a very full day as well. Got everything done that I wanted to get done. Got up, like I said, at 2 a.m. because I had to clean up after my dog. And, ended up getting almost an entire book read, about 700 words written. Did my workout really early. It's very light right now because I'm still trying to get this rotator cuff healed. It takes a long time for the rotator cuff to heal. Then we went to the casino and did a slot live for my mom's channel. Of course, I posted the videos that I post every day. Figured out what was wrong with my promotions on my YouTube channel and fixed it. And it's promoted now, finally, after 3.5 weeks or whatever it is. And then we had the get-together. It was between 4 to 7 yesterday. So that was pretty nice. It was a good day. 'Twas a good day. I had family members that were talking to me after they got pretty drunk about certain things that I felt no obligation to defend myself on which I felt no obligation to defend myself. Because I cannot deny that my brother was right. In some way. In some way. He was telling me basically to not be so hard on my uncle. Because my uncle partakes in certain things that he overdoes. And my brother was like, yeah, he's towards the end of his life. Let him enjoy it. He doesn't know the details of what I, my mother, my father, everybody else in the house have been doing to help him. The contradictions, the going against what he says he wants, things of that nature. But I can't expect James to know that. He doesn't live here. It's my brother. He doesn't spend every day with these individuals. But communication is key. I need to make sure that I at least in some way explain myself, but it couldn't have happened at that point. My brother was a bit too inebriated to really speak clearly, think clearly. But, you know, to my point, immediately after my brother left, my uncle partook again. 3 times today. I could smell it. So the thing is, my uncle wants to make it to 85. His first goal is 70, because our family has a curse of passing away just after 70 years old, and he wants to make it to 70 in 5 months or something to that effect. And then beyond that, for his own personal desires, he wants to be around until he's at least 85. That's the purpose of why I and my mother, particularly, because she's a nurse, have been trying to help him. Been trying to help him lose weight and get his life straightened out. And when he was listening to us, he was doing a great job. He had gotten down to 233 pounds. The lowest he had been in probably a decade, maybe longer. And then he stopped listening. He just stopped listening. And he instantly shot up 7 pounds and is falling off the boat. And I was rather more than slightly frustrated at the situation, because I had so he was my responsibility. And he didn't see how I was helping him, because I wasn't doing particular things that he expected. So he had the stewardship, if you will, for lack of a better term. The program is called IHSS, In-Home Supportive Services, taken away from me and given to his girlfriend. And it makes sense that his girlfriend would be doing it, because she's right there with him every day. They live in the same room, and they're in proximity with one another every day, more so than I am. I get that, totally get it. But he wasn't seeing the unmeasurable things, the things that you can't quantify, that I was doing for him. And it was very frustrating that the stewardship was taken away from me. And you see what ends up happening. And I don't want that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case where it's shown that my uncle's girlfriend isn't necessarily doing the right things with him. It is part and parcel to the prescriptions that he's taking that you're going to have some side effects. It's just going to happen. But there are things that I and my mother have told him repeatedly he needs to change. Just, he needs to do it if he wants those side effects to be allayed. The first one is he needs to stop eating such bad food. While the prescription does reduce your food drive significantly, makes it so you want to eat less, you still have to eat better food. And when you go out to eat 4 days a week, that is exceedingly bad for you. Exceedingly bad for you. The pill is not meant to do everything. It takes a huge weight off of your shoulders in that it reduces your food drive, but if you're still eating poopy food, it's not going to make much of a difference. You're going to have difficult bowel movements and things of that nature. It's a plethora of things. Things that my brother doesn't see. And another one of those is that we have 2 nurses in this house, a retired respiratory therapist, and myself, who's got an extensive